Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 561. Jagan, with one step, turned thousands of miles into an instant, the stone arm cut across the sky, cut off the sky, and forced Xiao Chen out. Jagan blocked the way forward, his gray-brown hair fluttered with the wind, his empty eyes were colorless, like two abysses, he was calm and almost cold, staring at Xiao Chen, said, "You can't go to heaven." Xiao Chen looked at Jagan, didn't ask questions, and didn't attack, but secretly transmitted his voice, and his spiritual thoughts went straight to Jagan's heart, and said, "Jagan, what kind of person are you? I don't care about anything else, but you have to help me restore the city of God, otherwise the Kyushu and the four worlds will flow into rivers of blood, pile up into mountains of bones, and cease to exist." Jagan showed a cruel sneer. Xiao Chen didn't want to fight with him, because he knew that the other party was too powerful. Brush, holding the token in his hand, Xiao Chen traveled through the space again and disappeared in place. It's useless. After Jagan said this, he directly punched out his fist. Boom, the sky was instantly torn apart, and was turned into chaos by his fist. Xiao Chen was forced out again, and his divine map was blurred, floating in front of him. If it wasn't for the formation map, he might not be able to withstand the sharp blow just now. Jagan was as quiet as a lotus, standing there quietly, raised his right hand slightly, and a fallen leaf that was fluttering tens of thousands of miles away suddenly appeared between his palms and fingers. The autumn wind is rustling, and the yellow leaves are withering. If you don't leave, you will return to the lowest like these fallen leaves. Jagan's words gradually turned cold. Then you have a try. Xiao Chen wanted to test how powerful Jagan was. He was confused, and 33 swords were spinning around. At the same time, 2 sky marks emerged from his palm, turning into 2 sky monuments in front of him. At this moment, Jagan's temperament changed drastically, his long hair fluttered like a devil's arm, his empty eyes became deeper and more terrifying, and with a devil's roar, his stone arm swept forward. Boom! At this moment, the entire Kyushu trembled, and the 9 ancient lamps trembled slightly, swaying with dreamlike light, and fixed the earth and the 4 seas that were under the attack of destroying the world. However, an incomparably dazzling light erupted in the sky, no one could look at it directly, and outsiders simply could not imagine the state of that turbulent wave of divine power. The battle sword clanked softly, the sky monument rumbled, and the divine map shook violently. Xiao Chen returned to the world of death immediately. This time, he retreated after a slight touch of the big collision. Feeling the terrifying aura of the invincible stone man in the past, he chose to retreat. Is this Jagan's true combat power, or is there still reservation? Xiao Chen doesn't know, but he can be sure that people and monsters are worthy of their reputation. Once they show their power, they can really sweep the world. Over Kyushu, Jagan lost his powerful aura and turned into a melancholy and decadent man again. He looked up at the sky, then looked down at the dead leaf on his fingertips, and muttered to himself, "Life comes and goes in a hurry, like fallen leaves and duckweed. It is short-lived and cannot last forever." After all, Jagan walked overseas step by step with infinite loss, and his back finally turned into a black spot. Returning to the world of death, Xiao Chen was not depressed, he stared at the token in his hand, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Not long ago, patterns appeared in the token, and the divine power flowing out was going to take him to an unknown and mysterious place. Is that the heaven? Sitting quietly cross-legged on a mountain of death, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and meditated. Jagan made him unable to see through, and it was difficult for him to define the other party. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen put aside these thoughts and began to practice quietly. Until 3 months later, he opened his eyes on the Death Mountain and stood up long. After such a long time, the demons should relax their vigilance. Xiao Chen decided to return to Kyushu and try to enter the heaven. Because, in this world of death, tokens are like dead objects without any fluctuations, and it seems that they can only advance from Kyushu. When Xiao Chen appeared in Kyushu without a sound, he stood in the desolate and silent Gobi, silently using his divine power, and sacrificed his token. The next moment, Xiao Chen was like a shooting star, walking through the dark space. After a while, there was a little light in front of him. He saw a big waterfall hanging in front of him, making a rumbling sound, falling from the dark sky. It was unknown how many thousands of miles long. And it was at this time that he saw a giant that seemed to be cast from molten iron, sitting silently cross-legged in front of the mysterious waterfall. Although the giant was sitting cross-legged, it was as high as 1,000 feet, like a mountain sitting there. The breath of life in his body is surging, it is as hot as a volcano, and the distance is still far away, which makes people feel frightened. This person's physique is incomparably strong, and his divine power is as vast as the sea. It is obvious that he is a supreme ancestor god. You're here. The giant opened his eyes were like two deep pools, cold and deep, and his voice rumbled, I knew you would come. Boom. At this moment, the waterfall suddenly shook, and Zhe Gan's figure was reflected through the water curtain. He sat there quietly cross-legged, glanced at Xiao Chen, and said, this waterfall leading to the heaven has been covered in dust for many years. Even if you get a token to find it, it will be difficult for you to ascend to the sky. The supreme power from another world has long been waiting here, not giving Xiao Chen the chance to break into the heaven. At this moment, the token in Xiao Chen's hand began to melt, and it was about to disappear. At this moment, he got a set of information, there is only one chance, the token can help him ascend to the prehistoric world, but there is a time limit beyond which the token will self-destruct. Xiao Chen was anxious in his heart. There was only one chance. If he didn't try, Kyushu really had no hope. Now he urgently needed to borrow the power of the heavens. But there is a big enemy like a man and a devil blocking him in front of him. Can he really rush over? Boom. Xiao Chen used his body to make up the divine map, and at the same time merged with 33 swords, and the sword and the formation were condensed together. After the last battle against the invincible stone man, this is the second time he has shown such a sword formation. But this time it will be very dangerous without Wangnatai to protect him. Because the power of the sword array is too strong, once it is activated, his body may collapse at any time. However, this time the situation was critical, he had no choice but to take a risk and try. Rumble. At the same time, Shintu vibrated, 33 war swords vibrated, a body as strong as Xiao Chen's, at this moment also oozes traces of blood, and cracks appear on the body surface. There are tens of thousands of gods, blooming out, each of which is the sharpest sword glow in the world. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen soared into the sky with the melted token, and went up against the big waterfall. Boom! The giant next to him made a move, tearing the sky and the earth with his big hands, covering the sky, immediately covering Xiao Chen below, and fanning it down all at once. The dark black palm seemed to be made of iron, shining with a cold light, and the mighty power of the supreme ancestor god burst out. Chi chi chi! The sword chi rushed to the sky, Xiao Chen merged with the divine map, and merged with the 33 swords, turning into a bright light and rushing to the sky, and the sword chi burst into the giant's palm. There was a dull sound, and the giant roared in his throat as if struck by lightning. His palms were dripping with blood, and the blood of the supreme ancestor god spilled down, staining the waterfall red. But it was only dripping with blood, his palm was not crushed. This is a supreme ancestor god who cultivated his body, especially his palm fingers were comparable to a stone body, shockingly tyrannical. Seeing that the big hand was about to slap Xiao Chen and the divine map, at this moment Xiao Chen had to grit his teeth and shake the divine map and the battle sword, urging the overwhelming power of the sword formation. However, his body was also severely injured, and cracks appeared on his body, like bloody spider webs covering his body densely. At the same time, 2 sky marks appeared on his body, preventing the injury from getting worse. But at this moment, the sword array exerted an extremely terrifying power, thousands of sword chi soared into the sky, sweeping and killing that huge palm. Boom! The giant turned his hands into clouds and turned his hands into rain, and his big hands disappeared in an instant, laying down endless divine light, and he didn't dare to fight head-on. Snort! With a cold snort, Zhe Gan shot up from the waterfall, his stone arms soared, and swept towards the void, colliding with thousands of rays of light. Boom! The battle sword clanged, Xiao Chen and the formation trembled at the same time, the formation was unharmed, but Xiao Chen's body was bleeding profusely. Zhe Gan, with Stone Man level combat power, is even stronger than the invincible Stone Man back then. Why do I have to face this situation every time? Zhe Gan stepped up to the sky and said, it's not my wish to kill the potential ancestor god level powerhouse with my own hands. Stop talking nonsense, kill me if you can kill me, and get out of the way if you can't kill me. Xiao Chen condensed the formation map and 33 battle swords, and shook out 2 sky monuments at the same time. Regardless of the blood-dripping body, he was still urging the divine map further, allowing his body to rupture. Gegan, let me come. The giant sitting cross-legged stood up, and stars like the sun and the moon were moving in and out of his mouth, moving with his breath. Boom! 2 divine stars smashed towards Xiao Chen. The astral body sacrificed by the supreme ancestor god is absolutely extraordinary. Kill! Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and launched an attack on the 2 ancestor gods who sealed the sky at the same time. The divine map was dazzling and trembling, and Xiao Chen himself was almost torn apart. Without the protection of Wangnatai, he showed the domineering original power of Shintu, which his body could not bear. Boom! The divine splendor gathered into a light curtain, covering the 2 sun and moon-like divine stars below, and shattered into divine sand without sound. At the same time, Zhe Gan's stone arm was also shaken into cracks. 2 cold snorts came out, and Zhe Gan and the giant shot at the same time, slashing upwards. However, after all, it was Zhe Gan's stone arm that was 1 step faster and submerged it all at once. But when everything calmed down, there was only a little bit of blood mist floating in the sky. The giant glanced around and asked, "Where did you hit him?" The supreme ancestor stared at the great waterfall falling from the sky. A place of crime. Zhe Gan's voice was very cold, staring at the giant mercilessly, and said, "Do you want to collect his bones?" The land of crime is that the wasteland of the race that destroyed the origin of our world. Although they are extinct, that place is still terrifying and can obliterate everything. The giant shook his head, sat cross-legged under the big waterfall, and asked, "But what about the divine map and the battle sword?" The divine map is indelible, and will come out one day. Chapter 562 Crime and Chaos. 9 Lanterns. Chapter 4 The Land of Crime. The bloody dusk is coquettish and poignant. The bloody thin glow enveloped Xiao Chen's body. His body was dyed bright red. He was motionless, sitting cross-legged on the cold ground. If you look carefully, you can see that his body is torn apart, and at the moment it is only forced together with divine power, but those wounds are hard to heal, the bloody gaps are still there, and the blood is still gurgling. This is the terrible consequence of forcibly mobilizing Shintu. He almost went to self-destruction, and his body and spirit suffered unimaginable heavy damage. Moreover, the body was swept by Zhe Gan's stone palm. That kind of powerhouse has unimaginable extraordinary means. Xiao Chen escaped from death, although he did not fall on the spot, but the terrible injury still seriously troubled him. At this moment, even if he tried every possible means, it was still difficult to truly expel the destructive divine power in his flesh and blood. The remaining destructive power of the demons was still corroding his flesh and soul. Xiao Chen is fighting against death. The word Om in the original octave is vibrating in the sky. He wants to use his life force to activate his potential and save his life. However, it was difficult for him to exert Tianyan's life force due to his serious injuries, and his own injuries not only did not improve but eventually showed signs of deterioration. With the feeling of exhaustion of vitality, the soul weakened for a while, and Xiao Chen's mind was shocked. Could it be that he will disappear in this world? Boom! At this moment, he broke all the boats and gave up everything. He once again ventured to condense the divine map. The misty mist was circulating, and the divine map slowly emerged. Rumble. Amidst the terrifying trembling sound, thunderous sounds came out of Xiao Chen's body. He almost fell to the ground, the torn-apart injury became more serious, and he was about to split again. Xiao Chen was desperately trying to heal his injured body, but he was betting on his life. He concentrated the remaining divine power and used his body to make up for the picture, combining it with the misty formation. The body was instantly torn apart, and bright red blood dripped down. The scene was so cruel that people dared not look directly at it. Although his flesh and blood body was divided into several parts, each part was integrated with the formation diagram to form a semi-complete divine diagram. The divine splendor circulated, the battle sword clanked, the battle pattern was stained red with blood, and there were slight tremors. Afterwards, streaks of colorful clouds burst out, exuberant vitality surged out, and at the same time expelled a terrifying destructive force. At this moment, the array is not in a state of slaughter, but its inherent potential for life is awakening, and it regards Xiao Chen as a part of the body, helping him repair his injured body, and forcing out the destructive power left by the human monster Gogan. Boom! At the same time, half of the stone bone in Xiao Chen's body was disturbed, and 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from his empty eyes, which immediately swallowed up the other destructive divine power left by the human devil Zhe Gan. The array rotates constantly, very slowly, giving people a thick, powerful and solid feeling, and the misty fog shrouds the place. Slowly, Shintu and Xiao Chen separated, and the torn flesh and blood reunited, but Shintu did not restrain itself, and continued to slowly revolve around him. Xiao Chen is like a green pine rooted in the rocks, silent and motionless, the divine source surges in his body, his flesh and blood body is reforged, and he is slowly recovering his vitality. The bloody sun sank to the west, disappeared on the horizon, the black curtain fell, and there was no light between the sky and the earth. The cold wind blew across the earth, making a shrill whistling sound. At this moment, it seemed that a giant was pushing the chariot, making a rumbling sound, crushing the vast land. Clank, outside the divine map, the war sword vibrated and shot out dazzling rays of light. The rumbling sound was getting closer and closer, and a gust of black wind swept in like a torrent, like 10,000 black dragons soaring, shaking the world. This breath made one's hair stand on end. Xiao Chen immediately woke up from the silent state. The black gust of wind occupied the entire horizon. It was really like the impact of the vast sea. Xiao Chen quickly became one with the divine map, because he felt heart palpitations, which was a black rage that surprised even the ancestor god-level powerhouses. As soon as he united with the divine figure, the black gust of wind rushed towards him. The formation was buzzing and trembling violently. The black whirlwind could wipe out everything in the world. When it rushed, Xiao Chen deeply felt the destructive aura contained in it. If there is no divine map, he feels that his physical body will be torn apart. The strong wind seems to be able to obliterate all obstacles, including the ancestor gods. Xiao Chen saw a terrifying scene. In the black gust of wind, a handful of ancestral soldiers were attacking, and everything that stood in front of them was their target. Shintu was no exception, as he was continuously hacked by handfuls of broken ancestral god soldiers, making clanging sounds. That Isa A. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised. Finally he saw a black giant running in the strong wind. He seemed to have no self-awareness, driven entirely by instinct, mastering a dozen swords to smash everything on the ground. It was a black giant in the shape of a violent wind, condensed from the essence of destructive power. He was running and roaring. Xiao Chen manifested only when the black giant and the squall went away. He had many questions. What kind of place is this? He seems to have come to a wasteland. There is no life in this land, only desolation and vicissitudes. When midnight came, 3 blood moons rushed out of the dark clouds almost at the same time, and sprinkled the bloody light, making this icy land even more sinister. And it was at this time that something even more terrifying happened. With the appearance of the blood moon in the central area of the icy cold earth, there were bursts of mournful lamentations. At the same time, a mysterious force instantly impacted the entire continent. Xiao Chen had a very bad feeling at the first moment. His soul almost left his body, and his consciousness almost shattered. Then, the impact disappeared like a wave in an instant, and then an inexplicable strange force pulled Xiao Chen, making him keep moving forward, and he couldn't resist at all. It was as if a prehistoric wild beast was about to eat, attracting weak creatures from all directions to worship and move in that direction. This is a very bad sign. There is no force on this land that can resist this call. It can only move forward, not retreat. Although Xiao Chen can control the divine map, he has just experienced a big battle and suffered heavy injuries. If he shakes the divine map forcibly again, he may really go to self-destruction. There is no choice but to move forward. In the central area of the land ahead, the sad dirge was directly transmitted to people's hearts, like a magic sound piercing through the brain, making people unbearable, and the body seemed to be in severe pain like it was about to burst. 2 skylines were summoned, blocking Xiao Chen's body, and scattered the impacting sound waves. It's near, it's finally near. Right in front of it, there was a mass of blood rushing into the sky, and there were shadows in the middle, like ghosts, and the morning song was coming out of it. It was the bloody light in front that was pulling Xiao Chen forward. The power contained there was breathtaking, as if hundreds of millions of living beings were destroyed and condensed. Xiao Chen moved forward step by step, and here he could already see that there seemed to be a majestic palace in the depths of the bloody light, standing majestically like a worldwide symbol. The elegy came out from the huge palace, and it became more and more terrifying. Even the ancestor god-level powerhouses felt that their souls were about to collapse. When he was 50 feet away from the bloody light, Xiao Chen shot a divine light into the bloody world. Without a sound, the divine light collapsed and merged with the bloody light. This is a very terrifying scene. The power of the ancestor god level has been annexed. What will happen if the group of flesh and blood enters? The results, as you can imagine, are chilling. But at this moment, the unstoppable traction has pulled Xiao Chen here, and he can't retreat at all. As a last resort, Xiao Chen once again united with the divine map, the two condensed into one, and entered the blood light. Boom! There was a violent bang, and thousands of blood lights rushed towards him, trying to smash Shintu. During the fierce confrontation, Shintu gradually stabilized. Until a long time later, the blood light rippled around like water waves, and finally recognized the divine map, and stopped attacking, as if feeling a breath of the same origin. Xiao Chen was already sure that the light of blood alone could obliterate ordinary ancestor gods. If it wasn't because of his divine image, this time, he might really have a grudge. However, up to now, he still doesn't know what kind of world this is, why there is such a strange place. All creatures on the whole land can be summoned by this blood light, but they will be wiped out if they enter this place. Doesn't it mean that there are no living things in this world? It is a veritable lonely place. The blood light could not block the line of sight, there were many shadows around, and there were many ghostly shadows, they were like walking dead, floating around. Xiao Chen did not collide with these shadows. He was attracted by an unfathomable mysterious summoning force, and kept moving forward. In the end, he had the posture of a moth to the flame, his body was a little out of control, and he almost flew out of the divine map. Boom! When he came to the depths of the bloody light, the earth shook for a while, and the majestic giant palace in front of him clearly appeared in front of his eyes, and the vast and unpredictable mighty power emanated from the giant palace. At this moment, the divine map was misty, and bursts of brilliance bloomed independently, connecting with the giant palace in front, and immediately calmed down the mighty force that wanted to swallow Xiao Chen. The divine map and the Zhegong seem to have the same source, and there is a trace of similar divine power fluctuations. The giant palace is definitely not a mortal place. Xiao Chen already felt that the power contained in this magnificent palace is enough to destroy the ancestor gods. Anyone who steps into it will probably be obliterated. This place seems to be the center of the whole world. Although the giant palace calmed down, the elegy inside never stopped, and the gentle fluctuation of divine power continued. That Isa A. At this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't believe what he saw. Through the half-opened and half-closed palace gate, he saw the broken stones floating, which looked like the broken body of the stone man. Immediately afterwards, several petrified severed limbs floated through the giant gate. They were truly severed limbs of stone men. What kind of place is this? Xiao Chen showed a dignified expression. What surprised him even more was that after the severed limbs and stones floated past, he saw two broken stone skulls slowly drifting past the giant gate. Stone skull. Xiao Chen was shocked. It seems that more than 2 stone men were smashed into the giant palace. The morning song in the giant palace suddenly stopped, and several sad and majestic voices resounded through the world. How can our world be a mess? How can our people here be sinners? We are unwilling. The divine brilliance bloomed, and the giant palace was like a round of sun, shedding endless brilliance, but then quickly dimmed, as if it had ushered in infinite darkness after the ultimate sublimation. At this time, real and vivid pictures appeared in front of the giant palace, which were displayed in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. Under the bloody sunset, several tall figures are supporting each other, covered with wounds, they are flowing with golden blood, they are all stone men. These figures were originally tall and majestic, but it was difficult to stand on the ground at this moment. They could only rely on each other to support each other. The pain could not make these invincible kings bow their heads, but their faces were full of sorrow and despair. Under the afterglow of the bloody sunset, the kings were all extremely sad and indignant, as if they were powerless to return to heaven. They were invincible kings who could rule the world, but at this moment they could only hold each other's shoulders and rely on each other's strength to barely stand there. Every tall body, the ground under their feet was soaked in blood. They were hurting all over their bodies. The blood could not stop at all. Their bodies could no longer stand upright, but they were all screaming at the sky, "Why is our world a mess? How can our people be sinners? We are not willing." This seemed to be a rebellion against fate. They were unyielding and shouted at the sky. Under the setting sun, a few tall figures were outlined with a very stylish outline, full of unyielding perseverance, and finally, they supported each other, and walked on a road of no return with pain all over their bodies, leading to a distant place with no end. The blood-colored sunset stretched the backs of several people for a long time, and there was a sense of sadness permeating the air. No matter how you looked at it, there was a feeling that the hero was at an end and his life was coming to an end. Gradually going away, several tall figures disappeared. The picture in front of the giant palace is disillusioned. Xiao Chen was deeply moved. The invincible king is also so tragic. The hero is late and has embarked on a road of no return. He immediately thought of the current situation in Kyushu, how similar it is. Crazy land, Sinners, Xiao Chen said to himself. He was repeating the word, sin and chaos. Shintu rotated slowly, shaking out an inexplicable breath, and the huge door in front suddenly made a squeaky sound, and it was completely opened wide. Inside the giant palace, several shattered heads were floating, as well as some broken arms and limbs, as well as broken bodies, all of which were made of stone, slowly sinking and floating. After a long time, Xiao Chen said to himself, "Is this the late kings who set foot on the road of no return back then?" The image of God sensed something, and there was a bang, shaking an extremely soft light, and the stumps and broken stone skulls suspended in the giant palace all trembled. Then, a mysterious yet real and vivid picture emerged again. Several tall figures, helping each other in the setting sun, holding 9 long burning ancient lamps, staggering with pain all over their bodies, left clear bloody footprints one by one on the road of no return, and walked towards the battlefield again. "That's 9 lanterns. Could it be?" Xiao Chen showed a shocked look, and murmured, "The land of crime, could it be the hometown of the ancestors of the people of Kyushu? Those late kings are our ancestors. What is the first thing you do after rebirth? Play business hegemony, and enjoy the most magnificent second life from now on. Recharge to get a monthly ticket, get Hy-Vee for free, get crazy gifts, countless starting coins, and compete for hegemony in the business world. There is an advertisement for the connection starting point, or you can type the following. Chapter 563. The late king is really. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked, and he found it difficult to accept this fact. Chaotic land and sinners, this ending, is too heavy and depressing. The blood-colored sunset stretched those tall figures very long, and the 9 ancient lamps were always on, but they couldn't illuminate their way forward. The cold wind blew across the desolate land, making a shrill whistling sound. Gradually go away, until it disappears. Several invincible kings who were covered in pain left nothing but bloody footprints on the road of no return. The final outcome can be imagined, because in this huge palace, the ups and downs of Stone Man's stumps and fragments have already foreshadowed everything. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance, and the ground shook violently. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body is in harmony with the divine map, and his spiritual sense is more acute. In this area shrouded in blood, he looks towards the end of the distant land. First, a black dot appeared on the horizon, and then as the earth trembled, the black dot gradually became clearer and taller, and a water-blue giant was slowly moving forward here. Like a tall blue iceberg, although they are far away, they can already see everything about him clearly. The giant is formed by condensing the essence of water, only the head is made of stone. The combination of the two is very incongruous, but there is an incomparable divine power fluctuating. A killing tool from another world. Seeing the giant formed by the condensed water essence, Xiao Chen immediately thought of the khaki giant back then. It was completely formed by the condensed earth essence, only the head was petrified. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the blue giant's target was exactly where the bloody light was. He held a huge iron axe in his hand, shining with a cold light. Rumble. At this moment, a black gust of wind blew up, and there seemed to be tens of thousands of black frenzy surging towards the horizon. The black storm reappeared, and one of the black giants sent more than a dozen ancestral soldiers, like a torrent, slashing at the killing tools of other worlds, just like how they treated Xiao Chen and Shintu before. The stone skull of the water-blue giant emitted a faint yellow light, turned around, and greeted him with a big axe. Boom! The giant axe shook more than a dozen ancestral god soldiers, making a deafening sound of metal crashing, and sparks shot out, as if they were flying one by one, looking extremely strange under the 3 blood moons. The strong wind raged, and the black torrent submerged it. Although it was impossible to see everything inside, one could feel energy fluctuations, like a volcano erupting, shaking the world. In the end, Xiao Chen saw that the black giant collapsed several times, but reorganized several times. As long as the wasteland is still there, he will never be indelible. And the water-blue giant, under the attack of more than a dozen ancestral god soldiers, gradually couldn't bear it. With a loud crash, the water essence shattered, and the blue brilliance shone, splashing on the ground. The black gust of wind swept past, and the water-blue essence passed away quickly, only the stone skull was not destroyed, roaring in the gust of wind. Roar! After a loud roar, yellow brilliance burst out, and the 2 ancestral soldiers were broken by the light from the stone skull, and the black giant was hit again. However, he is hard to completely obliterate. If he possesses an immortal body, he will soon be reborn as a dragon and a tiger after being wounded, and he will be thrown into the battlefield again. It's just that the stone skull is too powerful, even without its body, it is still extremely tyrannical. It opened the way with yellow light, rushed out of the black gust, and flew towards the light curtain. The black gale was in hot pursuit. The foreign world knows about this wasteland. Could it be that they caused everything here? Xiao Chen saw the killing tools of the foreign world, and naturally thought of many of them. After all, Stone Skull took a step faster and rushed into the blood-colored light curtain. The black gust lingered outside for a while, and finally went away. However, although the Stone Skull rushed into the blood curtain, it suffered a more terrifying attack. The blood light was so powerful that it even caused some small cracks to appear on the Stone Skull, making a slight, cha-cha, sound. Only now did Xiao Chen realize how terrifying the blood curtain was. It was formed after the destruction of endless creatures, and even a petrified head was a bit unbearable. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen's divine image, and the aura of the same origin as here, it might have been wiped out. Roar! 2 yellow lights shot out from the eyes of the killing tool from another world, and it rushed towards the giant palace quickly. However, without a sound, the 2 yellow rays of light collapsed in front of the gate of the giant palace. Roar! The petrified head struggled and charged over. Its target was not Xiao Chen, but the giant palace. It wanted to break into it. Xiao Chen was not afraid of its destruction at all, because he knew that a place as important as the giant palace must be even more terrifying, and this petrified head was hard to shake. Boom! The stone head smashed over and was about to break into the giant palace, but at this moment, an incomparably powerful divine power surged out all of a sudden, cracking him apart. Roar! The stone head didn't have too many thoughts, it was just a tool of war. He roared, a hazy light emerged from the whole head, enveloped himself in it, and rushed into the giant palace persistently. With a flash of brilliance, he succeeded in breaking in, but what awaited him were the ups and downs of stone fragments, those severed limbs and broken stone skulls, which were many times more solid than the petrified skulls he broke into. At this moment, although there is no wave in the ancient well, there is no change, but the invisible breath has already made the intruding petrified head tremble. But it was very unwilling, struggling and roaring violently, and there was no peace in the agitated palace. All the stumps, broken arms, and broken stone skulls in the palace slowly rotated, still unpretentious, but at this moment, the petrified head that broke into it cracked, and there was a constant click, click, and then fell apart in an instant. When all the broken arms and stumps in the giant palace were ups and downs and slowly rotated for a circle, the petrified head that broke in was completely shattered silently, turning into bits of loess and falling to the ground. Xiao Chen was stunned by this terrifying power, even the killing tools from other worlds were hard to escape, no wonder no one dared to enter here. At the moment when the petrified head was destroyed, in the eternal unknown place, the 3 supreme ancestor gods suddenly opened their eyes. The powerful combat tool is destroyed. It seems that although the fluctuation of divine power has weakened in that place, it is still difficult to take by force. It will take an eternity to slowly obliterate everything there. ... Aha! At this moment, a scream came from the distant horizon. An ancestor god from another world was chased by the black gust of wind and suffered heavy injuries. Then, he was drawn by the bloody light curtain and smashed into the middle with a boom. Why doesn't the wasteland that has been maimed by our world end? This was the last resentment of the ancestor god of the other world, and it soon passed away with the wind, but it was also captured by Xiao Chen. It's really a different world. Xiao Chen's mood fluctuated violently. He was an old enemy from the endless ages ago. At the same time, in front of the great waterfall leading to the heaven, Gegen's ancient well was as quiet as a stone, sitting there quietly, letting the great waterfall falling from the sky wash his body. On the other side, the supreme ancestor god who was as huge as a mountain suddenly opened his eyes, and said to himself, "My descendant, the imprint of life has disappeared." Calm was restored within the bloody light curtain, and the sad lament had already stopped. Xiao Chen merged with the divine map, and slowly moved towards the giant palace. The stumped limbs and broken stone skulls inside did not emit destructive power, but trembled a few times due to the arrival of the divine map. When Xiao Chen came to the center of the hall, the giant palace shook violently, and the map of the gods was blurred. A mysterious force seemed to have colluded with the map, making Xiao Chen tremble repeatedly. A series of vivid pictures emerged and appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. He knew that this was a reappearance of the past, and through the divine map, he would learn about a dusty history. A vast continent unfolded in front of it, the people were devastated, and the ancestral god-level powerhouses were fighting, which almost wiped out the vitality of that world, with tens of thousands of bones, bleeding and floating ores. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately stood up, and he found 3 familiar figures among those ancestor gods. They were the 3 supreme ancestor gods guarding the eternal unknown place. In that distant era, they already existed, and they had just appeared at that time. No wonder they now have a supreme status. Their origins are too ancient, and the gods of other worlds respect them very much. Even though the 3 of them are not stone men, their identities are really amazing. Boom! At this moment, a few powerful stone men descended, and the continent was instantly torn apart. The people were overwhelmed with blood, and the countless creatures were shaken to the sky, turning into blood and condensing together. At the same time, 9 lanterns shone in a huge palace on the edge of the continent. The brilliance of the 9 lanterns fixed the land and reunited the split land, but they couldn't save the lives of so many creatures. At the same time, several stone man kings who fought near the giant palace met the stone men from another world, and the most tragic war in history broke out. However, Xiao Chen couldn't see it anymore, because the energy intensity seemed to be transmitted across time and space, and radiated through the screen, so that his consciousness had to be immersed in the divine map, and he could no longer read everything. When everything calmed down, the radiating terrifying light disappeared, and Xiao Chen leaned out his consciousness to stare again. The sun was setting, and the ground was covered in blood. Only a few stone man kings supported each other, covered in wounds, standing on the wasteland. How can our world be a mess? How can our people here be sinners? We are unwilling. The stern wind was howling, the ground was dripping with blood, and the tragic scene seemed to respond to them. Several stone man kings knelt on the cold ground and cried out, "All the people are almost extinct, we are incompetent, we are useless people." In the end, several tall figures staggered, leaving trails of blood, and walked into the giant palace in the picture. In the palace, there is a high platform with 9 ancient lamps on it. The fireworks of the ancient lamp are consecrating a huge piece of white bone, and the misty air is flowing. There are many mysterious characters and patterns on the bone piece, and the most peculiar thing is that there is a living god figure conceived in the bone piece, constantly rotating and moving. The origin of the divine map is here. Xiao Chen was shocked. The sinful land is too old, it is hard to say exactly which era it happened, at least it should be far earlier than all civilizations on Kyushu. After all, the divine map has not yet been conceived, but there is no time. Several stalwart figures stood in front of the 9 lanterns, with endless regret showing on their unyielding and resolute faces. All of them clenched their fists tightly, and blood burst from their wounds. Boom! At this moment, the entire world shook, and the starry sky on the sky suddenly shattered. At the same time, a vast world descends, overlapping with this world, and will be fused together. They want to take our world and smelt it with theirs. In the giant palace, the several kings all straightened their backs and looked at the sky through the giant gate. There's no time, they're already here. However, the divine map failed to be successfully sacrificed after all, and could not be conceived. The kings were full of regrets, full of loneliness and sadness, and even a trace of determination. If the divine map is not yet completed, it is better to make up for it with the body, and it is better to be broken pieces of jade than to be complete. This was their decision. They walked up to the high platform, held the 9 ancient lamps in their hands, put away the bone map, supported each other, and walked out of the giant palace. Xiao Chen has seen the part of the scene that follows before, and they embarked on a road of no return. As those images turn, new ones emerge. Under the bloody sunset, several great kings faced the powerful opponent at the end of the sky. The dazzling light flooded everything in the picture, only the 9 lights were shining, the divine map was blurred, and there was endless blood. Kill my people, take my rivers and mountains, I will not wait. If the divine map is not yet completed, it is better to make up for it with the body, and it is better to be broken pieces of jade than to be complete. The desolate and solemn voice resounded through the sky, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. Not only was this piece of land completely turned into wasteland, but the original land of the other world that was trying to be smelted was even torn apart. Ancestral god-level powerhouses from other worlds keep falling. But it was at this time that several stone man kings suffered severe injuries, and several stone figures from other worlds in the sky stood beside the 99 steps and descended with a rumble. The terrifying aura immediately split the world, suppressing the kings holding the 9 lanterns. The people are extinct, we will live alone without a face, the sky will be stained with blood, and we will die on the battlefield. Several great kings made such a solemn voice, all of them held ancient lamps, and resolutely melted their bodies into the divine map. Their bodies were shattered, and the god images contained in the bone fragments seemed to be alive. They absorbed the energy and flesh and blood of several stone kings, rushed out of the bone diagram, and finally condensed with them. Kill my people, take my rivers and mountains, I will not wait. If the divine map is not yet completed, it is better to make up for it with the body, and it is better to be broken pieces of jade than to be complete. This is the last voice of several great kings. The hero's end is tragic and tragic. The divine figure mixed with their flesh and blood soars up to the sky, facing the 99 stone steps and several other world stone man kings. Boom! Shinto hit the 99 stone steps, and the fluctuation of divine power even enveloped the cracked earth and the vast starry sky. Endless rays of light flooded the place, and Xiao Chen couldn't stare at it anymore. The series of terrifying energy fluctuations seemed to radiate through time and space, so he could only avoid it in the divine map. The 99 heavy stone steps shattered and went away. There seemed to be a vague phantom shaking at the top, taking away the broken earth and the empty world, leaving only a small piece of wasteland. And the divine map also shattered, rushing in all directions, breaking through the barrier of the great world. What is the first thing you do after rebirth? Play, business hegemony, and enjoy the most magnificent second life from now on. Recharge to get a monthly ticket, get Hy-Vee for free, get crazy gifts, countless starting coins, and compete for hegemony in the business world. There is an advertisement for the connection starting point, or you can type the following. Chapter 564, Origin of Kyushu. Xiao Chen was silent for a long time. He felt depressed, and this dusty history made him feel very bitter, which was a bit unacceptable. The severed limbs and remnants in the giant palace, as well as the broken stone skulls, were slowly ups and downs, and this scene made people feel pain in their hearts. The stone kings of the past, who used their bodies to make up for the picture, would rather be a piece of jade than a tile, and live in peace forever. The blood stained the sky and died on the battlefield. This is the final destination of several unrivaled kings. The blood has been drained, the body has been broken, and the invincible heroic posture that overlooks the world can no longer be reproduced. Xiao Chen sighed for a long time. There are too many regrets in this world. Kings who are as powerful as stone men also die unwillingly and unyielding. Who brought the bones of the strong men back here? Xiao Chen's voice was low. He hadn't had this kind of mood for a long time. For a long time, he was used to seeing life and death, seeing joys and sorrows. His heart was already as cold as iron, even a little numb, but today he felt blocked in his heart. I don't know when. The giant palace has been quiet, there is no fluctuation of divine power, and the broken stone bodies that are ups and downs and spinning are all silently hovering in the palace. Xiao Chen separated from Shinto and manifested a figure, standing in the hall. No destructive force appeared to obliterate him. Obviously, he has been recognized. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Chen walked forward, and the clear footsteps echoed in the empty palace, making the place even more lonely. Going straight to the high platform in front of him, Xiao Chen stopped and stopped. He looked up at the ancient platform made of huge stones, rose up and came to the top. This is the stone platform where the 9 lamps were once placed, and 9 vague marks can still be clearly seen on it, which are the wear marks left by the bases of the 9 ancient lamps. Xiao Chen touched it lightly with his hand, and immediately felt a special coolness. Tang! In an instant, the 9 blurred imprints on the stone platform raised 9 fireworks. Very suddenly, there was no burning breath, only a faint coolness, which was the same as Xiao Chen's feeling when touching it. The divine map slowly rotating around Xiao Chen descended as if summoned, and floated up and down on the 9 soft but cool fireworks, as if absorbing the mysterious power. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. Before this, he had already seen the picture of the past. The flames in the 9 lanterns once sacrificed the bone map to make it breathe the divine map. Now, the 9 lanterns are gone, and their seat marks still retain some divine power for Shinto to absorb. At this time, the divine map kept trembling, and mysterious patterns and incomprehensible characters appeared one after another. Xiao Chen watched carefully and earnestly, but he couldn't distinguish and understand the meaning. Bewildered, and I don't know how long it took, the divine map trembled, and condensed with the 9 flames, recreating vivid pictures one after another, and uncovering a period of annihilated history. Under the blood-colored sunset, the divine map shattered and rushed in all directions. The largest piece contained the broken bodies of the stone man kings and fell into the broken ground. In the sky, the 99 stone steps took away everything here, even the land of crime, and rushed to the sky, leaving only a small piece of wasteland, which was motionless due to the suppression of the giant palace. The subsequent scenes passed by quickly and flipped quickly. Xiao Chen only got a general idea of some of the situation. Although the foreign world won, it was a tragic victory. Almost all the stone men fell. After that battle, no stone men were born in the world again. Moreover, the other world's own world has been destroyed, although the clan has not been wiped out, but its vitality has also been seriously injured. In the end, they re-sacrificed most of the sinful land they had seized, and integrated it into their own world, making it glow with infinite vitality again. From now on, live in such a broken world that has been taken away. Moreover, many years later, the Supreme Ancestor God began to look for the 9 lanterns under the earth, and wanted to take it for himself. However, it caused a catastrophe, the endless energy condensed together, the world's mighty power was misty, and a new world was formed. The 9 lights illuminated everything there, and came out from the other world, and the 9 lights settled in that new world. Through life and death, but the flower of the heart will not wither, the wish will not die, the flower of hope will still bloom again, blooming all over the land of Kyushu. The moment the new world was formed, the last tragic voices of the great kings shook the heavens, and a broken divine map emerged, carrying their bones soaring into the sky. However, their shattered souls remained on the land of Kyushu forever, turned into flames, and rushed towards the 9 ancient lamps. So far, they were completely extinguished, but the fireworks of the 9 lamps were even more brilliant. The 9 ancient lamps fixed Kyushu, a little light of life revived the world, and finally the 9 lamps sank under the earth. As for the origin of the alien world, it was completely turned into ruins. The gods of the alien world lived in Kyushu, but they dared not stay for a long time, fearing to repeat the same mistakes, and began to search for a new world. The shattered divine map carried the remnants of several stone man kings and flew back to their homeland. Even though it was only a small piece of wasteland, the divine map brought their broken stone bodies back to this giant palace. Then, Shinto broke through the barrier of the great world and left. Several great stone man kings died in battle and buried their bones in foreign lands. Although they were lucky enough to return to their homeland in the end, they were still peaceful forever. Although they died, their bodies were not mortal bodies after all. Under the nourishment of the giant palace, they did not turn into dust. Instead, they gathered the soul blood of all the living beings in this world in the past, forming a blood curtain outside the palace to protect the last piece of wasteland. As a result, the giant palace was further strengthened and became a forbidden area, even the Supreme Ancestor God could not set foot there. As for the torrent of black wind and the black giant in it, it is the resentment of all the fallen creatures in the past and present. Not only the resentment of mortals, but also the thoughts of ancestor gods. As long as the eternal hatred is not gone, the black wind will be indelible and will exist forever. The brilliance of the divine map flashed, and all the scenes in it disappeared. At this point, the 9 fireworks on the stone platform were also extinguished, and the traces left by the 9 ancient lamps completely disappeared. After understanding all this, Xiao Chen was very silent. He stepped down from the stone platform and looked at the broken stone bodies quietly suspended in the palace, filled with infinite respect and sorrow. The invincible king of the past, his soul and fire will protect Kyushu forever, his broken body turned into cold and hard gravel, and his bones are buried in this wasteland that no one knows. What a majestic stalwart it was back then, how proud it was in the world, but now it is such a desolate scene. Xiao Chen felt like crying. This is a group of real kings, a group of real men, they are real men. The heart that had been as cold and hard as iron for many years was beating violently at this moment. Xiao Chen felt the blood rushing in his body, he felt as if a piece of dead wood had suddenly regenerated. In the giant palace, Xiao Chen stood silently for a long time, and Xiao Chen planned to leave. When he was about to step out of the giant palace, the broken stone bones behind him all trembled a few times, and even the divine map slowly rotating beside him trembled violently. Click click. Later, there was a broken sound, the stone platform was cracking, and the broken stone skin on the ground was peeled off, revealing several stone carvings. There are no other scenes in the stone carvings, only a few men. Xiao Chen looked at the engraved pictures in surprise, and then at the broken stone skulls in the giant palace. It turned out to be they. There is no essence of the Tao, no supreme combat skills, just their engraved pictures. Xiao Chen quickly approached and stared at several stone carvings, where he felt the supreme pressure and had the urge to bow down. Several people have different charms, some are as calm as a deep sea, or they are overbearing for thousands of years. They have different expressions, supremely heroic, lifelike, as if reappearing in the world, but Xiao Chen knows that these truly invincible men have disappeared forever, and it is impossible to reappear. It is impossible for them to leave engraved pictures for no reason. Xiao Chen gathered his spiritual consciousness to watch. Is it inheritance? Is it the stone man method that spans the ages? It's hard for Xiao Chen to understand what it means. Is this an inheritance that spans the ages? The mysterious power in the giant palace recognized him. Could it be that the stone man method of several invincible kings should be passed on? Xiao Chen observed carefully, but found nothing. He believed that these engravings could never be so simple, and must have deep meaning. He sat cross-legged in front of the first engraved picture, concentrating his consciousness, pondering and studying it carefully. That man is as calm as the deep sea, his eyes are deep, and his wisdom is as sea-like, giving people the feeling of being unfathomable. Xiao Chen sat this way for 3 full years, but he still couldn't figure out the implication of the inheritance of any mental method, and finally he decided to imprint the completion of this engraving into his mind. However, this engraved image has an infinite magical power. When you stop looking at it, its charm and appearance will disappear from Xiao Chen's mind immediately, and it cannot be imprinted in your heart at all. Xiao Chen is even more convinced that the engravings of several invincible kings are absolutely sacred and have extraordinary meanings. He must imprint them in his mind. In this way, he sat in front of the first engraved picture for 5 years, and the image in front of him, which was as quiet as the deep sea, showed a hazy shadow in his heart, while the stone engraved picture in front of him was quite blurred. After sitting for a full 10 years, the first stone carving picture was finally completely imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart, while the area on the stone platform in front of him was completely empty, and the original picture completely disappeared. Xiao Chen was thoughtful, and sat down cross-legged in front of the second engraved picture. The charm of this man was quite different from that of the first man. This man can be said to be domineering for thousands of years, and that kind of attitude, as if he is about to emerge aggressively through the stone wall, looking down on the world, and he is the only one who is the only one, is the strong impact of this engraved picture. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in silence for another 10 years before imprinting this engraved picture in his mind. 10 years later, the original picture disappeared from the stone wall in front of him. In this way, it took Xiao Chen 50 years to brand the 5 engraved pictures in his heart. For a powerhouse of his level, this is simply an incredible thing. Just to leave a few engraved marks, it took so much time for an ancestor god-level powerhouse. Finally, Xiao Chen strode out of the giant palace, and the bloody light outside seemed to have completely approved him and stopped killing him. Kang dang. At this moment, there was such an abrupt sound from the location of the silent palace. In the distance, the foundation of the giant palace shook violently. A shattered stone man's hand seemed to be shattered at any time. The shattered hand almost lost its shape. It shattered the cold and hard surface with difficulty, and stretched out weakly, full of endless breath of time. There was a living stone man. What is the first thing you do after rebirth? Play business hegemony, and enjoy the most magnificent second life from now on. Recharge to get a monthly ticket, get Hy-Vee for free, get crazy gifts, countless starting coins, and compete for hegemony in the business world. There is an advertisement for the connection starting point, or you can type the following. Chapter 565. A living stone man. Xiao Chen was deeply surprised by this sudden discovery. In the distance, a shattered stone man's hand protruded, powerlessly pawing on the cold and hard ground. It protruded from the foundation, and it was difficult to shake the foundation of the stone body, but it smashed a piece of hard soil around it and saw the sky again. The blood light shrouded in the surroundings rushed away frantically, and began to obliterate the stone palm. There was a thrusting sound, and the stone man's hand fell to the ground with stone powder. It's not that the stone is vulnerable to a single blow, but that it's almost decayed. It's already in the shape of bean curd residue, with pits and hollows on it, like a honeycomb. When it comes out, a lot of stone powder has automatically fallen down. Boom! The stone man's hand, unable to reach out, suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding hard soil cracked a lot, and a longer arm protruded. It was very miserable and extremely uncoordinated, like a piece of rotten wood had rotted to the extreme, and many places of the stone arms were rotten, and some places were only connected at one point, as if they would be disconnected at any time. It is really shocking that the stone man, who is as powerful as indestructible, is even stronger than rotten wood. It's hard to imagine what kind of tribulations this stone man had to go through to end up in such a miserable end. The surrounding blood rushed madly, sweeping and killing, and another stone dust fell down. After Xiao Chen was startled, he summoned the divine map to him on the spot, rushed over in an instant, and immediately enveloped the stone hand. Such a stone arm that was about to take shape was hit by the blood light as soon as it appeared. It must not be a stone man from the wasteland. Otherwise, how could it be swept away by the blood light from the same source? Boom! When the divine map came down, it completely shattered the extremely decayed stone arm at that time, like a broken jar being thrown to the ground, without much divine power at all. A very weak voice came from under the foundation of the giant palace, and the stone man inside still had not weak spiritual fluctuations. Of course, the so-called, not weak, is only equivalent to ordinary people, and it does not match his stone man status at all. Feeling all this, Xiao Chen felt relieved. This stone man was not a threat, he could easily suppress it. After making a judgment, Xiao Chen broke through the surrounding cold, rock-like ground, pushed the broken hard soil aside, dug a big hole, and gradually revealed the underground situation. Terrible. Most of a stone man's body was completely suppressed by the foundation, and only half of his head and right shoulder and arm were exposed. Obviously, this only part of the body escaped from the foundation after endless years of struggle. Xiao Chen explored with a powerful spiritual sense, wanting to see the situation under the foundation. However, he found that Zhu Gongyang possessed an incomparably mysterious power, which could completely stop the exploration of a strong man of his level, and his divine sense could not enter. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a forbidden place in the wasteland. In a sense, this giant palace was the holy palace of the sinful place back then, with unimaginable power. The world was destroyed, but it was preserved intact. Xiao Chen merged with the divine map, and immediately had a similar aura with the giant palace, so he slowly explored the situation under the foundation. The part of the stone man suppressed under the foundation can be said to have completely decayed, and has already turned into a lotus-like shape, and it will shatter when shaken lightly. The stone man with only half of his head, right shoulder and right arm left opened his single eye at this moment, looked at Xiao Chen coldly, and said in a very weak voice, "You are not my descendant but the descendant of a sinner in this chaotic land." Naturally, he used divine thoughts to transmit sound, because the ancient syllables he occasionally uttered were difficult to understand. Although the stone body has almost decayed, the natural majesty has been preserved. This is the supreme king of the other world. Why are you being suppressed here? Xiao Chen looked down at him coldly, with the divine map hanging above his head, ready to drop it at any time. Are you condescending to interrogate me? Although the stone man was extremely weak, his deep eyes shot out two sharp rays of light, which showed the aura of the former ruler of the world. Even in trouble, he has a certain bearing, as if he is in control of the initiative. Boom. Regarding this, Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and directly smashed the divine map, destroying the stone man's honeycomb-like right shoulder and turning it into lotus. He didn't have any sympathy or pity for this old king. It was these few stone men from other worlds that caused the crime to become like this. If you don't tell me, I also know that you wanted to destroy the huge palace here in the war in the past, but you were suppressed here by the sinful stone man king. Xiao Chen stared at him coldly, and said, I didn't expect your vitality to be so strong. It's hard to tell how many civilizations have passed in the past. I don't want you to be completely wiped out. If I didn't happen to come here, maybe you might escape with a ray of divine sense, and you might be able to revive your body. You are like this, huh? Although the stone man only had half of his rotten head left, he still showed a look of disdain for the world, and he didn't look directly at Xiao Chen. That attitude was obvious. A person like you could be smashed into pieces when I lifted my hand back then. This is the obvious attitude of the stone man from the other world, that kind of conceit, that kind of air that is better than me, and it is undisguised. Xiao Chen was not angry. He deeply knew that if he was really a complete stone man, he would indeed have the supreme power to turn his hands into clouds and rain, control the world, and dominate all living beings. Not being angry doesn't mean it. Xiao Chen didn't mean it, and lightly shook the divine map, wanting to explore the stone man's memory with his spiritual thoughts. Because, such a supreme existence is simply a living treasure house. Not to mention its various magical arts and combat skills, it is a unique way to become a stone man, which is enough to make the ancestor gods fight for it. You want to get my treasure house of divine consciousness? The stone man sneered again and again, letting the divine map descend, showing no intention of resisting at all. Seeing this situation, Xiao Chen stopped the divine map and did not dare to act rashly. The emaciated camel is bigger than a horse. After all, this is an old stone man king, and he must have very evil magic skills. However, he has become one with the divine map, so he has nothing to fear. Come on, my treasury of spiritual consciousness is open for you. My dafa must be passed on, and it is impossible to be obliterated in such a dark place. The stone man seemed to be speaking to his own descendants, not to the enemy's descendants at all. Hesitating slightly, Xiao Chen stared at the stone man. Are you afraid? I don't need to conspire against you. You can't inherit my Tao, but I want to use you to spread it. My descendants will definitely get this supreme Tao in the future. The stone man said in a deep voice with his single eye, since you appeared in front of me, it has been inevitable. You will become a tool for me to spread the Dharma. Big words. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, the nearly decayed stone skull suddenly shot out streaks of yellow brilliance, not attacking Xiao Chen, but only floating around the stone skull. At the same time, the half of the head made a click, click sound and began to shatter. It is impossible for me to die at the hands of others. Only I am worthy of killing myself. Accompanied by these words, the stone skull completely collapsed, and the last yellow brilliance shot out from Dudu's eyes. A hazy mass of Huanghua shot towards the divine map in an instant. Xiao Chen had been prepared for a long time, the map was hazy, descended and greeted him. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge palace here shook for a while, and the surrounding blood light receded like a tide, and a large transparent space was broken. A rotten stone man who has been suppressed for several civilizations and is about to be destroyed still shows such terrifying divine power, which exceeds Xiao Chen's expectations. If there is no divine map, if it is an ordinary ancestor god, it may be wiped out. This is the remnant power of the real stone man kings. If they are at their peak, what kind of power will they have? The divine map shook violently, constantly obliterating the faint yellow brilliance, but finally a beam of yellow light shot into the divine map. Recalling the glorious years, the whole world trembled under my feet in the past, and nothing can stop my steps. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in the divine map, facing Xiao Chen, with a stern aura that looked down on the world and was the only one I respected. Unfortunately, you can only remember. Xiao Chen calmly responded. With an earth-shattering roar, the figure of the stone man king from another world magnified infinitely, expanding to a terrifying posture as high as the sky in the world of Shintu. He wanted to shatter the divine map, the treasure that caused the other world to suffer a lot. The divine map was misty, and then the brilliance was overwhelming, and the mysterious power flowed from the inside, crushing the giant shadow from all directions. Like a sharp blade, it cut across the loose ground and easily shattered the giant shadow. I have already said that you can only recall now, you are no longer who you were back then. Xiao Chen stood in the distance, watching all this quietly. Roar! Although the huge shadow trail was shattered, it still enveloped Xiao Chen. The divine map is misty, and thousands of brilliance circulate inside, converging into a vast mighty force, crushing and passing by, and the phantom is shattered on the spot. However, the purest source remained, and it turned into an incomparably clear image in front of it, a stone man standing in the air. The evil is extremely evil, and the eyes are even more sharp. This is a demon and crazy unworldly stone man. It is as shocking as the 5 stone carvings imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart. At the moment of final destruction, what is the so-called stone man manifesting such a charming figure? I said that my great law cannot be destroyed, and you will be the carrier for me to spread the supreme mystery. The bewitching and crazy stone man showed his charm to the fullest, and the best method was fully displayed, which was clearly imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart. Since you appeared in front of me, it has been unavoidable. You will pass down the Tao to me. The stone man did not have any emotional fluctuations at this moment, but only showed his charm, and wanted to leave his own brand of Tao. You said you want me to teach the Dharma, so I'll teach it. I will grasp your Tao imprint, but your descendants will never be delusional. Xiao Chen stood quietly in the distance, and responded coldly. Ha ha ha, the stone man laughed loudly and said, except my descendants, no one can build my Tao. Speaking of this, the bewitching and crazy stone man suddenly rushed towards Xiao Chen. Up to now, Xiao Chen is really a little guilty of muttering, it is entirely possible that the former Stone Man King has the power to reach the heavens and the earth, and has some unimaginable means. He shook the divine map directly, and made 2 more sky marks to block the shadow trail. Boom! With a sudden earthquake, the last bit of the stone man's origin also collapsed, but before the shadow trail finally disappeared, the light was shining brightly, as if shining through the ages, penetrating the past and the present. It clearly appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes, leaving an indelible impression on him. Even if he wanted to forget it, it was impossible. Use your body to teach me the Tao. These were the last words of the Stone Man King from the other world before he was completely wiped out. It took Xiao Chen a total of 50 years to imprint the stone carvings of the 5 stone kings in the giant palace in his heart. It can be said that it took a lot of effort. But the Stone Man King from another world actually adopted such an extreme method, self-destructed and died, and quickly imprinted the charm of his Dharma in his heart, forcing him to remember it in his heart. Use my body to teach you the Tao. Xiao Chen was sneering. He was not worried at all. He believed that as long as the realm reached, he would naturally be able to detect the other party's Tao Yun. He is not worried that a stone man will appear in another world in the future, and he has the right to receive a big gift package. Emerging from the divine map, Xiao Chen stood on the icy ground, watching the ghosts dancing in the blood light around him, and walked slowly towards the distance. Xiao Chen didn't know how to go back. He was wandering in this wasteland, and once again encountered a black gust of wind. The torrent formed by the resentment of the ancient creatures no longer chased him, and recognized him like a giant palace. Walking far away from the bloody curtain, looking back, the giant palace is majestic and bloody, as if it is connected to an unknown place. Xiao Chen soared into the sky and rushed towards the deep sky, which was connected with blood light, flickering and flickering, which seemed extremely mysterious. Clank! The battle sword sang softly, the divine map shook. Xiao Chen arrived there in an instant, and it was a broken space-time passage. The chaotic mist surged, the time was chaotic, the space was distorted, and it was mysterious. This seems to be a channel that has not been dug successfully. Where does it connect to? Xiao Chen was very puzzled. In this broken world, except for 3 blood moons, 1 blood sun, and a few stars, everything has been destroyed. This space channel has been broken into this state, and I don't know if it can continue to be opened. Xiao Chen somewhat expected. He opened the way with the divine map, walked in, and immediately felt the supreme power of time, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, as if to obliterate him. Today is not what it used to be. After all, he is already comparable to the ancestor god. The flesh shell of the ancestor god is radiant, and all the power of time has been broken. Xiao Chen strode in. After traveling for several hours, Xiao Chen felt more and more mysterious here. The space passage was empty and misty, and the stars were refined into pearls, embedded around the chaotic passage, shining brightly, exuding an infinite and long-lasting breath. At this moment, a broken rock in front of him blocked the way. There were several mysterious ancient characters on it, with iron hooks and silver scratches, vigorous and powerful. Xiao Chen didn't know any of them. That typeface was too ancient, it was like a heavenly book to him. However, there was a faint spiritual imprint on it, and when his divine sense swept over it, an incomparably majestic fluctuation of divine sense suddenly came out. Stop walking in forbidden places, the front leads to heaven. Chapter 566 Entering the Heaven Realm. The broken stone stood in front of it, and the ancient Chinese characters on it, with iron hooks and silver strokes, were vigorous and powerful, and it turned out to be the road leading to the heaven, which really surprised Xiao Chen. He tried his best to open the gate to the heavens, but all failed. He never thought that there would be such a secret place above the sky of this wasteland. Xiao Chen strode in, wondering if this mysterious place could surprise him. This channel was completely opened up in the chaos on both sides, the mist, dotted with pearls refined from the stars. It is very dreamy. After traveling for more than 1,000 miles, the chaos boulder blocked the way ahead, blocking the way. It's a bit strange, the way ahead seems to be sealed, and various magic circles are carved on the chaotic boulder, exuding mysterious power. However, due to the long experience, the magic circle is obviously ineffective, because many places are broken, the power of time is the most ruthless, and the magic circle is difficult to resist, and gradually fades away. Xiao Chen held a battle sword in his hand, waved it lightly, and the sword glow spewed out. The boulder in front of him suddenly shattered, and scattered to both sides with a crash. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. The front was like a cage, and the divine irons were still shining brightly. Obviously, they were all sacrificed to become the ancestral soldiers, sealing the area in front, and there was a divine brilliance flowing between every 2 divine irons, which is still glaring. It's really impossible to have a cage. Could it be that there are still prisoners? This made Xiao Chen feel a little surprised. This clearly marked the way to the heaven. How could there be such a place that looks like a cage? Xiao Chen poked out his divine sense to observe, and couldn't sense any life fluctuations, but he was relieved after thinking about it. After being sealed by the giant palace for endless years, even the powerful stone man from another world could hardly escape the end of being wiped out, let alone others. Broken, Xiao Chen merged with Shintu, and rushed through the gap of Shinti in an instant. Although he encountered strong resistance, those Shenhua couldn't really stop him. After all, the time is too long. Even if it is completely preserved, the power of the cage is no longer the same. This is an open and long-term cage, which is completely built with passages, and it has not reached the end after going thousands of feet. Along the way, Xiao Chen saw several broken ancestral god soldiers, as well as a few spots of dried blood. It was the blood of the ancestor god, which was said to last forever, but now it had turned into black turbidity, lost its light and bright colors, and was completely normalized under the power of time. Every broken ancestral weapon was stained with blood, which clearly recorded the cruelty of that battle that year. At this moment, a humanoid body in front blocked the road. It was a mummy with withered flesh and blood, like a peeled mummy, and it looked like a ghost. Xiao Chen walked to the nearest place and watched intently. This is a female ancestor god, who should have been beautiful and colorful in life, but now she looks ugly and frightening. She is really a veritable pink skull. It was difficult to find valuable clues. When Xiao Chen circled around her, the airflow surged, and the seemingly intact withered corpse suddenly shattered completely with a bang. It was so rotten that it could no longer withstand any impact and turned into a pile of corpses. Undoubtedly, to be able to reach the realm of the ancestor gods must be a peerless arrogance, but a person who is proud of the history of civilization must have many twists and turns in the story, but all of these are not important, and everything will return to ashes in the end. Walking forward for hundreds of zhong, this time it was coming to an end, Xiao Chen saw 5 mummified corpses, all of them were turned into dust with the wind when he passed by, and completely disappeared. In the past, the 6 ancestor gods were suppressed here, and all of them perished, and none of them left any valuable information. When Xiao Chen walked to the end, he was surprised to find a stone man sitting there cross-legged, with cracks all over his body. Obviously, his spiritual consciousness had died out, and he had already lost his breath of life. Is it really a stone man? Xiao Chen soon discovered that it was not the real stone man king. If you look closely, the stone body is not so solid, and the petrification has not been completed below the knees, and the flesh and blood have dried up on the calf. When Xiao Chen approached, although the stone body did not turn into flying ash like the previous few people, it was completely shattered to the ground with a crash. On the chaotic boulder behind it, there is a line of deep inscriptions, which seems to contain a sense of grief and indignation. Through the frenzy of the inscriptions, we can see the emotions of the writer at that moment. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to recognize the characters on it, but after scanning with his divine sense, he caught a bit of the incomplete imprint of the person who wrote it back then. After being blessed by his divine power, an angry voice echoed in the passage. The heavens are unreliable. These words were deafening, filled with infinite grief and indignation. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This piece of news from hundreds of millions of years ago was only obtained by him now, and it was so important. Even though that battle had already become history, it still shocked him. The heaven he is going to ask for help does not seem to be so glorious. This news is very important. Xiao Chen carefully captured the remaining brand marks in the passageway of this cage with the mighty power of the divine map, but in the end he only got vague and inaccurate information. Here you can communicate with the heavens. During the war between the alien world and the wasteland, the heavenly realm changed. It is not known exactly what kind of change, but judging from the sentence that the heavenly realm is unreliable, it should be very unfavorable to the wasteland. However, the wasteland seems to have been prepared long ago. The incomplete stone man guarding here sealed it with the ancient seal scroll handed over by the 5 great stone man kings. Too much time has passed, and Xiao Chen only captured such a piece of valuable information, and the rest can no longer be obtained. As for why the 6 ancestor gods died in this cage-like passage, it is difficult to really explain. Some things are doomed to be unresolved, not everything has a final result, many things will disappear silently in the long river of history, and relatively speaking, this is already considered an insignificant trivial matter. Clang! Xiao Chen slashed at the boulder in front of him with his sword, but suddenly the ancient scroll was misty, and a huge picture appeared in front of him, with magnificent mountains and rivers, picturesque rivers and mountains, and 5 stone men with different expressions standing there side by side, either as calm as the deep sea, or with fighting spirit soaring to the sky, or overwhelming forever. It was the 5 invincible stone man kings that Xiao Chen saw in the giant palace. This picture locks the way forward and blocks the main road leading to the heaven. Xiao Chen wanted to try to uncover this picture, but hundreds of millions of years have passed. This ancient scroll is still immeasurably powerful, it cannot be shaken at all, and it is firmly sealed here. This is definitely a great treasure, probably even more mysterious and powerful than the map of the 7 demons sealed above the ancient village in another world. Xiao Chen didn't want to use brute force to destroy this treasure, he knew that if it was replenished with divine power, this ancient scroll might reappear in splendor. In fact, even if Xiao Chen wanted to forcibly destroy the divine map, it would be impossible to break it at all. It wasn't until he finally became one with the divine map, and let the imprints of the 5 supreme kings emerge in his heart, that the magnificent ancient scrolls of mountains and rivers in front of him were misty and glowed with extraordinary brilliance. Brush! With a flash of light, the ancient scroll fell down lightly, and Xiao Chen received it in his hand. Although it was as light as nothing, it seemed to be holding a million sacred mountains, and it felt extremely heavy spiritually. This supreme treasure was left by the 5 unrivaled kings. It is definitely the jewel among the treasures, and he believes that it will definitely frighten the heavens in the future. Not long after the ancient scroll left the chaos boulder, suddenly a gust of wind blew through the passage, making it frighteningly cold. The bodies of the 6 ancestor gods seen earlier had already turned into fly ash, but at this moment, they all condensed into mummy again and stood up. The 6 people were male and female, their withered bodies were swelling, and their flesh and blood seemed to be reborn. How can this be? Xiao Chen felt a little weird. The shattered stone man in front of him didn't change at all. How could the 6 mummies of ancestor gods that were completely wiped out be reassembled and regenerated? Things are full of evil spirits. A gust of wind blew past, and the chaotic boulder that originally sealed the ancient scroll was shattered in an instant. The way ahead was in sight, and the cool and gloomy air conditioning was blowing from the front. The corpses of the 6 ancestor gods were completely swollen, and there was no shriveled appearance at all. Flesh and flesh came out, but they lacked luster, no different from the bodies of dead people. How can this happen? Even the stone men are gone, how can they be regenerated? Could it be that they are stronger than stone men? Xiao Chen is on guard, because there must be monsters in every abnormality, and this place is full of unknown dangers. Crackling, there was a sound of grinding teeth, and the yin qi was overwhelming. The 6 ancestor gods were grinding their teeth like demons. They looked ferocious and ferocious, including the gorgeous female ancestor god, whose face was almost distorted. Their pupils were trembling, but they did not open several times. A heart-piercing howl suddenly sounded in the passage, and the female ancestor god did not know why she let out such a terrifying scream, which made people feel their scalp numb and their spine feel cold. Then, the other 5 ancestral gods did the same. They uttered extremely horrible ghostly screams, which made people stand on end. It was definitely not the sound that a normal creature should make, and it was even more terrifying and frightening than ghosts. The passageway was suddenly as cold as an ice cellar, as if he had fallen into the sheer hell. The corpses of the 6 ancestor gods did not have any characteristics that normal creatures should have. Their expressions were ferocious, they kept grinding their teeth and screaming, and they were more eerie than the most ferocious ghosts. Although their eyes were not opened, their noses were still moving, and finally they rushed towards Xiao Chen together. The wind was blowing, and the passage was bitterly cold. Although Xiao Chen matched the divine map, he didn't want to rashly fight with these ghosts, sacrificed half of the stone bone, and suddenly disappeared from sight. The 6 cold and eerie corpses of the ancestor gods, with distorted faces, exposed white teeth, disheveled hair, circled around in place for a few times, and then roared fiercely. All of them rushed forward. Xiao Chen followed closely behind, wanting to see what was weird about them and where they were going. These 6 people were able to be reborn in flesh and blood, which made him feel unbelievable, and he couldn't feel at ease if he didn't figure it out. The chaotic passage in front gradually narrowed, and the wind howled, like snow flying, like a steel knife splitting the air. After flying for dozens of miles, suddenly a little light shone in ahead, and the wind became more violent. Exit. Is it impossible to reach the heaven? The narrow exit can only allow one person to pass through, and the corpses of the 6 ancestor gods rushed out of the passage. The black cold fog filled the air. When Xiao Chen rushed out, he happened to see tens of thousands of miles away, a black demonic energy, like a huge arch bridge, traversed the sky, connected to here, and took away the corpses of the 6 ancestor gods. The billowing black mist billowed up, soaring into the sky, and went away in an instant, and the endless gloomy aura suddenly disappeared. All of this originated tens of thousands of miles away. Xiao Chen felt very uneasy in his heart. It was definitely a terrifying existence. He could sense the breath of the 6 corpses from such a distance, and summoning them away was at least the supreme ancestor god. Perhaps, even more terrifying. Because those 6 people were all characters before the wasteland was destroyed, and the person who can summon their decayed bodies must be a super old antique that coexists with the world. Could it be that those 6 people are the incarnations of someone? The main body has not died yet. All 6 people saw the light of day, immediately regenerated, and returned to the main body. Or, those 6 people were originally ghosts, and it was the terrifying strong man who lost in the passage. Xiao Chen immediately had a lot of associations. No matter what he said, that person was by no means a good stubble. He must be a super powerful existence. After the monstrous wind and black mist disappeared, Xiao Chen had the opportunity to look around the situation. Have I really come to heaven? Xiao Chen had a dreamy feeling. In front of him was a beautiful lake. The blue was translucent and intoxicating, like a huge blue diamond inlaid on the ground. The hundreds of white swans that flew up just now had landed in the lake again. Around the lake, the scenery is picturesque, surrounded by vines and radishes, bursting out bursts of refreshing floral fragrance, and there are beautiful trees nearby, like a piece of pure land from dust. In the distance, the fairy mountains are misty, surrounded by auspicious clouds, and ostriches can be seen vaguely flying. The most important thing is that the aura in this world is rich, floating on the surface of the human body, turning into a little bit of brilliance, which automatically gathers in the body, and a deep breath immediately makes people feel refreshed. Xiao Chen is already more than half sure that he may have really come to the heaven. Walking out of the passage of chaos, looking at the beautiful scenery around, Xiao Chen did not relax at all. Just after coming to this world, he witnessed a black wind rushing from tens of thousands of miles away, sweeping away the corpses of the 6 ancestor gods left hundreds of millions of years ago. This kind of unintentional deterrent is not ordinary. For Xiao Chen, the great desolate heaven realm had no impression at all, and he didn't know everything here. Death is not the end, maybe it's just the beginning. This sentence often echoed in his ears at the beginning. It was the words left by the ancestor god who had peeked into the secrets of the heavens. My body is not destroyed. Xiao Chen walked out of the divine map and walked along the lake. He quickly swept thousands of miles away with his powerful spiritual sense, but unfortunately, he only sensed some auspicious birds and beasts, but did not find a monk. Wood, you're back. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly heard such a voice. He looked back and saw a gorgeous flower parrot standing on the bushes by the lake, calling at him. And, with a fluttering sound, flapping its bright wings, it flew over, not afraid of life at all, and landed on a cluster of vines in front of Xiao Chen. Wood, don't you know me? Xiao Chen is really quite strange. This bird seems to be very special. Chapter 567 Past Life, Demon Lotus. Beside the blue diamond-like beautiful lake, the aura is dense, and the surrounding scenery is picturesque. Looking at the flower parrot on the vines in front of him, Xiao Chen felt strange, and asked, "You are proficient in human language, let me ask you, is this the prehistoric world?" Of course this is the heaven. The prehistoric heaven, which has existed for hundreds of millions of years, is where all the ultimate powerhouses live. Wood, you won't really forget me, right? The flower parrot seemed very dissatisfied with this question. Xiao Chen frowned. All this was too strange. How could this brightly feathered parrot insist on knowing him? You say you know me, so who am I? Of course you are a piece of wood. You were born in the heavens, grew up in the heavens, and are so powerful that you fell into the lower realms hundreds of years ago. Now you have finally returned. The flower parrot spoke fluently, crackling, and quickly said these things that made Xiao Chen dumbfounded. What kind of monster are you? Xiao Chen frowned. These things were incredible. How could he believe it? How could he believe it? He felt very ridiculous. The flower parrot looked disappointed, but finally cheered up and said, Mew mew, you haven't awakened yet. Let's go, follow me to the cave, and you will soon remember your past and present lives. Okay, I'll follow you to take a look at your cave. Xiao Chen looked at the parrot calmly, and then went on the road with it, walking along the lake. Welcome back to the wood. The flower parrot seemed very happy, flying up and down in front of it happily. Tell me what kind of person I was in my previous life. Xiao Chen asked on the road. You were famous in your previous life. You were powerful in the 10 directions of the heavens. You were the invincible Stone Man King, known as the Emperor of the Stone. The flower parrot was very noisy, talking endlessly. However, what Xiao Chen heard was a mess. It was like looking at flowers in the fog, looking at the moon in the water, and the past life was so hazy that it was hard to understand at all. In front, there are dense vegetation and towering ancient trees. After walking for a short time, I came to a big waterfall. Silver horses hang down from the steep cliff, like thousands of horses galloping. This is the water curtain cave, the place where you practiced in your previous life. I have been protecting it for you for so many years. The flower parrot chirped. The cave of my previous life. Xiao Chen frowned. All this was too sudden for him. There was a talk about his previous life, and he was the legendary Emperor Shizhong, which made people feel unbelievable. Why are you still standing there? When you enter the water curtain cave, you will know who you really are, and you will know everything about your past and present lives. Flower parrot urged. Flashing edge. The flower parrot had rushed into the water curtain cave first. Xiao Chen stood there for a long time without moving a step. What's wrong with you, Mumu? What are you thinking? The flower parrot called Xiao Chen in the water curtain cave. After a little hesitation, Xiao Chen raised his feet and stepped into the water-curtain cave. Inside was an empty cave. It really was a treasured place for meditation. A little bit of brilliance was shining, the aura was rich, and there were all kinds of spiritual herbs growing in the crevices of the stones. The fragrance was bursting and refreshing. At this moment, Xiao Chen was stunned. He stared blankly at a stone wall. There was an engraved picture on it, and there was a light and graceful figure in it. This is Qingqing. How is it possible? Why is her image here? Xiao Chen was very surprised. Oh, you said this beautiful girl in white. She has come to the heaven for more than 100 years, and she is accompanied by 3 snow-white skeletons, who seem to be called Qingqing. The flower parrot explained. She seems to be looking for you, and then left after leaving an engraved picture. Xiao Chen frowned and remained silent, staring fixedly at the engraved picture on the stone wall. Come here quickly, this is your cave. There is a 3-life stone here, which records your past. Once you read it, you will know your past life. The flower parrot is very loyal, urging Xiao Chen not far away to remind Xiao Chen of the past as soon as possible. Xiao Chen walked over, facing the monstrous-looking boulder in front of him, watching quietly with a blank expression on his face. The flower parrot patiently explained. You have to relax your whole body, and then slowly protrude your consciousness, dip into the 3-life stone, and you will be able to understand everything. Okay, Xiao Chen agreed with a dull expression. His spiritual consciousness seemed to have been protruded, and all of them entered the Sansheng stone. Here is a cup of water for summoning spirits, which can wake up your past gods. Relax, drink it, and then you will be able to fully understand your past life. The flower parrot flapped its wings, and a stone cup floated up and flew into Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen raised his head, and then looked at Sansheng stone dully. At this moment, the cave gradually became hazy, and nothing could be seen clearly. At this time, Xiao Chen seemed to have fallen into a state of trance, ignorant of everything around him. Suddenly, a destructive aura suppressed Xiao Chen, trying to wipe him out immediately. I haven't enjoyed the ancestral food for a long time. The cold woman's voice was creepy, and the destructive aura completely covered Xiao Chen. Boom! But at this moment, Xiao Chen, who seemed ignorant, suddenly became one with the divine map, soaring into the sky, sweeping out waves of sword energy. 33 war swords clanked and shone with a dazzling cold light. Ah! The woman exclaimed. The world brightened up in an instant, everything returned to clarity, and all the sights I had seen before disappeared. Where is there any cave, and where is there any water curtain cave? Xiao Chen is standing in the lake water like a blue diamond, around him are pieces of bloody lotus, dancing with the wind, falling into the lake water. That kind of red lotus petals, as coquettish as blood, is shocking. Soon, the blue Shenhu lake was dyed bloody, and hundreds of white swans in the lake all flew into the sky in fright. In the middle of the lake, there is a huge blood lotus, like a towering ancient tree, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, hundreds of feet tall, and the whole body is translucent red, which makes one's heart palpitate. Hundreds of feet of blood lotus. In the center of the blood-colored lotus stood a coquettish woman, with traces of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. The towering twin peaks and chest were pierced by several war swords, blood gurgling. And the huge lotus flower she stood on was even more dilapidated. It was completely pierced by 33 war swords just now. It's really hard to distinguish the authenticity of the illusion cast by the ancestor god-level powerhouse, but there are several fatal flaws in it, which are inconsistent with common sense. Xiao Chen stood on the lake, looking at the woman on the blood lotus indifferently. In this way, you have not been dominated by illusions from the beginning to the end. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded and admitted, and then asked, I don't understand, how do you know the people and things in my heart, and create illusions? I don't know what you think in your heart, I just keep guiding you, let you fall into your own confused world, all kinds of things in your heart will naturally appear, and I will use them rationally. Speaking of this, the woman on the blood lotus smiled sweetly, which was extremely charming. So that's how it is. Being caught in the cage of your own world, you really have some tricks, which are more than 1,000 times better than ordinary illusions. It's a pity that you are ignorant of human feelings and common sense, so how can you make good use of illusions? At the end, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, Why are you plotting against me? It's just to get food. The coquettish woman licked her red lips and said, If I eat the flesh and blood of the ancestor god-level powerhouse, it will definitely save me tens of thousands of years of hard work. It has been 20,000 years since the last feast. It is really nostalgic. You demon lotus has survived for so long, and you have the strength of the ancestor of war. After devouring an expert of the ancestor god level, do you really think that you can do whatever you want? Xiao Chen explained her strength in one sentence. Then try it, Yao Lian yelled loudly, and bloody light swept towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, dozens or hundreds of blood-colored lotus flowers are blooming, and when each lotus flower is in full bloom, it emits a dazzling light. The demon flower blooms in an instant, representing the blooming of life, and is one of the most powerful divine powers in the world. Dozens or hundreds of blood-colored lotus flowers shot out their auspicious colors at the same time, drowning Xiao Chen's place. Boom! In this regard, Xiao Chen shook the divine map directly, and swept across the sky. The misty map and 33 swords immediately filled the world, and huge sword lights slashed vertically and horizontally. Click click, the bloody brilliance completely collapsed and disappeared like a tide. And that alluring woman's complexion changed suddenly. She didn't expect her opponent to be so strong. She turned into a long rainbow and flew away through the sky, and even fled away with her blood lotus. It's not that easy to leave. As soon as he arrived in the heaven, he was plotted against by someone. Xiao Chen didn't want to let the other party go like this. If the demon lotus summoned some helpers, he would be unable to move an inch in the heaven. Don't overdo it, I don't want to face you to the death. The alluring woman turned her head and said. You sound good. You threatened to devour me just now, but now you want to put it aside. How can there be such a reason? Xiao Chen's voice was cold, and he controlled 33 swords, cutting off the way ahead. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise from behind, and a majestic aura came to suppress Xiao Chen. God City! Xiao Chen was taken aback, the sky was foggy, and a huge monster landed down. Brush! He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the huge city, and after careful observation, he realized that it was not a complete divine city, but just a ruined foundation of the divine city, but it was amazing enough that it rushed out of the blue diamond-like divine lake. How could this witch have such means? Boom! The foundation of the dilapidated city of God was smashed down again. Although it is not a complete giant city, it should not be underestimated, because it is much larger than the ordinary ancient magic city. One can imagine how powerful the owner of the city of God was in the past. But there was no threat to Xiao Chen. He raised his hand, sacrificed the ancient magic city exchanged from the Taoist Zushan in the world of death, turned it into a black light, and greeted it in an instant. Boom! Although the foundation of the shattered city of God is huge, it has long since decayed. At this moment, it was hit by the intact primordial demon city, and it was immediately torn apart. This will become a part of it, and after refining, it will fuse with it to make it taller and stronger. The woman on the demon lotus saw all this in her eyes, and she was horrified. She knew that she had kicked the iron plate, and without saying a word, she wanted to run away through the sword formation. It's just that just as she traveled through the space, she was immediately split by the sword. She changed another direction, not wanting the immemorial demon city from the sky to descend and envelop him all at once. No, you can't kill me. Do you know the origin of the God City? The woman transformed from the demon lotus shouted, fearing that Xiao Chen would kill her. What's its origin? Xiao Chen asked coldly, standing in the sky. Ahead, the ancient magic city was quietly suspended above Yalian's head. It is the divine city of the Lotus King of the prehistoric heaven. Why is it so dilapidated? Because King Lian has successfully walked out of the divine city, there is no need for this divine city. Naturally, the divine city was located here, and I was born in the foundation of this dilapidated divine city. Speaking of it, I can be regarded as the descendant of King Lian. If you kill me, King Lian will definitely investigate. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was horrified. After the so-called Lotus King walked out of the city of God, I don't know how many years have passed. A single lotus seed has grown into a war ancestor again. This is really a bit scary. Yalian thought that Xiao Chen had scruples, so she couldn't help but relax her nervous mind, but she never thought that the ancient magic city above her head shook violently and fell down with a bang. The demon lotus was frightened and angry, and immediately threw her own body, the blood-colored giant lotus hundreds of feet high, into the sky, facing the primordial demon city, and she herself turned into a rainbow and fled to the sky. Knowing her origin, Xiao Chen will never let her go. If a Lotus King is really pulled out, he will be unable to move a single step in the heaven, and he will be killed at any time. Boom! Immemorial demon city immediately suppressed the demon lotus, body below. Brush! With a flash of brilliance, an ancient scroll flew out, covering the world, and the witch who fled to the sky was sealed in an instant. It was the ancient scroll with the 5 kings of stone figures. Although endless years had passed and the power of the gods had been seriously lost, it still sealed a war ancestor-level demon lotus. No, Yalian yelled, but it was useless at all. Her figure was slowly blurring, gradually melting into the ancient scroll. This surprised even Xiao Chen, who didn't expect the ancient scrolls sacrificed by the 5 kings to be so domineering, but he was relieved after thinking about it. Otherwise, how could it be possible to seal the passage to the heavens? It can be clearly seen that the image of the 5 kings in the magnificent mountains and rivers in the ancient scroll is a little clearer. This is because the demon lotus has transformed into the purest divine power and added it. Afterwards, Xiao Chen also sealed the ancient scroll of the giant lotus that was suppressed by the ancient magic city, and like a witch, the vibrant blood lotus gradually dimmed and turned into divine power. It can be clearly seen that in less than 3 days, the blood lotus and the witch will be smelted into divine power and disappear completely. Xiao Chen was startled for a while. He had known for a long time that this ancient scroll must be a sacred object, but it was still beyond his imagination. It was really a supreme treasure. While sealing the enemy, it can also gradually strengthen itself. Sooner or later, it will completely return to the previous terrifying state. Xiao Chen quickly left here, not wanting to stay at the scene, stopped on a big mountain thousands of miles away, looked up at the sky, and suddenly found several Suzakus and fire phoenixes circling around the sun. It really deserves to be called Heaven Realm. This legendary divine bird actually lives in the sun. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and a black cloud rolled across the sky, and the dense atmosphere immediately enveloped this picturesque land. It was the direction where the corpses of the 6 ancestor gods disappeared not long ago. At this moment, the devil cloud traversed tens of thousands of miles, forming an extremely terrifying scene, and a super terrifying existence was rushing here. Xiao Chen was shocked. Did that person come for him, or for the secret road leading to the wasteland? That is a terrifying powerhouse that coexists with the world, and its strength is immeasurable. Chapter 568. Although they were separated by more than 1,000 miles, they could still clearly see the terrifying scene of demon clouds covering the sun and corpse aura overwhelming the sky. That is definitely a peerless master, maybe the best among the supreme ancestor gods, maybe a stone man who has almost completely succeeded, or maybe the stone man who has taken the last step in the legend. The black corpse fog spreads for tens of thousands of miles. It is really too arrogant. Maybe this is not arrogant at all, it is a natural expression of the true self without any scruples, because the strength is strong enough to run rampant in the heavens. There is no creature within tens of thousands of miles who dares to resist, dare to soar into the sky to question the crime, and there is silence in this tens of thousands of miles. Xiao Chen had already hid in the divine map, and then sealed the ancient scroll outside the divine map, and finally sacrificed half a stone bone, adding 3 levels of supreme power to cover up his aura. He didn't want to be dragged out as soon as he arrived in the heaven. The situation was unknown, and he urgently needed to understand all kinds of things in this sacred land, otherwise he might be killed. The billowing demonic clouds rushed into that chaotic passage like a tide, and there was no doubt that it was connected to the wasteland. Xiao Chen watched quietly from a distance. He wanted to see exactly what kind of things this old antique that lived with the world would do. Not long after, the tens of thousands of miles of corpse aura all rushed into the passage, disappeared completely, and the world returned to clarity. After waiting quietly for a long time, no black mist rushed out. He entered the wasteland. Xiao Chen frowned. There was only the last giant palace left in the chaotic land. I don't know if this character can break into it. Just like this, Xiao Chen waited thousands of miles away for more than 10 hours, but there was no movement. It wasn't until 3 days later that waves of powerful divine power came from the chaotic channel, rushing out like a volcanic eruption, and endless black mist enveloped the world without staying for a moment, like a rolling river rushing tens of thousands of miles away. They came and went in a hurry, but it was obvious that they seemed a little embarrassed when they went, smashing a large section of the chaotic passage. Xiao Chen was a little confused. This person encountered resistance in the wasteland. If you think about it carefully, only that huge palace has such power. After all, it once suppressed a stone man to death. He just wanted to get out of the darkness, but at this moment, 2 long rainbows flew over and appeared in front of the chaotic passage. Their figures were hazy and they couldn't see their true faces clearly. They didn't enter the passage, but were just watching. If something really happened, no wonder that old antique-level stone corpse poked out its divine sense and rushed here. It turned out to be the wasteland hundreds of millions of years ago, and the door was wide open. The existence of the stone corpse is usually difficult to alarm. It is said that this wasteland was a prestigious place in the past. The stone corpse has lived with the world, and I don't know how many years it has lived. Naturally, it is sensitive to such places. 2 hazy figures whispered in front of the chaotic passage. Although they were separated by thousands of miles, Xiao Chen was still able to clearly capture the fluctuation of spiritual thoughts. Shall we go in and observe? Forget it, if there is any benefit, the stone corpse would have been obtained long ago. If we go now, it is just a risk for nothing. We must know that there was not only a stone man in that place back then, and it was not much weaker than the heavens back then. Even if it was destroyed, some taboos are indelible. Just now, the stone corpse went in such a hurry, obviously it didn't take advantage of it. Huh, isn't this the place where the god city of the Lotus King stood majestically? At this time, another powerful monk said in surprise, I remember that a blood lotus was born later, and it has cultivated to the state of the ancestors here. It should not be underestimated. Why has it disappeared now? The other person glanced around, frowned and said, the blood lotus plant may have fallen. I can feel the remaining blood energy in the lake. Let's get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid we will get burned and get into trouble. It makes sense. However, you said, the sudden opening of this passage, could it be man-made, not the power of time, could it be that someone in the wasteland entered the heaven from here and killed the blood lotus? You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing, let's retreat quickly. The two of them turned into two long rainbows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen waited for a long time before manifesting his real body. He didn't return, and fled thousands of miles away in an instant. When he first arrived in the heaven realm, he had already heard about two big figures, one was the Lotus King and the other was the stone corpse, both of whom seemed to exist at the top of the heaven realm pyramid. Just now, the black mist was nothing more than a vision caused by the stone corpse's divine sense. It is conceivable how unpredictable he is. This made Xiao Chen feel a lot of pressure. When he first came to the heaven, he didn't know anyone. If he bumped into such a series existence rashly, he might be powerless to complain if he was wiped out. Who should I turn to for help? There should be people in this heaven who support Kyushu. Now that he is not familiar with the place, he urgently needs to know everything as soon as possible. The heavens are really too vast. Xiao Chen traveled more than 20,000 miles on foot, but he didn't see any trace of monks at all, and he didn't even find the slightest trace of human activities. I have seen many rare and exotic beasts, many of which are legendary extinct beasts. Xiao Chen collected little information about the heavens from them. After traveling 30,000 miles, the flames in front of him shot up into the sky, and there were bursts of powerful fluctuations of divine power. The three big mountains stand side by side, towering into the sky, and the whole body is shimmering red, like a piece of red-hot iron, emitting a scorching light. Around the three fiery red mountains, the flames were raging and blazing, and there were hundreds of miles of divine flames, and the billowing hot breath rushed towards them. It seems that we have to meet an ancestor god-level power to solve the confusion. Xiao Chen said to himself, looking at the three red sacred mountains in front of him, he felt that this place was not ordinary, and there might be extraordinary people sitting in it. Suddenly, he stopped, because someone was actually doing it in front of him, and there was a collision of great magic arts. It should have been blazing and divine, but it was sealed between the three giant mountains by an enchantment. Chouoki, I just borrowed the fire treasure from you, and I didn't take it by force. Why are you so resolute in refusing? I've said it before, the fire treasure is in the hands of Qilin Patriarch, I don't know where it is at all. Chouoki, don't be perfunctory to us. The ancestor of Qilin disappeared long ago. It is said that the fire treasure has been passed down, and he only has a few descendants with impure blood. It is not in the hands of others, it can only be with you. No, it's not, I don't want to explain too much. Kai Haochi was very firm. Chouoki, don't toast and eat fine wine. You are just a war ancestor. Do you really think you can look down on the heavens and be good at the world? If there is a war, people like you who have no backing will suffer first. Are you threatening me? Sorry, no. There was another burst of magic duel, and a fierce collision shook out. Forget it, let's go to the Phoenix Palace of the Sun Star and borrow a powerful fire treasure there. At this moment, a young voice came out, which stopped the collision of divine arts. At the same time, the divine splendor soared to the sky, and the fairy music was ethereal. A group of monks cheered and embraced, followed the two divine chariots, and 8 different prehistoric beasts pulled the 2 divine chariots and flew towards the sky. What a big show! Xiao Chen was secretly surprised. He has already seen that the cultivation levels of the people around the divine chariot are nothing to worry about, they are all enlightened by plants, insects and beasts, but the people in the 2 divine chariots are very mysterious, they seem to have some background, and they don't know the depth of their cultivation. One of them should be Zanzu. Just now, he confronted the Chouoki divine art, and there was no winner or loser. Xiao Chen secretly guessed, because although Feng Kai couldn't see it, he heard the voice in the deep mountain. It wasn't until the 2 sacred chariots disappeared completely that Xiao Chen walked towards the 3 shimmering red sacred mountains. The scorching temperature was only able to be endured by a strong man of his level, and an ordinary monk would surely be wiped out. A casual cultivator in the heavens, visit Senior Chiwoki. Xiao Chen transmitted a voice in front of the mountain gate. This mountain has been closed, no more visitors, please go back. This junior doesn't have any malicious intentions, he really came here to ask for advice. After finally meeting a powerful monk, how could Xiao Chen give up? It seems to feel Xiao Chen's strength, knowing that the meeting cannot be stopped. There was a loud bang in the sacred mountain, and a 99-weight flaming sacred stone staircase descended and spread out in front of Xiao Chen, with blazing flames rising from above. Xiao Chen stepped up, and soon came to the middle of the sacred mountain in the middle, and stopped in front of a fire hole with monstrous flames. A red-haired middle-aged man with a face like a jujube and a body full of flames walked out of the burning cave, and said, I will not participate in the battle between your major forces. The fire treasure is not with me. I have already told you the truth. Please go back. Xiao Chen felt a little surprised, this heaven seemed to be in trouble, as if some major event had happened. He hurriedly said, I didn't come here for the so-called fire treasure. It's really just to ask seniors some questions. It sounds good, you are looking for the treasures of the 5 elements everywhere, and you want to gather the 5 elements into one, and it's not all because you use it to find the heaven-defying war treasure. Although Kai Haochi was surrounded by divine fire, his voice was very cold. Senior really misunderstood. The younger generation has been sneaking for many years, and it is only now born. Who knows that there are 7 days in the cave, and it has been tens of thousands of years in the world. The changes in the heavens are too great. I feel very strange. I want to ask the seniors to point out what happened in the heavens over the years. Hearing this, Kai Haochi looked a little better, and said, it's not just the forces supported by several giants. Tens of thousands of years ago, the world was turned upside down, causing great changes in the heavens. Now the sword is on the verge of breaking out, and I'm afraid life will be ruined again. A heaven-defying battle treasure is about to be released. Many people have already calculated it and are preparing to gather the 5 elements to find it. Several giants. Xiao Chen frowned, the heaven seemed very subtle. Naturally, it's all because of the fuse from the lower realms spreading up. Having said this, Kai Haochi frowned and said, it is said that this time is very bad, and it is possible to repeat the tragedy of the past. Speaking of this, Kai Haochi suddenly shot 2 flames from his eyes, stared at Xiao Chen, and said, you are not from the heavens, you are from the lower realms, how is this possible? Aren't all the passages sealed now? Even if it is difficult for people from the heavens to go down, how could you come up? He stepped back a few steps, his face was cloudy, and he said, you go, I haven't seen you before. Senior, what does this mean? I don't want to get involved in right and wrong, get out of here quickly. Kai Haochi was very resolute. How do you know I'm from the lower realm? Xiao Chen was surprised and had to figure out this question. Having lived in the heavens for a long time, I can naturally feel that the breath on your body is unusual. The condensed spirit is not from the heavens. If you want to avoid being noticed, you'd better find a deserted place as soon as possible, wash away the spirits of the lower realms, and recondense the essence of the heavens. It won't take long. Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. You leave quickly, I don't want to get into trouble. Kai Haochi said with a firm tone, the heavens today are very delicate. Not only are there a few giants looking down on the gods, but there are also immortal fighters from hundreds of millions of years ago. Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped talking, as if he had a taboo in his heart. He refused to say anything but just urged Xiao Chen to leave. Seeing him like this, Xiao Chen knew that it might be difficult to stay here, and he didn't want to really cause disaster for others. The moment he turned around and left, he said, I'm leaving now. But please tell me how big the heaven is, and in which direction should I walk in order to seek good fortune and avoid evil. He didn't want to rashly break into the territory of a giant, or someone extremely terrifying, because the legendary heaven had infinite murderous potential. The heavens are boundless, and even the strongest in this world can't reach the end. Seeing that Xiao Chen really turned around and left, Kai Haochi added, you'd better not visit others rashly. If you are an unworldly master, you may be able to see your origin at a glance. You should be from Kyushu, inherited from the blood of chaos, and they are at a disadvantage in the heavens. Xiao Chen nodded at the other party's kind reminder, and asked again when he walked out of the mountain gate, who are those people just now? If you are hostile to you, it is best to avoid it. Kai Haochi watched Xiao Chen gradually disappear, and said, you have to be more careful, maybe after you appear in the heaven, you may be calculated by some unworldly masters. Xiao Chen was startled suddenly. He is already a powerhouse comparable to the ancestor god level. Is there anyone who can see through such secrets? Does he have no secrets to speak of? This heaven is beyond terrifying. Leaving these 3 crimson flaming sacred mountains, and walking hundreds of miles, the surrounding flames gradually extinguished. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong killing intent. The savage beasts roared, and the 2 divine chariots that disappeared just now appeared in the sky. 8 wild and strange beasts roared and came on the clouds, blocking Xiao Chen's way. All around, those attendants transformed from vegetation, insects and beasts all stopped in the distance, not daring to move forward. The 2 strong men in the divine chariot seemed to have a lot of head, otherwise it would be impossible to talk about ostentation like this. Just now they clearly said that they were going to the Phoenix Palace of the Sun Star to borrow the fire treasure, but now they are ambushing here. I am afraid they have discovered him before, and Xiao Chen felt a warning sign. Actually, we don't need to lie in ambush here to intercept the treasure halfway, just kill the Chiwoki and take the fire treasure directly. There is no need for such precise calculations. The voice of this middle-aged man is full of strength and conceit, and it seems that Kai Haoqi and Xiao Chen are not in his eyes at all. In another divine car, a young Mana-'s voice came out, very indifferent and indifferent, saying, if one day that Qilin ancestor jumps out alive and knows that we have killed his few descendants, it will be a big trouble. There is nothing safer than waiting here. Others go to borrow treasure. As long as they take it out, I will kill it immediately. Anyway, the heavens are eventful, and no one will pay attention to the death of a few insignificant people. Which giant do you belong to? The middle-aged man in the divine car asked Xiao Chen coldly through the curtain, as if everything was under control. What does it matter to you that I am attached to someone? Xiao Chen acted very forcefully, and had to do so, otherwise the other party would see the truth, and the other party would probably be even more unscrupulous. Let's take a look to avoid accidental killing. If we are in the same camp, it would be bad. Who I belong to, has nothing to do with you. Xiao Chen first corrected his status as a casual cultivator, implying that he has a strong inheritance, and said, I didn't come here to borrow a fire treasure. You should be able to sense that I don't have the breath of a fire attribute spirit treasure. If you want to cut the treasure here, I'm afraid it will be a miscalculation. The middle-aged man's voice was icy cold, and said, you are very conceited. If you don't say it, don't blame us for being ruthless. Are you trying to kill people? Xiao Chen glanced coldly at the 2 divine chariots, and said, you may not be able to keep me. Once you get to that situation, I'm afraid it won't be the end. It's ridiculous for an ant to pretend to be a descendant of a certain giant. You may not know that the descendants of great powers have special marks. Xiao Chen sneered, and said, it's okay to tell you, I am the descendant of an immortal fighter hundreds of millions of years ago. Impossible. Shocked voices came from the 2 divine vehicles at the same time. Well, it's weird. At this moment, the young man's voice came out from another divine car, and he seemed very surprised, saying, he is not from the heavens, he has the breath of the lower realms, he is a sinner in chaos. How is it possible? How did he come up? At the same time, Xiao Chen was more shocked than they were, because a certain imprint in his body was trembling, and the king of the stone man from the other world was fully displayed, and the charm reached the extreme, and the imprint was about to condense and manifest in front of his body. Among the 2 people in front of them, 1, or 2, are descendants of the invincible stone man king from other worlds billions of years ago. Xiao Chen immediately made such a judgment in his heart, among the descendants of the Supreme King, someone actually went to the heaven. Kill him. The young man in the chariot shouted, we must not let him come into contact with others. It's impossible for him to escape. The middle-aged man also made a cold and heartless voice. At this time, the imprint of the Tao in Xiao Chen's heart became more and more clear, and it was about to manifest completely. Seeing this situation, Xiao Chen also showed murderous intent in his eyes. Even if the opponent didn't want to surround and kill him, he must take the initiative to solve the opponent, otherwise the trouble would be too great. This inheritance must not escape. Once this kind of avenue continues, the threat is unimaginable. Chapter 569 Continuation of the Invincible Stoneman King's Battle. The Stone Man King who was once invincible in the world, and his descendants appeared in the heaven, and Xiao Chen appeared in front of him. This was really beyond his expectation. Roar! 8 savage beasts of different species roared and rushed towards him pulling 2 divine chariots. The sound was like thunder, shaking the sky. The huge hooves and claws were shining, and they trampled on Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's ancient well has no waves, as flat as the wind. With a light flick of his hand, all the thunder, lightning and sky fire immediately become invisible. The two people in the chariot were extremely calm, and they haven't revealed their true faces until now. The desolate beast pulling the chariot indulged in colliding with Xiao Chen. This is an expression of strength and conceit, and it is a kind of humiliation to Xiao Chen, letting the livestock sweep his face. Ha ha! A long laugh came from the divine chariot, with a frivolous tone, and said, "Tamp this sinner to death, let him understand that the heavens are not something he can come to casually, in the end it can only be the dung under the hooves of livestock. They are all prehistoric alien species, naturally very powerful and extraordinary, with scales shining all over their bodies, bursting out with blazing divine light, and trampling towards Xiao Chen." Two cold lights shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes, and he stretched out a big hand, and immediately pressed all the 8 wild beasts in front of him under his big hand. The void was shattered by them, but the 8 primordial alien species quickly collapsed under Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen twitched lightly, roaring mournfully, a blood mist drifted out from the front, and the 8 violent savage beasts were completely wiped out. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chen shook his big hand, and a sky mark emerged, and the huge sky tablet joined with that big hand, and slapped it out with a bang. Boom! There are thousands of turbulent waves, boundless waves, and the powerful sky mark is not much weaker than the incomplete divine map. This is the imprint of the real sky monument, not the phantom of the past. The vast and mighty force of the ocean immediately knocked out the 2 divine chariots, and then fell apart and turned into fly ash. 2 hazy figures rushed out quickly, avoiding Tianan's killing. They humiliated Xiao Chen with livestock, and got such a simple, direct and effective response. This made them have to look at Xiao Chen again, and immediately corrected their wrong ideas. Although the person in front of them was not the ancestor god, it made them feel dangerous. At this moment, Xiao Chen frowned. The brand that had been suppressed just now reappeared tenaciously in his heart, and was about to manifest. Boom! At this moment, the middle-aged man came over, seized the opportunity, took advantage of the moment Xiao Chen frowned, and pressed down with great magic skills, his hands locked towards Xiao Chen's throat like blades. He is an ancestor of war, his body is so powerful that it makes the ancestor gods dizzy, and he also masters taboo magic. In a sense, he is stronger than ordinary ancestor gods. Xiao Chen glared at his eyes angrily, and immediately shot out 2 glaring rays of light, which were the flexible use of Tianan, which instantly defeated the great magic technique that descended from the top, and he pointed like a sword, facing the middle-aged man's hand knife. Kaka! A chilling voice came out, and Xiao Chen's finger sword broke the middle-aged Zanzu's hand knife. Ah! The middle-aged Zanzu gasped, and quickly backed away. He was very shocked. How could someone who is not an ancestor god in front of him have such a powerful flesh shell? Because Xiao Chen is not Zanzu either. The divine sense with the realm of the ancestor gods has not comprehended the original gods of the myriad worlds, but the body and the divine sense are still comparable to the ancestor gods. Such people are called Zanzu, and it is obvious that Xiao Chen's divine sense has not reached this level. However, how did he know about Xiao Chen's fate? He once practiced living sacrifices to refine the ancestor gods, and practiced holy sacrifices and living sacrifices to create such a perverted flesh shell. Brush. The moment the middle-aged Zanzu retreated, the young man not far away made a move, covering the sky with one hand. The original law of the myriad worlds fell down, the space was wiped out, and Xiao Chen was driven into a source of chaos. This is a powerful ancestral god, grasping the opportunity, and one strike is effective. The moment he was thrown into the chaotic space, Xiao Chen yelled badly. He couldn't suppress the brand in his heart, and the image of the invincible king of the past appeared in front of him. It is like flowers like water, like stones like stars, like earth like gold, everything in the world can be presented, the charm reaches the extreme, a king seems to be reborn, the avenue is contained in it, eternal and immortal, reappearing in the world. Obviously there is no fluctuation of divine power, and there is no remnant of spiritual consciousness, but this invisible avenue is even more terrifying and unstoppable, appearing in front of Xiao Chen, facing the young ancestor god in the chaotic space. Through the source of chaos, the middle-aged war ancestor and the young ancestor god all saw the monstrous and mad figure. Although it was hazy, it shocked their spiritual consciousness, as if they saw their relatives. The cultivation base that had been stagnant for many years felt as if they were climbing, as if they wanted to break through the barrier and go up to a higher level. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was frightened and angry. If he let the imprint of Tao pass on, it would be like recreating an invincible stone man. He must not allow this to happen. Vigorously shaking his hand, there was a crash, a divine light flashed, and an ancient scroll covered the brand of the Tao, separating the two sides at once. At this moment, the 5 figures standing in the majestic mountains and rivers in the ancient scroll exuded a trace of misty breath, forcing the imprint of the great Tao into Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the brand of Tao would escape. If an invincible stone man king was created because of this, he would be a sinner through the ages. Boom! He shook his mind, rushed out from the source of chaos, and faced the 2 strong men again. That was just now. The ancestral god, who looked very young but had lived for an unknown number of years, was full of shock, as if he was still thinking about it. Just now he felt so shocked, as if he was one with the Tao, and the origin of heaven and earth. He was about to sublimate immediately and climb another step, but he was cut off by Xiao Chen, who cut off the connection with the ancient scroll. What the hell was that just now? Both of them were staring at Xiao Chen, and at this moment they were even more convinced that this person was very extraordinary and had many secrets in him, which might be related to their future cultivation and status, and they would never let it go. Want to know? Xiao Chen rushed towards them and said, "Leave your soul marks, and I will let you reunite with him." As he said that, he shook out the divine map and swept across the 2 people in front of him. This is definitely a big killer, and it is difficult to shake the map if it is not the supreme ancestral god. The middle-aged Zanzu retreated, not daring to stand in front of him. His figure surrounded Xiao Chen like a phantom, and his speed reached an unimaginable situation. Beyond the speed of light, the time here is confused, and then the space is destroyed. This is the mysterious power displayed by the pure body, forming a double magic of time and space, trying to crush Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen in the center stood still, with a hazy picture, slowly spinning around him, one person, one picture, like a piece of sea god iron in the magnificent sea. Purgatory lock god pile. At this moment Zanzu shouted loudly and cast his own trump card. In all directions, 9 purgatory god locking stakes emerged and inserted in the void, sealing Xiao Chen in the center like a cage. On each of the purgatory god-locking stakes, there is either an ancestor dragon carving or a unicorn imprint, exuding a majestic aura, as if a god ancestor is really standing on it. That aura will change color even if it is an ancestor god, and it is difficult to breathe. The 9 god-locking stakes vibrated violently, like iron wings trembling. The sound wanted to tear people's eardrums, and they went towards Xiao Chen in the center. Ancestral dragon, unicorn, phantoms of 9-headed ancestor-level gods emerged, grinding Xiao Chen together. The purgatory god-locking pile, as its name suggests, is absolutely purgatory between the 9 god-locking piles at this moment, and the blood mist is lingering between the 9-headed god ancestors, and even a ray of brilliance cannot escape. It is completely sealed off, and nothing can be seen from the outside world. Grinding as if closed, to obliterate Xiao Chen's form and spirit. It's a pity that they didn't see the origin of the divine map. Amidst the loud noise, 33 war swords shot up into the sky. The sound of clang continued, and sparks shot out, like meteors flying out of the sky. Clang clang clang. The purgatory locking god pile was chopped into dozens and hundreds of pieces, and turned into a pile of scrap iron, and the 9 ancestral divine weapons were completely crippled. Shintu rushed out all at once, covering the middle-aged Zanzu directly. Boom! The speed of the middle-aged Zanzu was not insane, but he was still hit by the divine map, and he was torn apart all of a sudden. However, despite this, several pieces of the remains still rushed to the 4 directions and avoided disaster. Just as Xiao Chen was about to catch up, the ancestor god who looked like a young man waited for the best opportunity and shot from the side and rear. The eternal sun is falling to the west. The moment the heaven-reaching divine art hit Xiao Chen's approach, the long voice shook, like waves rising into the sky. This kind of magic spell is very frightening. A long river of time turns into a tangible substance, really like a torrential river in the world, rushing towards Xiao Chen, obliterating Xiao Chen with the most terrifying power of time in the world. At the same time, the 999 red suns are billions of times more blazing than the real sun star in the sky, and they can completely ignite the ancestor gods and fall towards Xiao Chen. Through the ages, the red sun is falling to the west. This is the horror of this taboo divine technique. The double lore can completely destroy the ancestor god. In the long river of time, no mighty force can stop it, even if it is as powerful as the current Xiao Chen. He dare not really rush in, but can only guide it. The 2 skylines vibrated and swept the rushing river in another direction. This was a mysterious battle. The 2 had no substantial contact, but they were controlling the time to kill, making it even more dangerous. At the same time, the red sun fell in the sky and fell towards Xiao Chen. This is the red sun that destroyed several war ancestors and ignited the blood of the ancestor gods. Now it has a magical power, which can completely destroy the powerhouses of the ancestor gods. Xiao Chen crossed the sky with a divine map, one after another shattered red sun, and endless bloody flames bloomed around it, like a huge comet hitting the ground with a long tail light. The sky shook, and Xiao Chen was almost submerged below. Amidst the rumble, the fierce big collision lasted for a quarter of an hour. Xiao Chen never underestimated the enemy, and finally shattered many red suns, and then Shintu swept all directions, and Tianan suppressed them even more, killing them twice. Boom! The Qianggu River changed its course and was forcibly reversed, and all the sinking red suns were shaken out and forced into the Time River. Amidst the rumble, the Qianggu Chang experienced an unimaginable collapse. Xiao Chen controlled the battle sword and rushed towards the ancestor god. Kill. 33 war swords shone coldly in 10 directions, and 3 of them pierced through the body of the ancestor god, and all kinds of magic spells could not block it. Xiao Chen opened the ancient scroll, wanting to get him involved. But at this moment, the brand mark in his body rushed out uncontrollably. The young ancestral god who played Eternal Days Falling to the West shook his body and wanted to become one with that brand immediately. Oh my god, it's really the ancestor! He yelled loudly, and was about to merge with the brand of the Tao. At the same time, the ancestor of the war also rushed over. Xiao Chen felt that he had really underestimated the imprint of the Tao at the beginning, thinking that it would be like a dead thing without the guidance of divine sense. How could he know that it was really prepared for his descendants, as the Stone Man King himself said? The invincible Stone Man King of the past presents the Dharma, the charm of the Tao, like mountains and waters, like wind and clouds, like stars and moons. Everything in the world, every plant and every tree, are all its manifestations, the origin of the Great Way, sealed through the ages, reappearing time. Abdominal evangelism is about to become a reality. At this moment, Xiao Chen typed out all the divine maps, ancient scrolls, and the ancient magic city, trying to suppress the brand of the Great Tao. It's just that the imprint seems elusive, it's hard to capture and block it in the first place. Xiao Chen was extremely anxious, seeing that the brand marks were about to become one with the young ancestor god. At this moment, his body trembled suddenly, and 5 clear brand marks of the Great Tao emerged at the same time. The 5 tall figures have different charms, some are as calm as the deep sea, some are as fierce as the sky, or they are overwhelming for thousands of years. They seem to be reborn, representing the 5 great ways, with awe-inspiring power, looking down at the world, descending with a rumbling sound. Boom! The moment the 5 brand marks manifested, they immediately separated the road brand in front of them from the young ancestor gods. They suppressed them and trampled the invincible Stone Man King from another world under their feet. 5 kinds of charm, 5 brands of Tao, suppressed the brand of Tao of other worlds. Noah! The war ancestor and the young ancestor god all roared. The scene in front of them was a blow to them too much. The invincible ancestor, who was said to be the supreme ancestor who could make the powerful in the heavens bow their heads and surrender to all worlds, was ruthlessly trampled under their feet. This result was unacceptable and unbearable for them. The invincible Stone Man King from another world, whose brand was shaking, wanted to break out of the confinement, but he was firmly under the feet of the 5 kings, and he couldn't break free at all. This is the continuation of the old battle. Even though both sides have fallen, it still continues to the present. Make an advertisement for someone missing in a company with beautiful women like clouds. If you are interested, you can go and see it. Chapter 570, Killing the Ancestral Gods in a Row. Even though the Stone Man King, who is astonishing in the past and the present, has long since fallen, the battle between them has continued to this day. This is a fateful battle. The 5 great Stone Kings of the past turned into 5 kinds of imprints of the Great Tao, presenting their Dharma appearance and full of charm, trampling the Supreme King of another world under their feet. No, it's impossible. The ancestor god, who looked quite young, roared. His face was distorted, and he looked very painful. And that Zanzu even rushed over, trying to block it, but it couldn't change anything at all. The avenue is invisible and elusive, they can't touch it, they can't stop it. It can be said that the two felt the same way. The invincible ancestor, who was enshrined by another world for hundreds of millions of years, was trampled under his feet, which made it difficult for them to accept. This is a cruel destruction of the belief in invincibility. This is a strong felling of their spiritual pillar. This is a ruthless trample on their beliefs. The supreme ancestor of the past, in their hearts, is the name of invincibility. He crosses all worlds and is invincible in the world. He is an unreachable mountain and a monument that shocks the past and the present. But now the mountains have collapsed, the monuments have been shattered, and their spirits and beliefs have been ruthlessly trampled under their feet. Spiritual beliefs are collapsing. It was an unimaginable frustration that broke their iron will, and it hurt more than killing them. No, the two yelled, rushing wildly. However, they could only watch helplessly as the figures of the five stalwarts suppressed their ancestors like five sacred mountains, and slowly faded and disappeared, entering Xiao Chen's body. The unsurmountable and unattainable figures of the five realms trampled on their ancestors and escorted them back mercilessly, as if they were treating weak and pitiful prisoners. Although this scene was only for a short moment, it completely defeated the two of them from the voice of their hearts and caused their spiritual beliefs to collapse. The ancient sun is falling to the west. The ancestor god gritted his teeth and shouted, sweeping Xiao Chen with the eternal river of time, obliterating him with the endless falling red sun. And that Zhu rushed over it the first time and shot Xiao Chen decisively. He used 3 souls and 7 souls to recreate the purgatory lock god pile, trying to seal Xiao Chen. Now, it's either you die or I die. The two powerhouses were really stimulated, and everything just made them crazy. A fierce battle broke out, and the sky was full of lights and shadows, and divine power fluctuations everywhere. If it weren't for the incomparable solidity of the heavens, I'm afraid they would wipe out this world. Even so, the mountains and rivers in this area were still affected. At the same time, the battle spread here to a distant place, attracting the attention of a certain family hundreds of thousands of miles away. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay, and used all his trump cards, otherwise, if he provoked a giant, he would be unable to bear it and walk around, bad luck. A moment after the battle, Xiao Chen blocked all the escape routes of the young ancestor god with the divine map, and sacrificed the ancient magic city with shaking hands. The palm-sized ancient city rapidly enlarged in the sky, and suddenly exuded a majestic aura, descending with the momentum of billions of junctures. Not good. Even though the seemingly young ancestor god sensed something was wrong, he couldn't escape at all. The primordial demon city enveloped him like Mount Tai, covering the sky like a huge dark cloud, boundless, and there was no escape route. Boom! Immemorial demon city immediately suppressed the ancestor god there, unable to move, and then a light flashed, a monstrous black mist rose up. Black light shone, and he was included in the primordial demon city, suppressed in the center of the square. There, not far away, the middle-aged warrior was in a hurry. Although he reacted quickly and rushed to smash the ancient magic city, he was helpless. He couldn't break the giant city at all. This is the ancient city where the stone man evolved from nirvana. How could he break it easily? Brush. A huge ancient scroll lay horizontally in the sky, with a truly magnificent mountain and river in it. It didn't look like a picture scroll, but a real world floating in the sky. In that world of majestic mountains and majestic rivers, 5 stalwart figures stand in the sky, standing among the picturesque rivers and mountains, lifelike, and the 5 invincible stone kings seem to be resurrected, reappearing in the world after a long time. Crash! Without waiting for any reaction from the middle-aged Zhu, the ancient scroll covered him. Even though his combat power was amazing, he still had no choice but to be taken in the face of such a tyrannical ancient scroll. Aha! Hey! The middle-aged Zhu let out a scream, and it was much worse to be suppressed by the ancient magic town after entering the ancient scroll. The ancient picture scroll, refining any divine power, is constantly repairing itself. The middle-aged Zhu has completely followed in the footsteps of the demon lotus. The melting of the body will undoubtedly destroy both body and spirit in the end, and turn it into the purest original divine power, which will be supplemented in the ancient scroll. These two people are very important to Xiao Chen, he will be of great use. Because he wants to steal the sky and change the day, arrest the original imprint of their souls, so as to obtain the charm of the Tao in the body of the Supreme Stone King of the other world, and see through the essence of the Tao. However, it is clear that the mark of the middle-aged Zhu is no longer available. Up to now, he has not been able to use this ancient scroll flexibly, and those who have been included in it can only let it perish. Find a place to refine him. I want to get a Tao brand first to improve my strength. Xiao Chen held the palm-sized primordial demon city in his left hand, black light flickered, and the specific and tiny ancient city flowed in brilliance between his palms and fingers, exuding a majestic aura, while the ancestor god turned into the size of an ant, was fixed in it, and could not move. Brush. He left here quickly. The battle just now may have attracted people's attention to this area. He wants to leave as soon as possible and change his position. With his powerful physical body, Xiao Chen kept destroying the space, and didn't stop until he traveled tens of thousands of miles. He stopped in a verdant valley, preparing to refine the captives in his hands here. It doesn't matter if I smash my body to pieces, but you must die. The ancestor god in the ancient magic city said in a cold voice, full of hatred. Chi chi chi. Xiao Chen directly sacrificed 33 battle swords into the palm-sized ancient magic city between his fingers, intending to refine him on the spot and extract the original mark of his soul. The 5 avenue marks he obtained from the wasteland giant palace cannot be comprehended or penetrated. It is a tricky way for him to steal the day and day to obtain the origin of the avenue of other worlds. Success must be achieved, the heavens are too dangerous for him, the only way to improve his strength as soon as possible. Ua. The ancestor god was frightened, 33 battle swords enveloped him, and the divine map emerged, about to refine him and extract his divine source imprint, but he couldn't resist and couldn't move. Boom. At this moment, the sky suddenly shattered, and a big crack in space stretched for an unknown number of miles, with no end in sight. It was torn from a distant unknown area to Xiao Chen's front, and a vast sea-like divine power surged out of the big crack. Boom. The entire valley and the surrounding sacred mountains were instantly reduced to ashes, and the entire celestial vein was razed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Chen was sent flying directly. If he hadn't been blessed with a divine figure, he could have obeyed his call at any time and stood in any direction. He would have been seriously injured just now. It was discovered. Before seeing the enemy, he felt the opponent's strength. Xiao Chen didn't want to be in the open, and quickly tore the space away. Kai. In the process of traveling through the space, the road ahead was suddenly cut off. An extremely gorgeous magic knife was hundreds of feet long, cutting off the space and forcing him out of the passage. Murderous. Among the hundreds of mountains around, all the trees were flying and falling, as if the bleak late autumn had come. A formidable opponent, lurking in the dark, Xiao Chen didn't stop, and once again shattered the space and disappeared. This time he escaped 30,000 li, and was not watched by anyone halfway. He sacrificed half a stone bone, concealed his whereabouts, and rushed out of the space channel after confirming that there were no pursuers behind. Kai. But at the moment he just stopped, a knife glow across the sky struck down for hundreds of miles, directly destroying the endless mountain range below. Quickly dodging the knife, Xiao Chen jumped thousands of miles away, very surprised in his heart, the opponent had completely locked him. He felt unreasonable, how could it be possible to stare at him like this? Suddenly, he looked at the primordial demon city held in his hand, and suddenly remembered the words of the ancestor god inside, that all major forces have their own special marks. Could it be that it was because of the existence of the special mark that he couldn't get rid of that strong man? If this is the case, it is really troublesome, and there is no doubt that the special mark cannot be concealed. Kai. The light of the sword shattered the sky, and the heavenly sword, which was hundreds of miles long, slashed down again, becoming more and more fierce, and did not give him a chance to breathe. Boom. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to run away, and shook the primordial demon city, shattering the suppressed ancestor god on the spot, then pulled out the ancient scroll with a bang, and sealed it in, so that the scroll was completely refined without leaving any traces. Zhu dare you! The angry roar shook down from the sky like thunder. It's too late for you to say, I've already killed them all. Xiao Chen finally saw the man who was attacking and killing him all the way in the dark. His blood was dancing wildly, like an evil god, his aura was overwhelming, his eyes were 2 spots of bewitching blood red, he was 100 feet tall, holding a giant knife similar to his body, like a big mountain. You are looking for your own death. The gigantic giant waved his sharp butcher knife and slashed down. This is a super ancestor god, powerful and far more terrifying than ordinary ancestor gods. The so-called super ancestor god refers to an ancestor god who is above the 6th heaven. This person just reached the 6th heaven, and he is much stronger than the ancestor god and the war ancestor he encountered not long ago. Xiao Chen didn't fight fiercely with him, and retreated again, not because he was afraid of him, but because at this moment he sensed several powerful divine thoughts. He was afraid of being completely targeted by others, and if he provoked a giant, he would definitely be in danger. This time, he managed to escape far away, and the super ancestor god behind couldn't catch up again. At this point, he was finally convinced that the problem was completely solved by beheading the ancestor god who was suppressed in the ancient magic city and destroying his imprint. On a piece of fertile grassland, Xiao Chen manifested, the dense green grass was waist-high, and the green was endless. Although he got rid of the giant god and several powerful divine thoughts, Xiao Chen regretted that the plan of stealing the sky and changing the sun was interrupted and was not completed. Here he practiced quietly, preparing to wash away the aura of the lower realm, and completely transform the divine splendor into the essence of the heavenly realm, so as not to be seen through again. After 3 whole days like this, Xiao Chen completed a simple transformation, his whole body became much more energetic, completely washed away the brilliance of the lower realm, and ordinary people could no longer see his identity. Boom! The prairie shook violently. From a distance, a group of celestial horses were seen galloping. Some were running on the ground, while others were flying in the sky. The sound was very spectacular, like a raging torrent. It is definitely a psychic horse. It is tall, and its fur is shining with bursts of brilliance. It runs like flying, and even flies in the sky. They are strong. Xiao Chen saw a man riding a winged celestial horse, galloping across the sky, driving those celestial horses as if grazing. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt several powerful spiritual thoughts reaching the grassland, and one of them said, "Horseman, I heard that you have a treasure of wood attribute, so I came here to borrow a spiritual treasure from you." It's another group of boring people who want to gather the 5 elements spiritual treasures to find the heaven-defying war treasure. Unfortunately, I have already borrowed the wooden treasure and it was taken away by the stone corpse. The man on the celestial horse replied. Impossible, the stone corpse is practicing unrivaled magic skills and has been retreating. He may have sent someone to you. The stone corpse has woken up a long time ago. Not long ago, he discovered a powerful divine sense. Even the descendants of King Lian were ruthlessly wiped out by him. If you have the courage, you can go and prove it. The shepherd drove a group of celestial horses into the distance. Wait a minute, several powerful divine thoughts chased after him. The shepherd didn't seem to be afraid, so he didn't stop, and teased, "I heard that an ancestor god and a war ancestor were killed 3 days ago by someone from your sect, and the murderer has still not been caught. I advise you to pay attention, maybe the people in the dark are also trying to hunt you down." He's dead. A strong wave of divine sense came out, and he said coldly, "There are masters chasing after him, and there is absolutely no way for him to survive. Many people are watching. No one has provoked your powerful force for many years. I don't know if that person can bring some surprises." The shepherd laughed and walked away. The grassland returned to calm. Xiao Chen put away half of the stone bone and appeared in the meadow. What kind of heaven-defying treasure is it that has provoked strong men to move out one after another, wanting to fight for it? Xiao Chen said to himself. At the same time, he frowned. He killed an ancestor god and a war ancestor, which caused quite a stir. It seemed that many people were paying attention to this matter. This seems to be a fuse, and it may cause some changes. The sky is vast and boundless, and it is very difficult to meet a monk in such a large area. Xiao Chen felt that the other party could not find him in a short time. However, after only a few minutes, he realized that he was wrong. Before leaving the prairie, he was blocked by the giant god who attacked and killed him 3 days ago. The huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him, solidified from a vacant state, and finally manifested. Do you think you can escape? To kill a strong man of our clan, you must have the awareness to trade your life for your life. The giant god held a 100-foot-long sword and stood there like a fierce god. His bloody eyes were cold and terrifying like the fangs of a poisonous snake. Does the super ancestor god really think that he is invincible? Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings, but found no other divine sense peeping, and decided to fight here. In 3 days, you killed 2 masters of our clan. Many people in the heaven know it. If you don't disappear, what's the face of our clan? At this point, he swung the butcher knife and slashed over. In the bright and glaring light of the sword, there are endless stars wrapped in them. They are divine stars that have been refined. They are countless times stronger than ordinary stars, and they contain the power of destruction. It was as if a starry sky smashed towards Xiao Chen, and there was a terrifying magic knife in it, double lore. You are a sinner in chaos. The moment he broke close, the eyes of this super ancestor god suddenly stood up. The blood relationship made him understand the origin of the opponent in front of him, and his expression suddenly became more fierce. He shouted, "Break the knife." The super ancestor god is naturally good at fighting. He realized that Xiao Chen's flesh shell is strong, but his spiritual consciousness is not concise enough, so he directly used targeted terrifying magic spells. Click click, Xiao Chen and the stone bone became one, and the whole body was petrified. He tried it a long time ago, so that the flesh shell can be extremely strong, and can completely seal his spiritual consciousness without being detained. Although doing so would cause him to slow down, Xiao Chen didn't want to fight hand to hand, this time he wanted to fight quickly. Boom! Shintu rushed out, sealing the world. Boom! 2 sky marks emerged and smashed forward. Crash! The ancient scrolls swept across the sky, sweeping and killing giant gods. Quang! The demonic city of Taitu zoomed in rapidly, standing majestically between the sky and the earth, billowing black mist, flickering black light, descending down. This is not Xiao Chen's own strength, but right now he has nothing to do. As long as he can kill the enemy, there is no need to be particular about it, and he will use all means to kill this super ancestor god quickly. With so many terrifying killer weapons coming out, even the super ancestor gods of the 7th and 8th heavens would feel dizzy when they saw it. The gathering of so many sacred objects is really too heaven-defying, and anyone will have a headache and be shocked. Boom! The divine map, the ancient giant city, the ancient scroll, and the skyline shook at the same time, and they were as solid as the heavens. This area was completely turned into chaos and completely destroyed. In the ear-piercing sound, the huge butcher knife shattered, the tall figure was torn apart, thousands of divine lights shot out, and the giant god was smashed to pieces on the spot. It's a pity, this person is not a descendant of the Stone Man King, so he can't steal the sky. The ancient scroll swept across the sky, absorbing all the endless divine power in it. At the same time, several divine thoughts approached here, and Xiao Chen escaped immediately. "Where are you going?" A loud shout came. A figure followed Xiao Chen and chased him down. In the next 3 days, undercurrents surged in the heavens, and 3 masters fell from the alien faction, full of anger and resentment. Many people in the outside world are gloating. It has been many years since anyone has continuously provoked the heretics. 5 days later, Xiao Chen was stopped by the super ancestor god of the 8th heaven who was chasing and killing him in the desert. "You killed the strong men of our clan, thinking you could escape, you left their aura on your body, you can't escape death at all." The ancestor god of Yakongtian stood quietly in the far sky, staring at Xiao Chen. The ancestor god of the 8th heaven is very difficult to kill, and he does not know how many times stronger than the 6th heaven. For 5 consecutive days, Xiao Chen couldn't escape, let alone kill him. "You can't get rid of me, you must die. Even if you have a big killer, how can my combat experience and means be suppressed by foreign objects?" In this way, the hunting battle continued. Along the way, there are often divine thoughts coming to spy on this chasing battle. Xiao Chen feels aggrieved, because he has to work hard to cover up, and many secrets cannot be revealed, such as the divine map, such as the ancient scroll. On the 7th day, Xiao Chen finally exposed the fact of Luandi's bloodline. During a close-range battle, Yakongtian's super ancestor god noticed the abnormality, and Shintu was even recognized by the opponent. On the 10th day, no one knew what happened. In a vast uninhabited land with a radius of 90,000 miles, a burst of blood burst into the sky, and the hunting battle stopped. It wasn't until a day later that no one from the alien faction was convinced that the super ancestor god of Yakongtian had been killed. "What, the master of the Yakongtian died?" Someone from the alien faction roared. "Didn't you say that it was an ant?" "Don't worry, the ancestor god of the Yakongtian is enough to obliterate. Why did this happen?" "It is said that someone saw a small snow-white beast walking into this area." "That heaven-defying family. Damn it. No, it was after the battle that the snow-white figure appeared, and then that person disappeared." Chapter 571, The Defying Family. Prehistoric heaven realm, as its name suggests, retains the most primitive features, with towering ancient trees, big rivers like seas, and giant mountains towering into the sky. This world is vast, boundless, and endless. Many ancestor gods don't know how vast it is. However, the population is very sparse, and often within hundreds of thousands of miles, there are no people inhabited and there are few people. Many mysterious and unpredictable forbidden places, even the strong who live in the heavens all year round, may not necessarily know about them. In the foreign faction powerhouse, the supreme ancestor god who was still furious just now suddenly seemed to think of something at this moment, and suddenly changed his color, saying, "At first, no one knew what happened, but did they only see a bloody light rising into the sky?" "Exactly. Quickly, tell me where is it?" The supreme ancestral god, sitting cross-legged on the altar, could hardly keep calm, which was quite different from his usual majestic and unpredictable demeanor. Next to it, an ancestor god stepped forward, brushed the void with one hand, and a vast and misty primitive mountain range emerged. He pointed to the hazy and mysterious land, and said, "This is this area, with a radius of 90,000 miles, few people come to it. It is a wild and ancient land. It's really there, it's broken." The supreme ancestor god changed his color on the spot, and said, "Is there a master rushing there? Hurry up and chase them back, you must not rush in. I'm afraid it's too late. They've already set off, and they should have arrived at that area." The ancestor god next to him was very puzzled, and said, "Why did your lord lose his composure?" Although a snow-white beast appeared later, it had already left. "The masters of our clan should not be in danger. They just went to check it out. They didn't really want to rush to kill the person from the heaven-defying family." Wrong, it's that place that's scary, because the real members of the heaven-defying family didn't appear there. The majestic voice of the Supreme Ancestor God shook the sacred mountain, and conveyed an order: contact them quickly, and leave that area. My lord, what are you talking about? The ancestor gods next to me were a little puzzled, looking at the Supreme Ancestor God sitting cross-legged on the altar, and asked, my lord, this is... That heaven-defying family was cursed endlessly years ago. If it goes up and down today, it is expected that all members will not exceed 5. In this prehistoric world, there should be 1 or 2, but they have all cultivated to a critical moment and will not be born rashly. Speaking of this, the Supreme Ancestor God's face became gloomy, and said, you were born late, maybe you don't know that area, and there is an earth-shattering past there. Which of the ancestor gods present is an old antique who has lived for more than tens of thousands of years, but now hearing the words of the Supreme Ancestor God, all of them have changed their colors. In the distant past, the heaven-defying family experienced a catastrophe. Everyone was cursed and nearly wiped out. The few survivors also lost their human bodies and turned into beasts. The Supreme Ancestor God flicked the void with his right hand, pointed to the mysterious wild ancient land, and said, later, there was a world-shattering battle where blood flowed into rivers, which shocked the heavens. Among the survivors, there was one person who rebuilt his divine body, successfully restored his human form, and became an unrivaled king of stone men. He confronted his old enemies in that prehistoric ancient land. The sky fell apart, ghosts cried and gods howled, and the blood stained the sacred soil. The blood completely drowned the place, and no one could approach it. Following the coming of the Supreme Ancestor God, the several ancestor gods present were all very surprised. Against a group of powerful enemies alone, this kind of strength is unfathomable. It is said that a celestial giant who had been sleeping for endless years was awakened to finally end the battle. However, he paid a considerable price. After the First World War, he disappeared completely and has not shown his face until now. Some people even suspect that the celestial giant has fallen. The patriarchs of the alien sect below the altar all gasped. That heaven-defying family is really against the sky. It is really shocking for one person to stir up such a big disturbance in the heaven. It's really scary, the Supreme Ancestor God of the alien faction said in a calm voice, but with a solemn expression. It is said that the giant of the heavens has a terrifying history, and it is very likely that he was a powerful man who had already become famous in the era of chaos and wasteland, so he was still severely injured. It is conceivable how extraordinary the heaven-defying family is. Who on earth is it that cast a curse on that heaven-defying family? Wasn't it among the old enemies of that heaven-defying family's strong man who killed all directions? Could it be? It's better not to guess randomly. The Supreme Ancestor God glanced at them and stopped their urge to ask again. That is to say, the master of our family's 8th heaven disappeared in a streak of blood, and the location was in that mysterious ancient land, where the powerful members of the heaven-defying family used to kill all directions. It's that place. The bloody light may not be so simple. The Supreme Ancestor God replied. The member of the Nishan family who turned into a stone man from the shape of a beast, wasn't killed by the giant in the heavens, and he still lives in that mysterious ancient land. It should have been killed, but his resentment may not have disappeared, and the city of God when he was nirvana may also be shattered in that piece of land. There were 2 tragedies before the endless years, and one of them involved the powerhouse of our clan. He was obliterated there, turning into blood and disappearing. Although there are only 3 or 5 people left in this family, they are indeed a great threat. The 1 or 2 people in the heavens should be eliminated as soon as possible. An ancestor god from the 8th heaven suggested so. The Supreme Ancestor God on the altar glanced at him, and said, the heavens pay attention to balance, no one can cover the sky with one hand, and besides, that heaven-defying family should already have stone men sitting in it, plus the 1 or 2 giants of the heavens who have made friends with their ancestors. I am afraid that there will be great turmoil if they are moved. A super ancestor god of the 7th heaven below frowned, and said, what is the origin of this heaven-defying family? I always feel that they are a serious problem. Could it be the old enemy of our world? Could it be hundreds of millions of years ago? Don't make random guesses. The Supreme Ancestor God on the altar stopped his words and said, you can't talk about such things, or you will cause trouble. At this moment, a figure in the distance rushed quickly and said loudly, the big thing is not good. 2 strong men from our clan went to investigate that mysterious ancient land, and they all fell there. While talking, an ancestor god rushed forward. He was famous for his speed, but he was still late and failed to convey the order of the Supreme Ancestor God in time. The Supreme Ancestor God on the altar said after a while of silence, tell me what you saw. The ancestor god moved the space with his hands, and a hazy world emerged. There were ancient wolf forests, strange peaks and strange rocks, and an unusual wilderness. Huge vines covered the ravines, but there were no birds or beasts. Suddenly, 2 screams came out, and 2 bloody lights shot up into the sky, and then fell completely silent. 2 strong men, 2 cold lights shot out from the eyes of the supreme ancestor god, and said solemnly, "That person has already been shot to death, and the resentment has not dissipated. Are you trying to force us to completely destroy it? My lord, give the order. I'll go and raze that place to the ground." Ancestral gods asked to fight beside him. But at this time, the supreme ancestor god calmed down quickly, and said, "Don't act rashly, you are not suitable for taking action, and when the stone man of our clan awakens and comes out of the world, he will be completely wiped out." While the powers from other worlds were discussing, in that mysterious ancient land with a radius of 90,000 li, Xiao Chen was climbing out from under a rocky mountain. Yakongtian's ancestor god was indeed not killed by him. The hunting battle lasted for many days. Even if he had a few big weapons in his hands, he couldn't do anything to Yakongtian's ancestor god for a while, and he couldn't hit him at all. This is the gap in absolute strength. His spiritual consciousness is still far behind. Even if he masters the heaven-defying war treasure, it is still difficult to kill the super ancestor god who has a whole higher realm. This makes him even more eager to improve his strength. Just the day before, after they entered this area, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, submerging the place all at once. If it wasn't for the divine map, if it wasn't for the ancient magic city covering his body, Xiao Chen might have followed in the footsteps of the super ancestor god of the 8th heaven. Even so, he was still shocked by the bloody light. In addition to the battles in the past few days, he was exhausted, and he sat cross-legged under the collapsed stone mountain for most of the night before recovering. On the second day, when he walked out, he didn't want the blood to rise to the sky again, and witnessed the fall of 2 strong aliens. This time, he was well prepared, so he didn't receive any impact, but he was even more shocked. What is this place? Even ancestor gods can be obliterated. Looking at the surrounding scenery, the towering ancient trees can overwhelm the huge mountains, like umbrellas holding the sky, and the old vines like horned dragons can be compared to mountains, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, showing the atmosphere of the prehistoric. What kind of forbidden land is this? Could it be the pure land of a certain giant in the heaven? Xiao Chen felt a little bad. Suddenly, he felt as if something was pulling his trousers, and Xiao Chen was startled, so powerful that he didn't sense the approaching creature in advance, which was simply beyond common sense. The moment he looked down, he almost cried out in surprise. A small snow-white beast about half a foot long stood quietly on the ground, blinking a pair of big pure and flawless eyes, and its long eyelashes trembled constantly. It was one of its small claws that was pulling one of Xiao Chen's trousers. "KK, is that you?" Xiao Chen was really surprised. Why did he meet KK here? But soon he found something unusual. Although this little beast is very similar to Kiki, it is still somewhat different. It seems to be smaller than Kiki. The most important thing is, it even has a pacifier in its mouth and blinks its big eyes curiously. It is a very immature little thing. Xiao Chen had a doubt, the little guy in front of him could be KK's younger sister or younger brother, right? Because it is very likely that KK's parents have already entered the heaven. The little thing in front of him was very quiet and didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Chen for a while, his big bright eyes showed a trace of suspicion, and then gently swiped at Xiao Chen, and a breath immediately flowed out of Xiao Chen's body. The light and mist were misty, and instantly condensed into a small snow-white beast, which was the innocent Kiki. Xiao Chen understood in an instant that the quiet little guy in front of him felt the same kind of breath in him, and directly detained Kiki's image. This method was amazing. The snow-white little thing still didn't say anything, just pulled Xiao Chen's trousers, then turned and left, which meant to let him follow along. Xiao Chen was really surprised today. He saw KK's kind, and he was still so young and immature. Could it be that the adult members of this family are nearby? The little thing in front led the way, and brought Xiao Chen directly to an ancient tree. The towering tree towered into the sky, and the huge tree crown pressed down several surrounding peaks. They walked up to the giant tree, followed the dry tree hole at the root, and walked straight in. Xiao Chen was not worried and followed closely behind. The passage twists and turns, generally spiraling downwards. This tree hole extends to the depths of the ground. It is obviously a dry hole naturally formed by dry human body. Walking out of the root hole, the underground is a chaotic burrow with forked roads crisscrossing and connecting to many huge caves, which is as complicated as an underground labyrinth. Gradually, Xiao Chen became a little dignified. Along the way, he was shocked. He actually saw bits and pieces of broken bones. Although they were all sporadic and half pieces, they all shone with a mysterious luster. They were definitely the bones of ancestor god-level powerhouses. The little snow-white beast in front of it was really quiet, without a sound, and looked weak and weak, which made people feel sorry for it, and it moved forward with small steps. Xiao Chen was very curious, wondering where this little thing would take him. Along the way, some remains of ancestor gods were found, which is really amazing. It seems that there have been tragic battles here. When passing through a huge cave, the front suddenly opened up, and it seemed that there was another world. I didn't expect that there was another universe under the ground. In the vast underground world, there are more and more huge stones, as if many stone mountains have collapsed before, rolling everywhere. Xiao Chen gradually noticed that things were unusual. The boulder had energy, which was very unusual, and it seemed to contain terrifying divine power. This is the boulder of the primordial god city. Could it be that there is a collapsed primordial god city ahead? The little snow-white animal with a pacifier in its mouth, like a baby, looked back at him curiously, and then began to walk forward quietly. Half a quarter of an hour later, a dilapidated giant city appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen was really shocked. There was indeed an ancient god city. Even though it was dilapidated, it was still magnificent and tall, much larger than ordinary ancient magic cities. Could this be left by the stone man who took the last step? Xiao Chen stretched out his consciousness, scanned all directions, and observed everything here. The surroundings are chaotic and misty. Although the city of God is broken, it still seems to contain mysterious power, blocking the exploration of divine sense. The immature little beast, quiet and extremely well-behaved, walked straight into the broken giant city, and Xiao Chen followed after seeing this scene. It was very quiet along the way, and the broken buildings in the city occupied a huge area, leaving an indelible wave of divine power. Walking to the central area of Aa Shenchang, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded all of a sudden. What he saw made him feel unbelievable. Right in the center of the city, a concrete and small complete city of God stands majestically. Although it is only the size of a palace, it looks very similar to the broken city of God as a whole, and it can be inferred that it should be exactly the same. Why does such a miniature God city stand in the center of the broken God city? Could it be that something new appeared later? Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at the immature little beast ahead, feeling that it had a lot to do with it. Brush. At this moment, the cute and quiet little thing biting the pacifier turned into a cloud of white mist, and the shape actually drifted away, and then all of them poured into the concrete and tiny city in front of it, and sank into it. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He had an extremely absurd guess in his mind, and said to himself, could it be that the city of God will return to the city of God? Suddenly, his heart trembled violently, and the 5 great ways of imprints emerged and manifested in front of him. The 5 stalwart figures displayed the 5 kinds of charms of the Great Way, and slowly rotated above the tiny city of God. As this, showing the charm of the Tao. Xiao Chen was startled. Since he got the brand of the 5 schools, he has not fully understood one of them, and the 5 charms of the Tao have never particularly favored him. But right now, the existence in the tiny city of God is actually showing the charm of the Tao branding law. What is the origin of the family that guards against the sky? Why do the 5 invincible stone man kings even favor them so much? Is there any connection between the two? The following will no longer be included in the number of charged words, to help people make an advertisement. The first book, Great God's Curse, carries spiritual power in heaven and earth dust, who laughs at the universe in ancient and modern times. Immortal seals ancient formations, mountains and rivers are furious, and Yinming gods cursed Yunzun. He died of poisoning, but accidentally entered an unknown world. The second book, Happy Immortal Way, is an ignorant young man who was favored by fate because of time travel, and accidentally got the inheritance of the god of luck. Thus began a strange fairy tale. Chapter 572 Rebirth of the Stone Man. There is another Shenchang in the Shenchang, which is specific and small, except for the size. It is exactly the same, and even the charm is extremely similar, which is really shocking and inexplicable. Although the miniature city of God is only the size of a palace, it is still like a majestic giant city, exuding a trembling coercion. This is the condensed essence, and this is the divine splendor tempered by the ancient city. The 5 imprints of the avenue are slowly rotating, full of charm, showing 5 lofty and unknown mysterious realms to the miniature god city below. The figures of the 5 stalwarts are misty, mysterious, and it is difficult to see through them. At this moment, they are the embodiment of the Tao, and the so-called stalwarts are just the carrier of the Tao. Yeah, at this moment, such an immature grunt came from that miniature city of gods, and a milky white mist emerged, slowly condensing into a small snow-white beast, staring suspiciously at the 5 Avenue brands. Its eyes are clear and clean, like a newborn baby, without a trace of worldly vulgarity, let alone a trace of worldly sophistication, as crystal clear as iceberg snow lotus, fully showing the truth and purity. As the breeze blew, the little snow-white beast disappeared with the wind, and drifted among the 5 great avenues. The white mist surged, but it reappeared after a while, staring back and forth between the 5 stalwart figures. It is very like a child who is not familiar with the world. It seems that he does not realize that this is the charm of the Great Way, and a kind of supreme realm is opening the door for it, but it is so confused and incomprehensible. Does it really know nothing? Is it a pure toddler? Xiao Chen next to him was puzzled. The 5 Avenue brandings revolved slowly around the little snow-white beast, shaking out mysterious ripples from time to time, finally making this well-behaved and quiet little thing realize something. It scratched its head in a daze, and then began to wait and see the 5 great avenue brands. Suddenly, a powerful sense of consciousness rushed out, fluctuating back and forth between the 5 stalwart figures. Gradually, the little snow-white beast seemed to have discovered something, a trace of splendor flashed in its clear and clean eyes, and it began to stare intently. Afterwards, he became fascinated and intoxicated, as if immersed in some kind of mysterious realm, dazed and pondering hard. This is a very weird picture. Above the small city of God, there is a young animal with a pacifier in its mouth. It is sometimes confused and sometimes happy. A small God city grows in the God city. This makes people daydream infinitely. It can be associated with many things. It is even more shocking than growing a stone man. Xiao Chen stared at everything in front of him for a moment. His heart was ups and downs. He thought of many things. And in this process, while the 5 great ways of imprints were slowly rotating, they constantly vibrated with various mysterious ripples, which made Xiao Chen's heart gradually calm down. He felt as if the divine river of life had nourished his stagnant consciousness. All kinds of Tao seals, myriad mysteries, and endless insights naturally emerged in my heart. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness was shaking, and gradually became more condensed and turned to a more perfect state. The cultivation of spiritual consciousness is very difficult. There are those who achieve the Tao once in a while, and there are also those who do not advance forever. It all depends on chance and self-awareness. In the past hundreds of years, Xiao Chen's cultivation has advanced very quickly. But in the past 50 years in the wasteland, his cultivation has stagnated without any progress. In order to take away the 5 avenues, he sat there for 50 years. At this moment, the bottleneck is finally gradually loosening, and he has a faint tendency to go up to a higher level. Maybe his spiritual consciousness cultivation base can touch the realm of the 9 heavens. Yeah, the little beast with a pacifier in its mouth grunted again, waking Xiao Chen up. It turned out that the 5 Tao brands had turned into 5 beams of light, condensed together, and shrouded the city above the city. The 5 beams of light condensed into a Tao source, covering the city of God, making it even more mysterious. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness has been condensed a lot. He tried to go forward, wanting to go deep into the origin of the Tao, but he encountered strong resistance, and it was difficult for him to get close and unable to penetrate. Maybe there is a darling in the world, but it is definitely not Xiao Chen at this moment. The 5 ways do not favor him so much, but love this heaven-defying family member. It seems that I need to steal the sky and change the sun as soon as possible. Xiao Chen felt emotional. He felt that he should find a descendant of a stone man king from another world as soon as possible to seize the original mark. Moreover, he believes that after reaching a certain level, the 5 origins of the Tao in the body can also be comprehended. Hey, that's... At this moment, Xiao Chen was very surprised, and made a major discovery. Although his spiritual sense could not penetrate into the source of the Tao in the city of God, he could understand the surrounding situation. Just under the ground of the city of God, there is a broken stone man. That kind of stone is definitely not ordinary. It should be a strong man who has taken the last step. Although the stone body has been broken, but she has a slender figure, graceful and slender, and she should be a beautiful woman in her lifetime. Even if it is a stone body, it also has a detached air and an alternative charm. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. He saw the situation clearly. This miniature city of God grew out of the broken stone body, and its foundation was connected with the broken stone body, absorbing divine power. The broken stone man is heading for destruction, but in the death, life is bred again, and a miniature city of gods is formed. It is the power of new life, slowly giving birth to a new self. This is the deduction made by Xiao Chen. He feels very incredible. The stone man who took the last step perishes, but the hope of being born with a broken body may come back to this world again. In this way, that ignorant, innocent little beast was conceived by the infinite vitality in death. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. In this way, the well-behaved and quiet little beast should have a great background, and it should be Kiki's ancestor. The white mist was hazy, and the miniature city of God trembled slightly. The source of the avenue above dispersed into 5 figures, and one of them rushed into the miniature city of God. At the same time, the little snow-white beast reappeared. The two rotated at the same time, and gradually merged with the whole city of God. The newborn little snow-white beast is a white mist. Could it be that it hasn't really regenerated its flesh and blood, or is it just its divine will? Witnessing one of the 5 avenues coming down, Xiao Chen did not stop it. No matter what should go, it will go, even if it is blocked, it is impossible. The 5 great ways of imprinting may also regard him as a carrier of preaching, but Xiao Chen has no complaints even if he preaches through a body. Unlike facing the supreme way of another world, he is happy to see the continuation of the inheritance of the 5 stone man kings of the wasteland. Xiao Chen just quietly guarded and watched from the side. At this moment, the miniature city of God became more and more hazy, and many scenes and pictures appeared around it. On a piece of verdant land, although a woman is made of stone, she is graceful and beautiful. The aura of Zhang Tiandi is even more extraordinary than a person of flesh and blood. However, when the picture changed, people were amazed. The blood was pouring into the sky, and the peerless stone woman went on a killing spree, sweeping away the dust and beauty just now, with unlimited murderous intentions. That is, did she kill the ancestor gods and the ancestors of war? Xiao Chen saw through the screen that the stone man woman was crisscrossing among the powers, and her jade palms were sweeping all directions, as if entering a land of no one. All kinds of magical attacks on her were ineffective. Her supernatural powers were unrivaled. A pair of beautifully shaped jade palms tapped out thousands of auspicious colors, destroying all the attacking magic. The stone woman in the picture is simply a female Shira, killing all directions, no one can stop her. The dazzling blood flooded the place, no one could break through the blood curtain, and all of them were shrouded in it by the magnificent stone woman. Persecution of my family, the separation of my relatives, the fall of my father, the severance of the family blood lineage, you gang of minions, no one can escape. It was really earth-shattering, and it was hard to imagine what kind of supernatural power it was. Everyone was blocked inside, and no one could escape. Although the peerless stone woman was born in a world of beauty, she was a collection of gods and talents, but her methods were unmatched. No one in the world could compete with her superb supernatural powers. At the very end, when everyone was almost killed by the magic spell, the sky shook, a purple glow shone from the east, purple air came from the east, and a boundless purple cloud quickly surged over the stone woman, covering the land. Zishao Stone King, you are here after all. My family was cursed in the past, and you must have participated in it. The woman looked up at the sky, facing the overwhelming purple clouds from the east, without fear. Boom! The purple air came from the east, directly crushing it down, completely covering the stone woman below. That kind of series of strong battles is unimaginable. Even though it was a scene left by endless years ago, Xiao Chen's consciousness was still forced back, and he couldn't face it face to face. Zishao came to the world and completely submerged it. Indistinctly, the impact of divine arts swept through the purple clouds and continuously shattered the chaotic sky. This battle lasted for half an hour before all the light gradually faded away. The stone woman, like an angel with broken wings, fell to the ground, her graceful jade body was shattered in many places, and golden blood was flowing. This king grants you death, your family really shouldn't exist in this world. If you want to kill me, you have to be buried with me. Although the stone woman's body was shattered in many places, she was still unyielding. She waved her hand violently, and the earth cracked, and a magnificent city of gods rose from the ground. Then, the city of God soared into the sky, facing the endless purple clouds in the sky. Boom! The last big collision happened, and the vast and endless heaven shook 3 times, and the shattered city of God fell to the earth amidst the rumbling sound, sinking into the depths of the formation. In the family against the heavens, a generation of strange women withered and disappeared in the heavens. And the purple cloud was also dispersed, and the body of a tall stone man among them was broken into several pieces, wrapped in endless purple air. He rushed towards the extreme end of the east. Is this all that happened back then? Xiao Chen felt very sorry when he saw the last scene. It was KK's ancestor who was killed just like that. However, he soon came to his senses that death was not the end. That strange woman was not only peerless in appearance, but also possessed unfathomable strength. After endless years of silence, she was able to regenerate the city of God, reappear vitality in death, and grow a brand new self. This method is unimaginable to ordinary people. The city of God's pregnant in the city of God's has only been seen in eternity. It's just that I don't know if she can still have the strength of that year after her resurrection. Up to now, within a short period of time after entering the heaven, Xiao Chen has known the three giants of the heaven, Stone Corpse, Lian Wang, and Zishao Stone King. As for the other giants, he has not had the opportunity to know yet. Yeah, at this moment, the murmuring sound of the little beast came from the miniature city of gods, and the brand of the avenue that was one with the city of gods had slowly risen, left there, and stood in the sky with the other four stalwart figures. The little snow-white beast floated outside the city of God, its eyes were clear and pure, without any impurities, just like a newborn baby. Could it be that it has completely forgotten the past, has a pure mind, and has no memory? This was Xiao Chen's momentary thought. He felt it was very possible, otherwise why would the little beast be so immature and ignorant? How could it be possible that the strange woman in the past didn't feel the brand of the 5 great ways at the beginning, and didn't know what it was? But after all, it is extremely talented, and in its ignorance, it merged with the brand of Tao, experienced the charm of it, and obtained the mark of Taoyuan. This little snow-white beast is very cute and quiet. It seems that it has really forgotten everything. Looking at its innocent appearance, it is difficult for Xiao Chen to associate with that peerless arrogance. How many secrets does the cursed family hide? Where is the inheritance? What is their true identity? And who is the person who can curse this family? The 5 kinds of Tao imprints did not leave Xiao Chen, but chose to continue to return to his body, which surprised Xiao Chen. He thought that after finding the inheritance of the 5 kinds of charms, they might leave, but he did not expect to give up on him. Today, he has benefited a lot, and feels that his spiritual consciousness has been condensed a lot, and he will enter the 9 heavens at any time. Xiao Chen urgently felt that he must hunt for the original imprints of the descendants of the Stone Man Kings from other worlds as soon as possible, and only after stealing the sky and changing the day to obtain the essence of the Tao of the Stone Man Kings from other worlds would he have the opportunity to study these 5 Great Way imprints. He wants to become stronger, become the king of stone men, cross the heavens, and solve the crisis of Kyushu. You can't stay here anymore. Maybe it's time to leave, otherwise your enemy will know sooner or later that it's not that the grievances are still there, but that you have been resurrected. Xiao Chen stared at the quiet little snow-white beast, and suggested so. This little thing is a little confused, looking at Xiao Chen puzzled. The way he tilted his head is very cute. Thinking about how this was a proud woman, but turned into such a little beast, Xiao Chen felt very complicated. Yes, it's time to leave here. I'm blinded by the sky, and I can only guard it until today. If I don't leave, it will be really dangerous. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Chen was taken aback, and looked around, but saw nothing. Leave here and go to the old place of Pangu, which may be the last shelter, where you can enlighten yourself. Pangu Old Land. Xiao Chen showed surprise. There will be 2 updates tomorrow. I was sick last time and stopped updating for a day. I will make up tomorrow. Let me tell you, recently many popular forums are posting photos of online authors. The one about me is really not me. The one sitting facing the notebook is marked as my real photo. In fact, it is Mr. Han Ligyu, the art director of the Tomb of God game. The speed of internet dissemination is really fast. Let me explain. Here, I am calling for a recommendation ticket. It has been a long time since I asked for a ticket. Brothers and sisters, please support the longevity world. There will be 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 573, The Great Secret of the Heaven Realm. Xiao Chen was quite shocked by what he experienced in the depths of the stratum, and at this moment when he suddenly heard the words, Pangu in Old Land, he was even more shocked. Is there really Pangu in the world? He was inexplicably surprised. This mythical figure originally thought to be created by monks from Kyushu, really had its original form. Was it actually a flesh and blood person? In this world, there is really Pangu. Feeling very excited, Xiao Chen looked around, looking for where the old voice came from. The world has its own Pangu. He is the ancestor of Kyushu, the only surviving king of the wasteland, and he has supported the world for Kyushu so that it will not be completely extinct. The old voice came from all directions, echoing in the depths of the earth, and it was difficult to find out where it came from. Pangu King. Xiao Chen's heart was shaken, and he was very shocked to hear the news by accident. Even the well-behaved little snow-white beast next to it showed a puzzled look. tilting its head to look at Xiao Chen and then at a pile of rocks in the distance. At this time, Xiao Chen had gradually calmed down. He was keenly aware that there was something wrong with the four characters Pengu Judy. How could it be Judy? Could it be that King Pengu is long gone? Why is it the old land? Where did King Pengu go? I don't know, no one knows his whereabouts. Why is this? Xiao Chen was puzzled. The heavens are far from being as peaceful as you can see. They are full of murderous intentions. For hundreds of millions of years, there have been many wars, especially for a king like Pengu. The battle with the giants of the heavens was even more tragic. In the past, there was once the largest battle of gods in the history of the heavens. No one can survive alone. Half of the giants of the heavens fell, and the power they left behind was taken over by the successors. King Pengu disappeared in that turmoil, and has never appeared again. The old voice uttered such amazing news, which made Xiao Chen more aware of the cruelty and tension of the heavens. There is no pure land in this world, no matter where there are struggles. The ideal world of the ancestor gods of Kyushu, the longevity realm, seems to be difficult to realize. Even the heavens are like this, how can that ideal country be realized? King Pengu wouldn't. Xiao Chen felt his mouth dry up, and he couldn't say the word, fallen, no matter what. Many people are speculating that King Pengu may have encountered an accident, but although there are some fragments left behind by him, it is not the key point. The gods of the heavens do not think that he really perished. It is conceivable how tragic and terrifying the First World War was. It is really appalling that the life and death of King Pengu is unknown. As long as King Pengu is still alive, Kyushu will not really be completely extinct. No one is willing to drive a king to a dead end. Speaking of this, the old voice paused for a while, and said, however, King Pengu really disappeared for too long. Not long ago, some of his fragments were discovered. Many people think that he may really not be in this world. This is a cruel fact. Over hundreds of millions of years, the giants of the heavens have changed several times. Even if they are as powerful as the king of the stone man, it is difficult for them to truly last forever. After a long silence in the depths of the stratum, Xiao Chen asked, Pengu King has disappeared, what's the use of going to Pengu's old place? Although King Pengu disappeared, he didn't really know whether he was alive or dead. Ordinary monks dare not intrude into that forbidden area at will. Moreover, in this heaven, there are still one or two giants who are biased towards Kyushu. They have sealed the old place of Pengu as a pure land, and outsiders are not allowed to disturb it. You can hide there. I have a Pengu stone token here, so you can enter. A hard stone token appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. He received it and looked at the shattered ancient city of God, asking, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. You escort the miniature god city to the old place of Pengu as soon as possible, and I will wipe out all the breath here. Xiao Chen secretly guessed that this person might be one of the one or two giants who are inclined to Kyushu, otherwise, how could he take such a big risk, and with such a means of deceiving the sky, he must be an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, I didn't come here to seek asylum. At this point, Xiao Chen paused, and he didn't say the word, heaven. But that old voice helped him tell the truth, saying, you come from the lower realm. You knew already? That's right, since you appeared in this area, I have known your origin. The old voice said without any haste, I already know the purpose of your going to the heavens, but those who are inclined to the Kyushu in the heavens can't go down to help you, because they can't take care of themselves, and there are powerful enemies watching, ready to attack at any time. The current heavens are undercurrents, and fire may break out at any time. For Xiao Chen, this news was like pouring cold water on him, making him feel cold all over. His last hope was shattered. Kyushu was doomed this time. Some of the ancestor gods who entered the heavens in Kyushu before have almost died in battle. Too many things have happened in the heavens over the years. Even the powerful heretics have almost been eradicated. The heavens are very chaotic at present. Once the giants join the battle, the result is unimaginable. Moreover, even if the celestial powerhouses who were biased towards Kyushu before, their concepts may slowly change over time. This world is very realistic. It's realistic, meaning it's brutal. Even the allies who were biased towards Kyushu in the past may be unreliable. In this world, only one's true strength can be fearless, and placing hope on others may turn into cold despair in the end. Asking for others is better than asking for oneself. Xiao Chen was silent for a while, feeling that the trip to the heaven was a failure. So far, there are still a few forces in the heavens that are biased towards Kyushu, but they are really powerless, and there may be another fierce battle with the alien faction. And, I advise you, don't just look for them, otherwise you will not only get help, but you may be involved yourself, because some people are really unreliable. Xiao Chen nodded silently, he felt that there was no need to stay in the heaven, and he wanted to return to Kyushu immediately. Can you tell me about the power structure of the heavens? This is what Xiao Chen wanted to know before leaving. The heavens are very chaotic and complicated, and it's hard to explain. Let me tell you simply that the heavens are the gathering places of the ultimate powerhouses. The old voice echoed deep in the stratum. Since ancient times, many civilizations have been shattered, and many real big worlds have completely collapsed, and the survivors among them have finally gathered in the heavens. It can be said that the people from all the destroyed worlds are the strongest in their worlds. The heavens are such a group. Hearing this secret, Xiao Chen was really shocked, which was beyond his imagination. The heavenly monks are actually composed of such a group. No wonder they can be high above. This is the gathering place of powerful people from various worlds throughout the ages. No wonder the invincible Stone Man King can no longer dominate the world. Such giants are definitely not limited to one or two people. Thus, although the foreign faction is powerful, it cannot be the most powerful force in the heavens. There have been tragedies that were almost uprooted by people. The main body of the heavens is still a local power formed by the gathering of powerful people from various destroyed worlds. The so-called local powers also occupy one side, so they have the dominance of a high-ranking giant. The life and death of Pengu King and Zishao Stone King are unknown. The other high-ranking giants are Stone Corpse, Lotus King, Stone Emperor, and Stone Beast. Of course, what I'm talking about is only what I've seen and what I've heard. The heavens are so vast that even the ancestor gods can't reach the end. No one can tell how many secrets there are. In the end, the old voice paused and said, "For now, there may be warriors who returned hundreds of millions of years ago." After hearing these astonishing secrets, Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time before saying, "The alien world cannot be as simple as it appears on the surface. Hundreds of millions of years ago, during the war with the Chaos and Wasteland, the birthplace of Kyushu, which had 6 Stone Man Kings, was destroyed. From this, it can be imagined that they definitely have the strength to shake the heavens. Indeed, the battle hundreds of millions of years ago shocked the giants of the heavens. They did not expect that the two sides had such terrifying combat power. But unfortunately, after that battle, there was only one seriously injured King Pengu left in the wasteland, and the other world only won miserably in the end, and paid an extremely heavy price for it. Has Tianji really grasped the strength of the other world? Xiao Chen was very skeptical, because with a feeling, he believed that the 99 heavy stone steps might be very difficult. The old voice replied, "Since ancient times, a real Stone Man King was born among the alien powerhouses who ascended to the heavens, but after only 3 days of birth, he was destroyed by King Pengu, making his body and spirit disappear." Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He was really a tragic king. His death was lighter than a feather, it was meaningless. The core combat power of the alien world should not all come to the heavenly realm. The 99 heavy stone steps made the giants of the heavenly realm dare not underestimate them. This is also the main reason why the influence of the alien faction in the heavenly realm has not been uprooted, and it has gradually grown. However, there are still 1 or 2 Stone Man Kings in the alien world, but they still cannot compare with the heavenly realm. Only when the former glory is restored, will the giants of the heavenly realm be vigilant and concerned. Afterwards, Xiao Chen asked a lot of questions, but only some of them were answered. In the end, he made up his mind to leave the heaven. There is no hope here, and everything depends on himself. Asking for others is better than asking for oneself. Self-improvement is the only way out. This is the reality that Xiao Chen has to accept. It is luck that the heavens do not bring catastrophe. I want to remind you, don't display the divine map in the heavens, or you will be in great trouble. Once the giants find out, you will die without a place to bury you. No one can save you. Because they are very interested in the divine map. For them, it is a god worth pondering. Xiao Chen nodded silently. I am afraid that even the ancient scroll cannot be displayed. This is also a sacred object. It will be even more dangerous for the giants of the heavens to know that there are 5 kings' inheritance marks. I'll help you cover up the source, and teach you how to erase the remaining aura after killing the strong alien, otherwise you will be unable to move a single step in the heaven. This is what Xiao Chen urgently needs, otherwise he will never be able to get rid of the pursuit of the powerful aliens, and even with stone bones, it will be difficult to completely cover his whereabouts. At this moment, a tall phantom appeared in the dilapidated ancient god city. Although it was hazy, Xiao Chen could still see its appearance clearly with his powerful consciousness. It was a stone statue. The stone statue is hundreds of feet high, and it is as high as the collapsed city of God. Lifelike, like flesh and blood. Although his words are old, but he is a stone statue of a heroic young man, exuding an extraordinary momentum, not so domineering and arrogant, but it is breathtaking, making it difficult to calm down. The most peculiar thing is that instead of long hair hanging from his head, there are strips of ancient vines, among which are 9 emerald green divine vines with pure white flowers blooming, crystal clear like jade carvings. Kazu. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. He recognized the person in front of him immediately. This stone statue was exactly the same as the Kazu he had seen in ancient time and space. Kazu. The huge stone statue asked in an old voice, puzzled. You are KK's ancestor. I have met you. Xiao Chen looked at him with great certainty, never thinking of returning to Kazu in the heaven, and thought that the person in the dark was a certain giant of the heaven. The huge stone statue didn't say anything, and directly swiped its giant hand, detaining a breath from Xiao Chen's body, which condensed into the appearance of Kiki. So that's how it is. Those are my descendants. Having said that, Kazu sighed lightly, and said, counting the little fellows from the upper and lower realms, there are only 4 people left in our family. You don't need to guess who these 4 people are: Kiki, Kei's father, the cute and quiet little snow-white beast in front of you, and Kazu who turned into a stone statue. It seems that you have seen my real body, and now what you see is only part of my spiritual sense. In order to protect the saintess of my clan, I nourished part of my spiritual sense in this broken city of gods. The person in front of him is actually part of Kazu's divine sense, which he split to protect the saintess of the same clan, and the real body did not come to the heaven. The saint will eventually return against the sky. The little snow-white beast with a pacifier next to it was dazed after hearing these words, its long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and it looked at the huge stone statue in puzzlement. Your body is very dangerous in the lower realm. If the Stone Man King is dispatched from another realm, you're afraid. Xiao Chen reminded, guessing that Kazu probably had some difficulties. If it's more dangerous to come to the heaven, even if the giants of the heaven can't do it themselves, they won't just watch the king's birth. Unless they find shelter. But it's hard to say in this world. In the end, we have to rely on ourselves. Although the huge stone statue said this, he was not worried. Self-preservation. Then go to the second chapter. Help someone to make an advertisement for The Great God's Curse, 5 Elements of Spiritual Power, Heaven and Earth, who laughs at the universe in ancient and modern times. Immortal seals ancient formations, mountains and rivers are angry. Yunming God cursed him to transform Yunzun, died of poisoning but accidentally entered an unknown world. Chapter 574. The heaven-defying battle treasure attracts the giants. Crash. Deep in the strata, the broken ancient city of God is being reorganized, but the city is rapidly shrinking, condensing towards the miniature city of God, covering the outside, forming a double city of God. Xiao Chen was careful, and wanted to use the divine map to put away the twin cities on the ground, for fear of destroying its foundation, and the consequences would be disastrous. Yeah, the immature little beast seemed very dissatisfied, and stared at Xiao Chen with big eyes while muttering. Kazu hurriedly transmitted the sound, as if explaining patiently, so that it calmed down again, turning into a cloud of white mist and sinking into the city. With a flash of brilliance, the double god city was successfully placed in the god map, and then Xiao Chen walked towards a teleportation god array, which was prepared by Kazu in advance. With the Pangu stone token, there will be no accidents. It is enough to deceive the secrets of the heavens. Even the giants of the heavens will find it difficult to find traces. Kazu wants to stay and clean up the aftermath, and completely erase all traces here. Moreover, he is about to leave the heavenly realm, and is about to return to the lower realm from the wasteland space. His spiritual consciousness has completely returned to his place, and he is about to take the final step. Of course, it is hard to say whether it will be successful. Even if he has prepared for endless years, it is only 10% sure. 10% sure. Xiao Chen was very shocked. He mentioned the stone man who almost took the last step in another world. Kazu shook his head upon hearing this, and criticized unceremoniously. Even if he only missed the last step, when he really took the last step, he would definitely be wiped out. I know who that person is. He is a strong man from the era of the celestial human race. He is far from fully prepared. It is inevitable that he will go to destruction. At the same time, it proves from the side that the Stone Man King in the other world is still sleeping and cannot be born. Otherwise, these things can be prevented from happening. However, in the wasteland, I saw a terrifying scene. During the Battle of the Kings in the past, the divine map was not fully conceived and matured, and it collapsed at the same time as the 99 stone steps. But in the final picture, I vaguely saw that the end of the highest stone step was like a ghost shaking, and then took everything and went away. This, Kazu gasped, and said nothing for a long time. Obviously, the matter was very serious. After a long time, he said to himself, there is a mysterious phantom at the end of the 99 stone steps. Xiao Chen walked into the teleportation array, the brilliance flashed and disappeared completely. When Pengu Shilling disappeared following Xiao Chen, all the aura here could not be hidden, and the secrets of heaven could not be deceived, but Kazu had already erased everything. At the same time, he soared into the sky and fled towards the chaotic passage leading to the wasteland. Kill. A group of masters from the alien faction were watching from a distance, and felt inexplicable fluctuations at the first moment, and all the divine arts wanted to kill Kazu. However, Ren Guangwu was shining and his mana was so powerful that he couldn't match Shang Kazu's speed, so he let him disappear. It's a mistake, it's not resentment, a member of the heaven-defying family is actually here. The supreme ancestral god from another world showed a dignified look through the picture sent back. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out why. At the same time, a monstrous corpse aura surged towards the original site of the divine city, and the mysterious ancient land collapsed immediately. The endless black fog of corpses lingered here for a long time before it turned into a black light tens of thousands of miles long and disappeared. It's a stone corpse. The alien master was very frightened, he did not expect to attract the attention of a celestial tycoon here, something extraordinary. The stone corpse is in seclusion, and it has been silent for endless years. Why has the consciousness been protruding out frequently recently? Did he sense something unusual? After receiving the report, the supreme ancestor god of the alien sect showed an extremely dignified expression. When the powers of different factions were puzzled, and the gods of the heavens were surprised by the stone corpses protruding their divine thoughts frequently, Xiao Chen had been successfully transported to a pure land 900,000 miles away. After walking through a beautiful river and mountain, the area ahead gradually opened up, which was a magnificent garden of the gods. There is a peaceful place, with strange stones lined up, beautiful trees verdant, and divine springs gurgling, very peaceful and harmonious. Xiao Chen came directly to the old place of Pengu, without being affected by the resistance of the seal outside. Everything here is very peaceful and natural, like a paradise. In that boundless god's garden, a huge stone axe stood in front of it like a majestic stone mountain, and part of the grown axe blade went deep into the ground of the god's garden. Looking from a distance, it is both shocking and mysterious. That is the weapon of King Pengu. If you stay here, I am afraid that there are not many people who can control it. Xiao Chen bowed deeply with admiration, and then walked forward. The stone axe was hundreds of feet high. Xiao Chen tried to pull it out, but it didn't move. He didn't force it anymore. Since the stone axe stayed here, there must be a reason. He carefully placed the double god city in front of the stone axe. There was no safer place than here. Presumably there is a stone axe to deter it, and it is difficult for external forces to destroy it. For the last obeisance, Xiao Chen turned around and left, not only worshipping the ancestor, but also the ancestor gods of Kyushu who had almost all fallen into the heavens. At this moment, he felt the bleakness of the autumn wind. The powerhouses of Kyushu were almost extinct in the heavens. He came with hope, but left with disappointment. The heaven is not the heaven he imagined, it is cruel and ruthless here, everything depends on oneself, self-improvement, the last way of survival is to work hard on oneself, and then open a road to life. When walking out of this divine garden and coming to the fringe area of Aa Pangu's old land, a mysterious and unpredictable force blocked him from going out. Xiao Chen had no choice but to take out the Pangu stone token and hold it in his hand. The palm-sized stone token rippled with a little brilliance, and the surrounding sealing power receded to the sides like water waves, so he walked out smoothly. When he came outside, Xiao Chen felt quite surprised, because he saw a strange scene. There were some monks and spirits waiting in the distance to pay their respects, kowtowed step by step, and marched towards the ancient land. This is simply a pilgrimage. The influence of King Pengu can be seen. After disappearing for so many years, there are still people worshipping it. Xiao Chen used half a stone bone to hide his traces and walked towards the distance. In the process, he was surprised to find that two ancestral god-level powerhouses were also in the pilgrimage team, kowtowing to the old place step by step, extremely devout. No more nostalgia, Xiao Chen flew away and appeared 30,000 miles away, and then he gradually slowed down to find the correct direction of the chaotic passage leading to the wasteland. The majestic heaven and earth retreated rapidly under Xiao Chen's feet. The majestic mountains that were 10,000 feet high, and the huge rivers that were hundreds of thousands of miles long flew past. At this moment, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations ahead, and Xiao Chen saw 3 psychic jade rhinos, pulling a chariot towards the sun star high in the sky. At the same time, he used his eyesight and found that there were many shadows rushing towards the sun star on the heaven and earth, and some of the strong ones were pulled by divine beasts. Why do so many people focus on the sun star? Could it be that the recently rumored heaven-defying war treasure appeared there? Xiao Chen looked up at the dazzling sun, showing a puzzled look. After a little hesitation, he decided to go up and take a look. He was already disappointed with the heavens, and he thought he could try his luck before leaving. The gale wind surged in the sky above the heavens, and its power was so fierce that it was far beyond what people could imagine. When he rushed to the extreme of the sky, there was a destructive force vibrating. Except for the ancestor god-level powerhouse, I am afraid that the half-ancestor would not be able to reach this height. This is a different heaven. This world is vast and boundless, with unfathomable power inside, and it is the most solid world stage for the ancestor god-level powerhouses. When it rushed to the vicinity of the sun star, the undead phoenix birds were circling, and they sang long and loudly, crisp and far away, drawing out divine flames, and some red birds were flying. This is the nest of the undead god birds. They build their nests here. Legend has it that the ancestor of the phoenix sits in the town. It is also considered a forbidden place in the heavens. Ordinary ancestor gods can come, but they dare not presumptuously. Ahead, more than a dozen sacred chariots pulled by wild beasts stopped here, and a dozen strong men all got off here, not daring to be too disrespectful, and then walked towards the sun star, letting the flames burn around. There are also some people who have already gone in first. Those people travel easily, without the carts of divine beasts, and they all ride the colorful clouds and float here. Dozens of strong men. Compared to the vastness of the heavens, the number seems very small, but they are all important people. Even the ancestors who dare to come here are very few, and they are usually monks above the third heaven of the ancestor gods. When Xiao Chen flew up to the sun star, the phoenix bird and Suzaku hovering around only glanced a few times, and did not block it at all. Xiao Chen didn't worry about being recognized when he came here. Kezu had already taught him how to hide his real body. In addition, there were half a stone and the Pengu stone to deceive the sky. The temperature inside the fiery red sun star is extremely hot, except for the ancestor gods. Even the half-ancestors can hardly bear it, and the blazing light makes it difficult to open their eyes. However, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that there are a lot of vegetation and flaming lawns dancing like fire elves, which are extraordinarily bright, and the strange flowers blooming in them are fiery red, full of fire essence, and condensed endless divine power. There are also towering trees, the whole body of which is casted like gold, and even the leaves are golden. When they shake, the leaves dance and make a crisp sound. This is a strange world. The sun god planet is full of life breath, not as extinct as imagined. Here is the paradise and pure land of fire spirit creatures. Finally approaching the central area of AA Sunstar, there is a golden sacred tree reaching the sky, which is over 10,000 feet high and as thick as a mountain. There are many phoenix nests on the huge tree crown. All the monks who came here stopped and did not dare to be too presumptuous, because it is said that the ancestor of the phoenix lived in the golden wood. Although he has been in seclusion for endless years, he is a legendary senior figure after all. The spirit treasures of the 5 elements have gathered, and it finally shows that the heaven-defying war treasure may appear in the sun star. Where is it? Why is there no sign of coming here? ... The monks who came here were discussing and taking precautions against each other. It is said that there is a divine palace on the sun planet, but even the head of the Phoenix clan has never found it. The heaven-defying war treasure must be in the legendary Sun Palace. It is said that there used to be a stone man king who lived here in the past, who was older than the ancestor of the Phoenix and then fell. He must have left behind the heaven-defying war treasure, right? Listening to everyone's discussion, Xiao Chen felt very surprised, how powerful the heaven-defying war treasure of the heavens is, and he really wanted to find it and bring it back to Kyushu, so that it can exert its due combat power. At this moment, a burst of black mist suddenly rushed over the heaven and earth, and quickly entered the sun star. The stone corpse has found a divine sense again. Someone showed nervousness. That's a lotus flower. At this moment, someone saw a stone lotus blooming under the golden tree, and many people immediately thought of the legendary giant in the heavens of the Lotus King. The 2 giants either probed for the divine sense, or manifested a ray of imprint. It is obvious that the matter is extraordinary, and they have all paid attention to this. This heaven-defying battle treasure is more important than imagined. Helping someone make an advertisement. When love knocks on the door, Gobi Ching used to have no worries about food and clothing, but an accident left him with nothing. When he started to struggle for his stomach and survival, it seemed that with the disappearance of the good life, luck came. Chapter 575, Emperor Shizong's brother. The sun star is extremely hot, and the temperature is unimaginable. Any fine gold that enters can be instantly transformed into essence, and only the ancestor god-level powerhouses will not be affected. First, a black mist of corpses rushed into the sun star from the vast land, and then a stone lotus flower the size of a millstone bloomed under the sky-reaching golden tree, and the two giants of the heavens manifested their brands at the same time. Around, all the monks were jealous, and quickly moved away from there, unwilling to get close to the corpse mist and stone lotus, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. How can we fight? The two giants have shown up, and others may have no chance at all. All the sacred objects in the world are housed by the virtuous, and the winners are not judged by ferocity and brute force. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded suddenly. Saying such a thing in front of the imprints of these two strong men is truly daring, it's simply that the longevity star is too impatient to live too long. The person who spoke was an unremarkable old man who looked about 50 or 60 years old in appearance, with a thin body and a wrinkled old face that was dry and slender like a shoe target. There was a goatee under his jaw, which was slightly curved. In terms of appearance, he looked like an old goat spirit. "You guys are dead." This is the expression that everyone showed when they looked at him. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. There must be something wrong with their brains if they dare to speak like this. A female ancestor god who came with him took a few steps back quickly and distanced himself from him, for fear of getting burned. "I said female bodhisattva, female benefactor, didn't you tell me that on the road? Why are you backing away now?" This dry little old man, with a raised goatee under his chin, stared at the retreating goddess with brown eyes full of puzzlement. It's really muddled and arrogant enough. Can such a person become an ancestor god? Everyone around him dropped their jaws, and everyone was completely puzzled. They really didn't know how he cultivated to the realm of the ancestor god. But to everyone's surprise, after the two powerful men manifested their marks, they did not make any move. The corpse mist condensed into a black corpse, standing there quietly, and the stone lotus also remained motionless, like a solid stone sculpture, and had no intention of attacking the little old man at all. The two giants were indeed very human, and they could look down on the gods long ago. This is what everyone thought, thinking that the stone corpse and the Lotus King simply ignored him and regarded it as air. At this moment, the giant golden tree that was as thick as a mountain and as tall as 10,000 feet rattled, its branches and leaves trembled non-stop, and flashes of golden light flashed. And on the golden giant tree, those phoenix nests are also radiant, appearing very mysterious and beautiful. The surrounding phoenix bird and vermilion bird circled back and forth and chirped, crisp and distant. A majestic middle-aged woman's voice came down from the golden giant tree, saying, "Lotus King and Stone Corpse are coming, forgive me for not being able to meet them far away." Zhu Chang was surprised. This must be the ancestor of Feng Wang. It is said that she has been in seclusion for endless years. I don't want to wake her up today. Under the huge golden tree, a stone lotus flower with the size of a millstone made a voice, saying, "You are welcome, Our Lady of Phoenix, I just came to have a look." What the monk just said is right. All the sacred objects in the world are housed by the virtuous. This king just wants to see what kind of heaven-defying treasure will be born. Hee, just to join in the fun, treasures with virtue live here. The stone corpse formed by the corpse mist also smiled, but no matter how you heard it, it felt gloomy, like a peerless evil spirit blowing the dark wind, which made people feel cold in their bones. "Everyone, don't retreat, whoever the treasure chooses, it belongs to." Many people already had the idea of retreating, but now they heard what the stone corpse said, and they didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't know what this old corpse that lived with the world meant. "Holy Mother of the Phoenix, where is the Sun and Star Palace? Please show us the way." At this moment, the dry little old man stroked his goatee and looked up at the heavenly tree and asked. He really didn't know how to live or die, and all the monks felt that it was a miracle that he could survive till now. "I don't know where the previous Sun Palace is. I have never found it when I came to the Sun Star. I live here, and after planting this sacred tree, I have named this tree the new Sun Palace." Hearing the answer from the Holy Mother of Phoenix, many monks couldn't help but look at the sacred tree that was cast like gold, and stretched out their spiritual senses to search. "That heaven-defying war treasure is really in this golden wood, right?" Someone whispered softly. "I can tell you responsibly that it is absolutely impossible. I have practiced here for hundreds of thousands of years, and I know the situation of this golden tree best. The Holy Mother of Phoenix clearly vetoed that conjecture, saying, "It is said that there was indeed a king living in the sun star, but it has been fallen for many years when I came here, and no relics have been found for so many years. I guess that the real sun star palace should be closed, and there are no capable people to open it. Perhaps, it is not yet time to open it again." "That's right, I know that person, hee hee." Even though the stone corpse was smiling normally, it still made people feel creepy, and the spine felt chills, and said, "That person really lived in the sun star back then. At that time, he looked down on the world and looked down on the gods. Unfortunately, he died in the end. This old corpse coexisted with the world. He was already an unworldly master hundreds of millions of years ago. He has lived to this day, and almost all his contemporaries have died out. In a sense, living for a long time is also a kind of invincible capital, and the strength will always grow stronger gradually. It can be said that many unrivaled opponents were grinded to death by him over time, and only then did he achieve his supreme status today. The person who was evaluated by the stone corpses in this way must have been a great figure in the past, and he was definitely the invincible king of stone figures. In the past, I was far from what I have achieved today. I once watched from afar, and there is indeed a divine palace in the sun star." At this time, the seal of King Lien also spoke, saying, "Unfortunately, since the king died, the sun star palace has also disappeared. However, after careful calculation, the star palace should be reopened." At this moment, a monk exclaimed, saying, "The five elements spirit treasure has bloomed with auspicious colors, and is guiding to the depths of the sun star. The five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have been united and condensed into a multicolored star. At this moment, beams of brilliance are blooming and shooting towards a certain direction. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, the virtuous live here." The dry little old man was the first to rush forward. "You are so tired of living. Everyone has long regarded him as a dead person." The light and shadow of the stone lotus flashed, and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a black mist billowed, and the stone corpse also rushed to the depths of the sun star. Zhu Chang followed closely behind, not daring to surpass the two giants, but they were unwilling to lag behind each other. Xiao Chen mixed in the crowd and also flew forward. The scorching temperature caused flames to rise under the feet of many people, and under the vibration of divine power, the surroundings were filled with flames. The direction pointed by the five elements spirit treasure is the core of the sun star, and the more it moves towards the star core, the hotter it becomes. Some ancestor gods didn't pay attention, and the ornaments on their bodies burned. Xiao Chen felt the scorching heat. The heavens are really extraordinary. Not only is the earth extremely strong, it can withstand the battles of ancestor god-level powerhouses, and even the sun star is more terrifying than the lower realms, and the power it contains is endless. You must know that the sun star in the lower realm, the ancestor god can refine and smash it at will. It can be said that the heaven realm is a world stage specially created for the ancestor god-level powerhouses, otherwise how could it accommodate the strongest people from all realms? I've been to this sun star core before, and I didn't find any abnormalities back then. The star palace is actually hidden there. Why didn't I find it in the past? The little old man who didn't know how to live or die said to himself. Everyone ignored him and rushed forward quickly, but they did not enter the core of the sun star, because the direction pointed by the five elements Lingbao changed again. The sun palace that can move. Swipe. All the ancestral gods shifted direction again. Like streams of light and lightning, the undead phoenix bird chirping in front of them, golden trees gathered into a forest. It turned out to be a fire spirit sycamore tree. This is the cemetery of the Phoenix clan. The dozen or so undead phoenixes guarding here were about to stop everyone, but the Holy Mother of the Phoenix hurriedly sent a voice transmission, shouted them away, cleared the way for everyone, and let Zhu Xiang pass through. The Phoenix clan had no choice but to do it. The heaven-defying war treasure attracted all the giants of the heavens. If they blocked it, it might lead to a catastrophe of extermination. The Phoenix clan really knows how to choose feng shui treasures to bury bones. The dry little old man didn't know whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, but he actually said such words on this occasion, saying, "This is the location of the star palace of the Stone Man King." At this moment, the five elements spirit treasure was shining brightly, and it pointed straight to the vast and boundless forest of fire spirit and phoenix tree in front of the cemetery. Amidst the rumbling sound, it was as if an earthquake had occurred in the phoenix tree forest in front of it, cracking space gaps, and many fire spirit phoenix trees rose from the ground and were thrown into the distance. In this extremely hot sacred forest, a cracked space slowly appeared, the ancient palace revealed the tip of the iceberg, and divine light burst out from the cracked space. Boom, the space trembled violently, and an ancient shrine finally emerged completely. All the palaces were connected together, blooming with strange brilliance, forming an indestructible light curtain, guarding this star palace. Only the huge palace in the middle, the door is wide open, open to the outside world, there is no light curtain to block it. The stone corpse and the stone lotus arrived in front of the star palace that had been covered in dust for endless years at the same time. The stone corpse stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the majestic star palace, nodded, feeling a little emotional, and said, "Sure enough, he left it behind, just like in the past, even if he fell, he is still so proud," and opens the door to the outside world, allowing anyone to break in. After saying this, the black corpse mist surged, and he was the first to rush in, disappearing instantly. At the same time, the imprint of the stone lotus also disappeared from the original place. Other ancestor gods hurriedly followed. Some people didn't want to enter through the gate, but wanted to forcibly break the light curtain and enter the star palace from other directions. At this moment, the majestic voice of the Holy Mother of the Phoenix came, saying, "Don't try to break the shackles." With the strength of the two kings, neither of them made such a choice. "Do you think you can do it?" The invincible stone man king back then acted like this. "If he doesn't follow the path left by him, I am afraid that not only trespassers will be destroyed, but this place will also be destroyed, and even the heavens will be affected. I will never tolerate anyone destroying Sunstar. All the powerful dare not act recklessly. Although everyone has their own opinions, they have to consider forming an alliance at this moment. Since this star palace is so complicated and unpredictable, and the two giants are no longer with everyone, it means that everyone still has a chance. It is definitely not good to act alone, and maybe someone will secretly assassinate the killer after entering." But in just a short moment, dozens of monks quickly chose their companions, usually people with friendship on weekdays. There are also monks from the same faction who came together, such as the alien sect. They have a total of 6 strong men, all of whom are super ancestor gods. It is conceivable how much they value this heaven-defying treasure. Of course, these are not all the monks who came to Sunstar to explore treasures. There are still many people on the way, and maybe there will be more powerful people, or even giants from the heavens. Heh. At this moment, the 6 cultivators from the other sect sneered and glanced coldly at the few people not far away. There are 4 people facing each other coldly, without any expression. It can be seen that they are all strong. The Kyushu sent you here are old, weak, sick and disabled. You must be careful, or you may never be able to get out after entering. A middle-aged monk among the alien sects looked at the 4 of them coldly. He had white hair like snow and looked unpredictable. The same words are given to you: be careful, don't be overwhelmed with sorrow. The 4 monks of the Kyushu sect responded indifferently. Okay, let's see you inside. The monk with white hair like snow and the other 5 powerful aliens rushed into the star palace ahead with a flash of light. Others also entered one after another. Then, the 4 monks from Kyushu also disappeared in place and broke in. Xiao Chen was frightened for a while. The strong man from the alien scent made him palpitate. He couldn't see through the cultivation level of the white-haired monk for a while, and what was even more frightening was that one of them seemed to make him feel more frightened than the white-haired monk. This was completely an intuition and instinct. In the end, only Xiao Chen and the dry little old man were left on the scene, and everyone else had already entered the unsealed star palace. "No one is willing to go with me," the old man. "What kind of eyes do you have? Didn't you see such a master? What a failure." The little old man was very narcissistic, and finally shook his head. Xiao Chen was very speechless, thinking to himself, "Just because you are so muddled, who dares to go with you? If any shocking words come out again, and offend the stone corpse and the Lotus King, others will lie down with you." Xiao Chen didn't want to delay, so he also walked in. "No way, I'll do what I can, so let's take a burden and go on the road together." The little old man stroked his goatee, raised his head and sighed. Xiao Chen looked back to the left. There was no one else around at the moment. The old guy was obviously talking about him. "You old man, take care of yourself, go on your own way." He really didn't want to walk with this old goat. "Young man, you really don't know good and bad. For an invincible existence like me, where do you go to find it? Walk around. I will take you to this star palace. If you get the heaven-defying war treasure, I will lend you to play for a few years." Having said that, he walked up to Xiao Chen in one step, took his hand without any reason, and walked in, saying, "Just because your spiritual consciousness has not reached the realm of the ancestor god, and you go in without the protection of me, an unrivaled expert. Isn't it a pure moth to the flame?" Quote. Xiao Chen was quite speechless. This old goat was really rude, so familiar, he really couldn't get rid of it for a while. The ones that go in are all cabbages, and the real strong ones are in the back, such as me. The old goat muttered as he walked. You old man really think you are Emperor Shizong? Xiao Chen shook his hands several times, but couldn't get rid of him, so he couldn't help but say this. If you like, you can regard me as Shizongdi. Of course, if you think it's not enough to show my strength, you can call me Shizongdi's brother. Brother Shizongdi, you old man dare to speak, beware of lightning strikes, Shizongdi will come and destroy you. While speaking, the two had already entered the Star Palace. The ancient palace was magnificent and continuous, like a sea of AA palaces. Not far away, Xiao Chen frowned suddenly. In front of him was a corpse with a half-cut spear stuck in it. His consciousness had long been extinct. It was the ancestor god of the Kyushu sect. The state of death was very miserable, his body was pitch black, his spiritual consciousness was devoured by the half-trunk spear, and his physical body was even corroded. A tragic battle is inevitable. Chapter 576, Kyushu Buried Bow. This is the legendary soul-slaying broken spear. It has form and is invisible. It is an evil soldier sacrificed to destroy the soul of the ancestor god who is said to be indestructible through the ages. The old goat stared at the corpse for a while, and said, it is the most vicious, and it is impossible to guard against. Once it is hit, the soul will be completely swallowed by the broken spear. It is impossible to escape. The dark red broken spear flickered with a strange light, corroding the corpse of the ancestor god on the ground. It was black and scary, like a mortal being poisoned. Xiao Chen looked at the half-cut spear stuck on the carrion, and frowned. He felt an evil breath, which made his spirit feel very uncomfortable. Pull it up and try it out. The old goat stroked his beard with his hand, looking like he knew everything. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to grab the broken spear, but his fingers suddenly broke through the spear and passed through. It looked like a tangible spear, but he couldn't grasp the shape. This is the terrible thing about broken spear. For the ancestor gods, they have form but are invisible. You have already seen that it is difficult for the ancestor god's physical body to stop it. It can easily pass through your fingers and break the soul of the ancestor god. If you can't avoid it, it means death. Xiao Chen was terrified in his heart. This is a terrifying evil soldier specially trained to kill the ancestor god. It is really vicious to the extreme. How can we defend? Only if the divine consciousness is strong enough, can this kind of evil soldier be destroyed, otherwise there is only a dead end. Hearing what the old goat said, Xiao Chen frowned. This was aimed at him. His consciousness has not yet reached the level of the ancestor god. If he meets such a terrible opponent, he will be dead. How could there be such a vicious soldier? How did he succeed in sacrifice, and how did he throw it here at will? This is Xiao Chen's question. It's not easy to sacrifice this kind of evil weapon. At least 3 super ancestor gods need to be blended together, and there is no hope of success after tens of thousands of years of sacrifice. The old goat circled around the carrion, and continued, although it is difficult to sacrifice, it is a terrifying weapon that kills the soul. Once it succeeds, it can slowly evolve. Every time it swallows an opponent, it can strengthen the evil soldier by 1 point. In the early stage, it is a broken spear, which has form but is invisible. In the end, it is completely invisible, and even the spiritual sense of the ancestor gods can hardly catch its clues. While speaking, the rotting corpses on the ground turned into fly ash and disappeared, and then the soul-slaying broken spear flashed with light and disappeared out of thin air. Did you see it? After devouring the opponent's soul, it will automatically return to its owner. It has a shape but is invisible, so you don't have to worry about others snatching it. At this moment, attack it with divine sense, can't it stay? This is an evil soldier that condenses the souls of 3 super ancestor gods. Its owner can summon it back with a single thought. If you don't want to fight with the opponent, you can't keep it. Unless your spiritual consciousness is far stronger than its master, you can show a sharp blow to cut off this vicious evil soldier. Aren't you Shizongdi's brother? Why don't you strike fiercely and smash this soul-killing broken spear? You really think that my old man is full and has nothing to do, so why are you complaining for no reason? If you don't offend me, you can do whatever you want. If you offend me, even the giant stone-grinding beast from the heavens will come, and I will spank him as well. This dry little old man pouted his goatee and made a big talk, but after he said this, he was very cautious, looking around, which made Xiao Chen very speechless. The Sun Palace is even hotter and unbearable. I don't know what kind of material it is made of to withstand such high temperatures. The continuous palaces are completely enclosed. There are passages connecting each palace, like a maze with a huge project. The cobweb-like passage connects all directions, seemingly without end, and it is easy for people to get lost in it, because the spiritual consciousness of the ancestor gods is blocked in this area, and they can only explore a limited distance, which is no different from ordinary people entering the maze. Moreover, their divine power has also been weakened infinitely, and here they are almost the same as ordinary monks. They cannot wade through the space at all, and their divine power has weakened to the lowest point. It simply turned the ancestor god into an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Chen and the dry little old man walked in for about a dozen miles, and saw a rotting corpse again. His consciousness was shattered, his body was rotten, and his body was pierced with a soul-killing broken spear. It was another ancestor god of the Kyushu sect. This made Xiao Chen furious. He really wanted to use the divine map or the ancient scroll to try to take away the broken spear, but the little old man beside him made him feel scruples. "Let's go our separate ways. You old man, go ahead alone. Anyway, in your words, you are a master in the world, and you don't need anyone's help." Xiao Chen wanted to act alone, but the old goat insisted on following with a deadpan face. "Could you be from the Kyushu faction, and you want to take revenge for them? I advise you to be patient. Among the 6 members of the foreign faction, there is another person who is terrible except for the white hair. If you act rashly, you may die physically and mentally, and you don't know how to die." The little old man glanced at him and warned. "Hey." At this moment, a cold sneer came from the passage ahead, saying, "Is there any remnants of the Kyushu here? It just happens to be cleaned up." 3 of the 6 powerhouses of the alien sect manifested at the front corner, and there was no white-haired ancestor god or that terrifying figure with no depth. The 3 of them had sinister smiles and were about to attack Xiao Chen. "We are not from the Kyushu sect, don't get me wrong," the dry little old man explained. "I know you're not, but it's hard for him to tell. You get out of the way first." The ancestor god of the alien faction strode forward, facing Xiao Chen with a serious smile, and said, "Just now I sensed your hostility. No matter who you are, no matter which faction you belong to, it is impossible to leave here today." "Aha, eh." At this moment, there was a scream, and a golden arrow feather pierced through one of the 3 ancestor gods from other worlds, and the blood of the ancestor god spattered. The remnants of Kyushu. The other 2 patriarchal gods yelled angrily, and at the same time shot divine light, guarding the strong man who was hit by the arrow. In another passage, a figure flashed past and disappeared around the corner. "Walk." The little old man grabbed Xiao Chen, drank in a low voice, and rushed towards a flaming passage. The 3 alien gods did not chase down, but rushed to another passage, chasing and killing the person who shot the arrow. "That person solved the problem for us, we can't escape like this." Xiao Chen wanted to stop. But the old goat grabbed his arm, rushed out very far, turned a few passages before stopping, and said, "It was very dangerous just now, and every step of the way was murderous. Those 3 people are just on the surface. The white-haired ancestor god and the unpredictable mysterious strongman are all watching from the secret. If they fight, they will definitely come out and want to kill us there. Aren't you Shizongdi's brother? Are you still afraid of them?" Xiao Chen threw him away and said, "In this way, the person who just solved our problem is not dangerous. Even though I am Shizongdi's elder brother, I can't kill people casually," the little old man said with a blunt expression. "No, I want to go back and help that person. Don't worry, that person is absolutely not in danger. He shot an arrow to remind us precisely because he discovered the dark white hair in that unfathomable alien master. He will definitely be able to escape safely. Then let's go separately." Xiao Chen really wanted to separate from this little old man, otherwise he would not be able to use ancient scrolls or divine maps at all. He believed that as long as there was no one around, in this star palace that could shield the ancestral god's spirit consciousness, using the Pengu stone token to cover up, it was completely possible to use the big killer without being noticed by others. However, this little old man is like a dog's skin plaster, and he just refuses to leave. Xiao Chen ignored him and walked forward alone. Just after he entered another palace, a brilliant divine light swept over him, and a monk he had never seen before shot at him. Obviously, after entering this palace, killing every step of the way, either an ally or an enemy. Brush. Xiao Chen quickly dodged to the side, dodged the magic spell, and savagely rushed over with the flesh shell of the supreme ancestor god. Boom. There was a sound of bone shattering, and the attacker in front spat out blood, broke his arms, and disappeared from the palace in a stream of light. It's really beyond self-control. The little old man wobbled after him, looked at the back, and said, "This kind of cabbage dares to come in, it's pure courting death." Xiao Chen ignored him, and chased along the blood trail. He wanted to try his luck and find the heaven-defying battle treasure. After chasing for a short distance, Xiao Chen felt very unusual. After passing through the first layer of the palace, there was a burst of chaotic atmosphere ahead, and the passage connected to a mysterious area. The front was no longer a building, but a chaotic cave. Luck, the little old man shouted. That person just now is just a small shrimp on guard. There is probably a mystery in the chaotic cave ahead, and someone is forcibly opening the seal. At the entrance of the chaotic cave, there is a mist, and there are bursts of precious light flickering. Xiao Chen was cautious, and stepped into this chaotic cave. The moment he entered, he heard a rumbling sound, and there were 3 people in front of him bombarding the secret door of chaos. The person who shot at Xiao Chen just now looked at the entrance of the cave vigilantly, and immediately widened his eyes when he saw Xiao Chen and the 2 coming in. The other 2 who forcibly opened the seal also stopped immediately. 2 of them were the ancestor gods of the 3rd heaven realm, and the other was the female ancestor god of the 4th heaven. It's you, my own. The old goat walked forward familiarly. The female ancestor god snorted coldly. It was the same ancestor god who stood with the old goat when she first arrived at the Sun Palace. Later, she drew a clear line with him because of the old goat's nonsense. The 3 people in front stared at the old goat and Xiao Chen with unfriendly expressions, especially the injured monk showed strong hostility towards Xiao Chen. It's very difficult for the 3 of you to open this seal. The 5 of us have worked together to a certain extent. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get anything when the others arrive. The old goat suggested so with a very natural expression. Don't hesitate, or you won't get anything. You should know that even Stone Corpse and Lotus King are here, and there must be countless strong people in other realms. There is no time to delay now. The old goat urged. Although the 3 people in front were unwilling, they also felt that what the old goat said made sense. If a few powerful people really came, they would get nothing but their lives. Okay, let's work together to quickly break the seal. The female ancestor god made a concession, but there was a gleam in her eyes. It was obvious that this was just a short-term cooperation. After breaking the seal, I am afraid that they still cannot coexist peacefully. Although the monk who was injured by Xiao Chen was very unwilling, he had to accept the reality, and the 5 of them shot with all their strength to break the seal quickly. Through the sealed secret door, bursts of divine splendor overflowed, and the chaotic cave was suddenly filled with brilliance. Half an hour later, there was a loud bang, the Chaos Cave mansion shook violently, the chaos mist billowed, and bursts of precious light rushed out, followed by divine flames, which were dazzling. All 5 of them rushed forward to fight for the treasure. In the dazzling firelight, a stone case collapsed in front of it, obviously caused by the impact after the seal was broken, and a crystal white jade bottle shone in the rubble, which was particularly eye-catching. The 3 goddesses all scrambled for the white jade bottle, but the old goat didn't do that, but rolled towards the rotten arrows in the pile of rocks. Xiao Chen felt that if he didn't show the divine map and the ancient scroll, he would not be able to compete with the 3 of them. Seeing the old goat scrambling for the rotten arrow, he grabbed it with a flick of his heart. Boy, you are so insensitive, you even fight with me for this kind of thing. The old goat hurriedly swiped around, but his position was not as close as Xiao Chen's, and he only grabbed 3 rotten arrows, while Xiao Chen got 6. It can be described as a dilapidated arrow feather. It is just cut from 9 pieces of rotten wood, and some places on the arrow shaft are rotten and almost broken. The 3 next to them worked together to snatch the white jade bottle, curled their lips in disdain at the 2, and at the same time secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were the ones who got the treasure. All the sacred objects in the world are home to the virtuous. The goddess reminded them in the words of the old goat, lest they compete for them. Yes, that's right, that's the reason. Don't worry, we won't snatch the treasures of our allies. The old goat nodded repeatedly. The moment Xiao Chen grasped the 6 rotten arrows, he already knew that they were not waste, perhaps even more mysterious and precious than the white jade bottle. He felt the essence of endless fire, and the rotten arrows contained endless divine power. The initial glaring light was probably emitted by these 9 rotten arrows. Hee, it's ridiculous. It's pitiful and ridiculous to regard the bottle containing the treasure as a treasure and abandon the real treasure. At this moment, a cold voice came out, and the white-haired ancestor god of the foreign faction led 4 people to block the exit of the chaotic cave. Only the mysterious strong man who was unfathomable was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chen couldn't really make a judgment on what realm the white-haired ancestor god had reached, and it was obvious that he was stuck here to seize the treasure. What are you talking about? The ancestral goddess was puzzled, and at the same time felt uneasy. The 9 rotten arrows are the real treasures, and the white jade bottle is just a utensil for inserting them. The arrow feathers used by the Stone Man King are not ordinary treasures. Isn't it ridiculous to abandon treasures and not pick them up, but pick up trash? What? The 3 of them were shocked and embarrassed. Hey, the old goat was triumphant, holding the 3 rotten arrows in his arms, and said without shame, "Who is my old man, with piercing eyes, how could I miss this kind of treasure? All the sacred objects in the world are home to the virtuous." When he said this, the 3 people on the opposite side felt even more ashamed. After arguing for a long time, they turned out to be strong enough to hold a bottle containing treasures. "You 3, don't worry, the white jade bottle is not a mortal thing, you should have sensed it, you can contain and seal the strong inside," the old goat explained to them. Next to him, Xiao Chen was ready to fight. The alien white-haired ancestor god blocked the entrance of the chaos cave. It was obviously impossible to let a few people go, especially since there was a small conflict before this. "Unfortunately, you are just treasure diggers. The treasure does not really belong to you. You should keep the treasure obediently." The white-haired ancestor god was powerful, with a tall body blocking the entrance of the cave, and his powerful divine sense immediately blocked the way out here, obviously wanting to wipe out everyone here. "No one can leave, you are all going to die." As soon as he said this, he showed that he wanted to kill people to silence them. This is not a treasure against the heavens, you can't be like this." The old goat's beard was up and down, his mouth was poor and cheap, and said, "If you want it, just say it, and I can give it to you." "How do I know if you don't tell me? I will know when you tell me, and I can give it to you if you really want it." Boom! The blazing flames flickered, and at the moment when the old goat was talking, he grabbed Xiao Chen, combined their 9 arrow feathers, and stabbed towards the wall of the chaotic cave next to them. The 9 wooden arrows, which looked very tattered, suddenly burst into flames, shattering the wall of the chaotic cave, and entered a new passage, leading to the palace in the distance. The old goat scurried and jumped, and then ran away. In this special palace, Xiao Chen could not pass through the space, turned into a beam of light and fled away, only following behind. At the same time, the white-haired ancestor god had already made a move, with his white hair dancing all over his head. He instantly pierced through the 3 ancestor gods holding white jade bottles in front of him, tearing them into pieces. Because the 3 soul-slaughtering broken spears had already been inserted into their backs first, and they had already attacked and killed them before they knew it. There is no chance for them to resist at all. It's really scary. After sensing everything behind, the old goat jumped up and down, leading Xiao Chen to escape in this maze-like palace. "Aren't you Shizongdi's brother? Could it only be reflected in the escapism?" Xiao Chen teased while running. Shizongdi's brother also runs away sometimes, and he doesn't have to fight to the death at all times. This old goat has rotten meat in mouth, like a live rabbit, jumping around. Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying fluctuation of divine power in front of him, which made people feel palpitations. The old goat immediately yelled badly, and said, "Bad thing, just escaped Beimao, and met a bigger one." He can also say the words, "Big one." Xiao Chen doubts whether he is the ancestor god. Why does he feel so like a person in the market? At this moment, a figure wobbled towards them, and the moment he saw Xiao Chen, he fell to the ground. He was covered in blood, his body was almost collapsed, and his spiritual consciousness was extremely weakened, and he was disappearing at a terrible speed, and he was about to lose his body and spirit. "Hurry up!" But he still reminded Xiao Chen like this. Xiao Chen picked him up and followed the old goat into the depths of the maze. "It's too late, his spiritual consciousness has already collapsed. Even if my brother Shizongdi takes action, he will not be able to save him." Hearing what the old goat said, Xiao Chen was very silent. "Are you really a monk from Kyushu?" The ancestral god, who was held in Xiao Chen's arms, was bloody, and he couldn't see a human form at all. At this moment, his consciousness and body were collapsing rapidly, and his words were extremely weak. "Yes, I'm from Kyushu. I really want to return to Kyushu." The ancestor god seemed very sad, and said, "I have left my homeland, a history of civilization, and I have been fighting in the heavens. I have no chance to go back. I hope I can share the pressure of Kyushu, but we are incompetent. We can only watch helplessly, but we can't stop it. Now, the ancestor gods of Kyushu who came to the heaven are almost dead in battle, almost extinct." Speaking of this, crystal drops dripped from the eyes of this ancestor god, but his body became weaker and weaker, and his voice became weaker, saying, "We are incompetent, but we really tried our best. We almost died in battle. I know that you have tried your best, you have given everything." Xiao Chen tried his best to instill divine power into him, and even stabilized his spiritual consciousness with his spiritual consciousness. He was extremely anxious, and said, "Don't blame yourself, you have tried your best, and you have done what you should do. We will not forget you." Bloody and Bloody, the 9 provinces ancestor god who was about to collapse, smiled miserably, and said with incomparable loneliness, "We can't change anything." Speaking of this, his consciousness was infinitely weak, and he could hardly say anything more. He opened his mouth, and blood gushed out. He lowered his head, as if he was looking down at something. His eyes seemed to want to look at the Kyushu through the sun star, through the heavens. "I really want to go back to Kyushu to have a look, go back to my hometown." Speaking of this, his voice stopped abruptly, his body slowly faded, his spiritual consciousness was completely wiped out, and a little bit of brilliance rippled out from Xiao Chen's hands. This former ancestor god of Kyushu left the world with infinite regret. When a clear trembling sound resounded in the passage, and a longbow fell on the ground of the Star Palace, shining a little bit of brilliance, and there were the last 2 crystal clear teardrops left by the ancestor gods of Kyushu on it, mixed with a touch of blood. Xiao Chen picked up the longbow and held it firmly in his hand. In a trance, he heard a voice with infinite nostalgia, regret and loneliness again, which echoed slightly, "I really want to go back to Kyushu to have a look, to return to my homeland. I'll take you back." Xiao Chen felt that his eyes were a little wet, something he hadn't seen in many years. Even though he was hard-hearted, at this moment he felt a burst of pain, his heart was blocked, and he solemnly put away the longbow. Let him return to his hometown. Use this longbow to shoot 9 arrows, kill his enemies, and return to Kyushu to bury the bow. The old goat solemnly handed over the 3 arrow feathers in his hand to Xiao Chen. The ancestral god of Kyushu, the bow of Kyushu buried. Xiao Chen was mad with hatred, and grabbed the 9 arrow feathers with all his strength. Chapter 577. An ancestor god of Kyushu disappeared in front of his eyes with infinite regret and loneliness. Going back to his homeland, going back to Kyushu to take a look, is destined to be impossible. Let the blood of the enemy stain the longbow, and I will bury you with you. I will take you back to Kyushu. Xiao Chen calmly said these words. The ancestors and gods were completely destroyed, and not even the bones were left. Holding a longbow in his hand, Xiao Chen's hands are blue veins protruding, and he is holding on to the 9 arrow feathers tightly. I can't wait to find the enemy immediately and shoot out these 9 arrow feathers. Go, this place is not safe. The little old man urged and reminded. Xiao Chen didn't lose his mind, and naturally understood the current situation. The ancestor gods of the alien sect were by no means ordinary people, especially the white-haired ancestor god and that unfathomable mysterious figure. The 2 rushed forward quickly, walking through the passage of the spider web, and saw several dismembered corpses along the way. Lurking in this maze with murderous intentions, they may be killed at any time. The heaven-defying war treasure has attracted everyone. Everyone wants to keep it for themselves, either an ally or an opponent. There are not too many choices. Aha, hey. At this moment, a scream came from a nearby palace. The voice was flustered and frightened. It seemed to be extremely frightened, but then it stopped abruptly. When Xiao Chen and the 2 rushed through there, they saw a terrifying scene. A strange man with disheveled hair was grabbing and biting an arm with stubble exposed. Blood was dripping down the corner of the strange man's mouth, making his snow-white teeth even more white. He was eating a bloody corpse. It was obviously a monk who had just been killed. Blood spattered between Senran and his snow-white teeth. This is simply a ghost, very cruel and terrifying. His loose messy hair covered his cheeks, and as he chewed, the blood-stained messy hair trembled, and 2 faint green lights came out from between the locks of hair, shooting towards Xiao Chen and the others. People, eat ancestor gods alive. It was too cruel and tragic. Xiao Chen felt unacceptable. This heaven was really different from what he had imagined. There really was everyone. Such a ferocious and peerless villain was met. Let's go. The little old man pulled him and ran away. There was a fierce aura coming from behind, and the blood was glistening. The weird man with disheveled hair swallowed the remaining corpses in one gulp. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and chased him down with a low growl. Is it a man or a beast? How could there be such magic? Unimaginable. Neither of them wanted to get entangled with this ghost. They turned left and right in the complicated passages, and kept running away. Fortunately, this maze restricted everyone's spiritual sense and divine power, so the weirdo didn't stop them with terror and was gradually freed. It's a super character. The dry little old man shot 2 bright lights out of his eyes, and ran a long distance with Xiao Chen before stopping, saying, when you meet such an animal, you can only dodge it, otherwise you will get entangled and never die. Such fierce people have come to the Star Palace, one can imagine how dangerous the front is. No, we're being watched. At this moment, the old goat shot two lights out of his eyes, staring at the fork in front of him. Is it that ghost? Although Xiao Chen has already sensed the danger, but after all, his spiritual consciousness has not yet reached the level of the ancestor god, so he doesn't know who is blocking it. He was able to perceive it completely because of his natural instinctive spiritual perception. No, people from the alien sect really linger. For the sake of the 9 arrows, they track down all the way and block the fork in front. It's just in time. Xiao Chen immediately held the longbow firmly in his hand. The death of the ancestor god of Kyushu made it difficult for him to calm down, and it was difficult to comfort the lost hero without killing the enemy. It's 3 people, be very careful, that white hair is also among them. The old goat reminded. That white-haired ancestral god is definitely a formidable opponent. Soul Slayer and Broken Spear are hard to defend against, and his divine consciousness that specializes in breaking people is simply Xiao Chen's nemesis. Retreat first. Xiao Chen suppressed the impulse and rushed to another passage. He didn't want to force him head-on, he had to ambush the opponent, and he had to take the initiative instead of passively attacking him. The old goat seemed to be a deserter by nature. Before Xiao Chen could speak, he had already rushed out, cherishing his life very much. Behind, at the fork in the road, the white-haired ancestor god strode out with a cloudy face, followed by 2 strong men from other sects. It's their luck. A foreign ancestor god was very unwilling to be escaped by these 2 people. You 2 have to make up your mind to suppress your murderous intentions. The white-haired ancestor god looked a little unfriendly. The 2 of them immediately nodded respectfully, their expressions a little unnatural, even if they are monks of the same force, the strong are respected. We have walked through this area several times, and we know the passages here very well. Let's take a shortcut and intercept them. That's right, chase and kill from this parallel road. Hearing the suggestion of these 2 strong men, the white-haired ancestor Shen Senan nodded, and said, cut the weeds to get rid of the roots. You go through here, and I will take another road to surround them. In the process of running, the old goat muttered and shook his hexagrams, and a mess of hexagrams appeared between his palms and fingers, shining brilliantly. Not good, someone in front wants to attack and kill us, so we need to go around. Seeing the little old man's unreliable fortune-telling predictions, Xiao Chen was quite speechless. But at the moment it was approaching, he immediately showed surprise, because his intuition really sensed the danger. He had to look at the little old man again. Is this master a master or a pure liar? The 2 quickly bypassed the area, and then copied back from the front, and found 2 alien ancestor gods hiding in the dark. Kill. Xiao Chen bent his bow and set his arrows, carrying out anti-hunting. The longbow vibrated gently like a spirit, and the bowstring made a burst of dragon chant sound. Although the rotten wooden arrows shot seemed to be broken at any time, they unleashed a monstrous destructive power. It was like a sea of AA flames. The rotten arrows were in the center, condensing the essence of endless fire, and engulfed the front. The 2 strong aliens were naturally alarmed, but the rotten wood arrow was extremely fast and had the power of confinement. The movement of the locked ancestor god became extremely slow, making it difficult to dodge effectively. Flash. The person next to him hurriedly grabbed one of his arms, trying to pull it aside to avoid the sharp arrow, but he was surprised to find that his movements had also become slower, strongly affected, and almost imprisoned. Puff! A burst of blood splashed out, and the rotten wooden arrow penetrated straight into the locked strong man from another world. The bright red blood splashed everywhere, spraying scarlet on the cheeks of the strong man next to him. Ah! The strong man who was shot let out a scream. The strong foreign faction next to him watched helplessly as his companion was pierced and his chest was torn apart, and then endless fires surged in, submerging the place, and he was almost engulfed in it. It is indeed a weapon used by the king. As long as it is sacrificed and refined by him, it is a sacred object. It is a rare treasure for ordinary ancestor gods. At this moment, the white-haired ancestor god suddenly appeared, with silver hair dancing wildly, and swept towards the sea of AA flames, rescuing the torn body. However, he frowned immediately, because the rotten arrow exploded, and the black flame contained in it could not be extinguished at all. The shattered body was burning blazingly, and the consciousness of the ancestor god was rapidly consumed in the flames. My lord, save him quickly. The strong man from another world beside him showed surprise. Help me. The strong foreign faction stretched out a hand that was like charred charcoal, and the shattered body turned into a paste in an instant. Boom! The moment the last arrow shattered, his body and the imprisoned spiritual consciousness were completely shattered, and then annihilated in ashes in the flames. The dreaded rotten wooden arrow looks tattered, but its power is so powerful. Don't let him shoot the second and third arrows. This treasure is very important to us, and we must get it. Two sharp rays of light shot out from the eyes of the white-haired ancestor god, and he looked deep into the passage ahead. Xiao Chen didn't shoot the second arrow, but chose to run away with the old goat, because he felt that the white-haired ancestor god might not be able to shoot. On the way, he looked at the remaining 8 rotten wooden arrows and was shocked. This is really a treasure with unimaginable power, but it is a pity that once it is used, it will be lost once and cannot be regenerated. This kind of powerful killer can't last forever. It's a fluke that it can be preserved until now. Once it is born, it is doomed to disappear. The old goat looked like an outsider, but his words immediately destroyed his temperament. Crash! While speaking, the old goat shook his head again indiscriminately, and said, "Going to the road ahead, it is safe and close to the heaven-defying war treasure." Is your hexagram accurate? Xiao Chen looked at him suspiciously, because no matter how he looked at it, he felt unreliable. It should be right, or I will recalculate. Xiao Chen was completely speechless, and this time he could see clearly that this old guy is not divination, he is completely scribbling and blind. Soon, it was further confirmed that the old goat was fooling around, and there were bursts of ominous aura surging in front of him. There were traces of blood on the corner of the mouth of the disheveled weirdo, revealing white teeth, and green eyes, blocking the front. My fork, I'm really lucky, run. The little old man was extremely flexible, and flew back with a whoosh, turned his head and fled. Where to go? On the way, the white-haired ancestor god appeared and blocked the way. The tall figure was like a wall, with white hair fluttering around, staring at the two menacingly. There was a wolf in front and a tiger in the back, completely trapping the two of them in the passage. Don't act recklessly, I'm Emperor Shizong's sworn elder brother. If you act recklessly, the alien faction in the heaven will be destroyed as a whole. The old goat suddenly became full of confidence, and shouted at the white-haired ancestor god. You're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. Even the stone-sharpening beast and the stone corpse may not dare to say such things, but you are the only one who dares to speak so brazenly. The white-haired ancestor god sneered again, and 3 soul-slaying broken spears manifested, and he was about to strike. With a low growl, the strange man with disheveled hair also came over. Xiao Chen bent his bow and nocked an arrow, and was about to shoot, and even secretly prepared the divine map and ancient scroll. Come and see. At this moment, the old goat shook his hand and threw a stone token, saying, "This is the stone token." The white-haired ancestor god copied it into his hand, and immediately showed a shocked expression. He couldn't believe his eyes, and said, "How is this possible? It's really Shizongling. Get out of the way." The old goat pulled Xiao Chen and rushed past the white-haired ancestor god. In the eyes of the white-haired ancestor god, there was infinite murderous intent. The 3 soul-slaying broken spears next to him vibrated several times. He wanted to pierce through, but he restrained himself. Xiao Chen was also quite surprised, looked at the old goat in doubt, and said, "Are you really Shizongdi's brother?" "Of course, but that Shizongling is fake." The old goat muttered. "Fake?" Xiao Chen was speechless immediately. The identity of this old thing must be fake too, but can a fake one also fool the white-haired ancestor god? Behind, the white-haired ancestor god was furious, and the token in his hand faded like a wave, then shattered and disappeared. How is it possible? It was clearly true just now. His eyes spewed fire, and he wanted to chase and kill Xiao Chen and the two, but the strange man rushed to him. I don't have many hobbies in this life, and I'm quite proficient in cheating, kidnapping and stealing. The old goat didn't have the slightest sense of blushing. The two ran for a long time, away from the danger zone. Brush. A cold sword light struck, interrupting the old goat's words immediately. Except for the white-haired ancestor god and the mysterious strong man from the foreign sect, the other 3 strong men from the foreign sect gathered together and blocked their way. Stop! Don't run away, or we'll kill her immediately. 3 alien powerhouses teamed up to imprison a woman, and imprisoned her spiritual consciousness, ready to be wiped out at any time. It was the 4th ancestor god of the Kyushu faction who broke into the Sun Star Palace, and he had already been taken down at this moment. It was the mysterious ancestor god who took me down. Hurry up, he is coming soon. This woman is obviously very powerful, and it is definitely not something that ordinary people can take down. At this moment, she revealed an important message. However, Nehi had already been sealed by the mysterious strong man, and when the 3 behind her twisted hard, part of her consciousness shattered, she let out a scream, and stopped the sound transmission. Xiao Chen's eyes shot 2 cold lights, and the old goat directly pulled him back, saying, "Go, we are not threatened." If you dare to take a step, we will wipe her out immediately. Is this somewhere else? This is the star palace of the former king. Everyone's divine power and spiritual knowledge have been suppressed. If you smash her spiritual sense here, you will definitely die. She will definitely reunite. The three alien powerhouses sneered again and again, and continued, we will not force you, as long as you leave the remaining 8 arrow feathers, you can leave, and we will let her go. Okay, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate, he threw the 8 arrow feathers on the ground and said, now please let her go. Back, I'll put away the arrow feathers first. The three obviously didn't believe Xiao Chen very much. The old goat yelled, no. You can't trust them. However, Xiao Chen ignored him and pulled him back. The three of them stepped forward in an instant, grasped the 8 arrow feathers, and then showed cold smiles, saying, okay, let's let her go. At this point, the three of them shot at the same time, and they were going to kill the spiritual consciousness of the 9 provinces' ancestor god. However, suddenly, an arrow feather trembled lightly, and an ancient magic city manifested, covering them and imprisoning their ability to act in an instant. Boom, made a loud noise, and the primordial demon city shook violently, but it was also suppressed here, unable to show its full strength, and the confinement lasted for a moment and it would lose its effect. However, Xiao Chen had rushed over immediately, rescued the female ancestor god, and at the same time the 8 arrow feathers had returned to his hands. As soon as he raised his hand, he wanted to smash the three of them, so he wanted to use this rare opportunity to smash them. Suddenly, the female ancestor gods of Kyushu attacked him. Boom, the old goat next to him made a timely move and helped Xiao Chen block a blow. Xiao Chen was shocked and angry. Her spiritual consciousness has been taken over by that mysterious strong man, the old goat explained, and quickly resisted the female ancestor god. At this time, the primordial demon city was shaken, and 3 strong men from different sects escaped. At this moment, there was no white-haired ancestral god, and the real body of the mysterious strong man was not here. Xiao Chen no longer had any scruples, bent his bow and set up an arrow, and shot 3 rotten wooden arrows in succession. The 3 startled rainbows erupted with bright light, rushing out like 3 ancestral dragons, with infinite murderous intent and endless flames, drowning the front. The king's old weapons are not suppressed in this palace, this is their origin, and they can exert their greatest power. Puff puff, a terrible sound came, and 3 screams rang out in the passage. Blood splattered, and none of the 3 arrow feathers missed, imprisoning the 3 people, piercing through their vests, and piercing deeply. The bright red blood was flying, dyeing the channel red immediately, the bodies of the 3 people shattered immediately, and the endless fire raged, their bodies were burning blazingly, quickly turning into a charcoal paste. The arrows of the 3 arrow feathers shattered, and the divine light erupted again. Their imprisoned spiritual consciousness was shattered, and the 3 strong men from other worlds were wiped out. This weapon is really scary. There is a dry sky, killing 1 person will consume 1 arrow feather, 1 less arrow is used at a time, and it cannot be recycled. Xiao Chen stroked his longbow and said softly, 4 people have been shot, and the last 2 are still missing. I will let you rest in peace and bring you back to Kyushu. Brush. There was a flash of light and shadow, and at this moment the white-haired ancestor rushed over from the end of the passage, just in time to see the final result, with an extremely angry expression on his face. Walk. At this moment, the old goat had already restrained the female ancestor god whose consciousness was controlled, picked her up and ran away, followed by Xiao Chen. Turning left and right, it was difficult for the 2 of them to get rid of the white-haired ancestor god. At this moment, after the old goat rushed through a corner, it suddenly bumped into a person with a bang, and fell into a coma, and fell to the ground, throwing the imprisoned ancestor goddess on the ground. I said, big sister, don't block the way, okay. The old goat got up and said, your body is not delicate at all, it is too hard. But then he showed a weeping look, and was speechless for a moment. When Xiao Chen rushed over, he was even more surprised. A stone woman was facing them with a stone lotus in her hair. Lotus King, it is the powerful seal of the Lotus King. She turned around slowly. Make an advertisement for others, overriding the all clans, and surpassing all the clans. A family has a master, and the universe naturally has a master of the universe. Chapter 578, Giants Reappear. King Lian, a powerful giant in the heavenly realm, looks down on the world, and is one of the few stone man kings in the world today. The stone lotus manifested in a human form, standing quietly in front of her, blending with the surrounding environment. She was clearly standing in front of her, but people could not perceive her existence. She was as keen as an old goat before she could detect it, and was knocked into a gourd. The old goat sprang up with a whoosh, and quickly backed away, picked up the 9 provinces ancestral goddess, and pulled Xiao Chen to prepare to run away at any time. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry on the night road, and I bumped into it by mistake. The flames in the Sun Palace were shining, and the words of the dry little old man made Xiao Chen blush. Although this stone woman is just a ray of incarnation mark, it is enough to shock the gods in the Sun Palace. If you annoy her, I am afraid that the destruction will be in an instant, and there are not many people in the sky and on the earth who can stop it. However, the incarnation of the Lotus King was very calm, without any expression, standing there quietly like a statue, motionless. I see where you are going. In the distance, at the end of a passage, the white-haired ancestral god rushed over like a mountain, like a torrent of steel. The vibrating passage was trembling, revealing his murderous intent. However, when he rushed forward and saw Queen Lian at the corner, his murderous aura immediately receded like a tide, and he disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Bai Mao, what are you yelling about? At this moment, the dry little old man stroked his goatee, squinted his small eyes and looked at the Bai-hair patriarch god, and said, didn't you see King Lian here, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Xiao Chen was a little stunned. This old goat used this opportunity to suppress the white-haired ancestor god. It was really daring. One must know that he had just bumped into the Lotus King, and now he dared to use the opportunity like this. I really don't know where this old guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death has the courage. The white-haired ancestor god suddenly showed a fierce light, staring at the old goat. His endless murderous intent almost turned into a tangible substance. Presumptuous, you dare to kill in front of King Lian, are you tired of living? The old goat fox pretended to be angry, and shouted, don't kneel down and plead guilty to King Lian. The white-haired ancestor god had the urge to devour him alive, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous here. In front of him was the celestial giant Lianwang. Meet the Lotus King. The white-haired ancestor god gave a deep gift, very respectful, which was quite different from the aggressive look before. Lianwang has a graceful body and graceful curves, and she is obviously a woman who is alluring. But her true face could not be seen clearly, because the mist there was hazy, covering the king's jade face. She just nodded her head lightly, and then said nothing. Stay back quickly, don't you want King Lian to ask you to leave? It's no good, don't be an eyesore here. The old goat waved his hand impatiently as if he needed a beating. Not only the white-haired ancestor god had the urge to eat him alive, even Xiao Chen wanted to beat him up violently. This is in the face of the real celestial giant Lianwang. The white-haired ancestor god stared at the old goat with cold eyes, like the fangs of a poisonous snake flickering coldly. But at this moment, the Lotus King glanced at him, and the 2 divine lights in the stone man's eyes immediately shook his soul. He stepped back a few steps, his consciousness almost cracked, and then he hurriedly bowed and left in a hurry. I. This is the mania in the heart of the white-haired ancestor god. He really wanted to yell at him, but Lianwang didn't clean up that old thing. Could it be that there is really some friendship? But how could it be possible? He left here bitterly. And at this moment Xiao Chen is also confused. What is the origin of this old goat? Could it be that he really knows Emperor Shizong, otherwise why would King Lian be a little partial? At this moment, the Lotus King moved in lotus steps, walking towards this side. Boom! The old goat fell to the ground suddenly, and was trampled by a lotus foot, and the stone man Lianwang left like this, walking towards the depths of the Sun Palace. It was not until a long time ago that the old goat regained its ability to move, but the footprints on its face were still clearly visible. I fork. He jumped up and cursed. %. Shut up, are you tired of living? Xiao Chen hastily grabbed him. This old guy is really capable of causing trouble. I'm Shizongdi, his brother, how dare he treat me like this, it's really bullying by Lian. Sooner or later, I want her to look good. Stop bragging, the stars of the sun are almost drowned by your spittle. Xiao Chen felt more shameful the more he heard it, and hurriedly stopped him, saying, whoever asked you to take advantage of the situation indiscriminately, and you were not killed, you were lucky. The old goat chattered endlessly, as if he was really a master of the world, with an angry look. The 2 stayed here for a short time, and after a lot of hard work, they rescued the female ancestor god from Kyushu. When the female ancestor god woke up, she rejected the 2 people's suggestion to go on the road together, and left sadly alone. When he was on the road, the old goat insisted on chasing down the road of King Lian, saying that the heaven-defying war treasure must be in front of this passage, otherwise the giant in the heaven would not appear here. In this way, they stopped and went, searching, and marched for more than half a day. Along the way, they found the corpses of several strong men. Seeing that Xiao Chen was collecting the meat shells of the ancestor god, the old goat shook his head again and said, Xiao Papi, you don't even let people's bodies go, you are too dishonest. Xiao Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him. There may be some ancestral god flesh shells in the heavens, but it is difficult to find them in the lower realms. Even though the holy sacrifice is of no use to him, it can still help others. When he walked into a large hall, the old goat looked at the stone statue enshrined high above, and said, why does it look familiar? This seems to be the statue of the king in the Sun Palace. Have you seen? I haven't seen it, but Shizongdi has seen it. I naturally know it. The old goat circled the stone statue and said, this place is infinitely close to the heaven-defying war treasure. It seems that we have really come to the central area. Maybe there is some treasure here. At this moment, the little old man squinted his eyes, and suddenly shot 2 rays of light, saying, this stone statue is a treasure, move it away. We can't be so thorough, we don't even let go of other people's statues. You even collect the corpses, and you still care about the statues or not. I will move them. The old goat moved the stone statue that had been somewhat blurred by the years of tempering in front of the mountain. Rumble. The moment the stone statue was lifted up, there was a thunderous sound, countless electric lights fell, the little old man was scorched black all over, his beard and hair stood on end, it was too horrible to look at. Your mother, isn't it just moving a rotten stone, as for being struck by lightning like this? It deserves it. Xiao Chen laughed loudly. Boom. At this moment, a chaotic atmosphere erupted, immediately making the hall hazy and full of mystery. I knew it was weird. The little old man was overjoyed. A mysterious space appeared in front of it, where the chaotic mist surged, and there was a chaotic pavilion floating quietly, standing still. Walk. The two rushed in quickly, very similar to the scene when they found the rotten wooden arrow before, there must be a powerful spirit treasure sealed here. The surrounding chaos contained thunder, and the moment the two of them entered, they slashed wildly. Even the ancestor gods would lose their color, and they could definitely severely damage the flesh shell of the ancestor gods, not to mention the strong man who was suppressed by divine power and spiritual knowledge here at this moment. Rise. At this moment, the old goat shouted, lifted the stone statue of the king, and blocked it in front of him. All the chaotic thunder, brilliance flickered, surged and rushed into the stone statue. Xiao Chen couldn't help marveling at the old goat's vision, it was really unique, this stone statue was indeed a powerful treasure, attracting thousands of thunder and lightning. Whoosh! At this moment, a light and shadow rushed in front of Xiao Chen and the old goat, and landed on the chaotic palace. Boom! But that person had been there before, and he retreated quickly, pierced by a sharp sword energy, a wave of blood spurted out from his chest, and he staggered back. You deserve it. These were the words of the old goat, if you want to pick peaches halfway and grab the fruits of our victory, you deserve it. In that gazebo, quietly suspended a stone sword, which looked simple and unpretentious, without any energy fluctuations. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately, this is a powerful stone soldier. I'm afraid both Lianwang and Shishi will be tempted. The old goat also screamed, stone soldiers. A powerful stone soldier is a treasure even in heaven. Especially a complete evolutionary body, a weapon that has completely followed the transformation of the former Stone Man King, will be a soldier that even the giants of the heavens will be excited about. Oh, what a pity. Although this stone soldier is a treasure that has really transformed, it was destroyed. It must be the spoils obtained by the master of the Sunstar Palace for defeating the opponent. The old goat shook his head and sighed, as if he was very regretful. Xiao Chen also saw that the stone sword had already been broken into several pieces, the cracks were very obvious, and now it was just glued to everything by force. But it's still a treasure, so that's good, so that King Lian and the old corpse won't be tempted to kill him. The old goat murmured, and then walked forward with the statue of the king in his arms. Kai! A sword light swept out, the quaint stone sword burst into light, and the golden sword energy swept across the 10 directions. However, when he got close to the statue, all the sword glows disappeared. With a flash of light and shadow, the old goat rushed into the pavilion, took off the stone sword, and quickly jumped back from the pavilion circle. I have to sigh again, this old guy has vicious eyes, and he has long seen that the statue of the king is the key to obtaining treasures. The treasure hunter just now shot 2 fierce lights from his eyes, looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen with an unfriendly expression, then turned and left. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen sacrificed the ancient magic city. Anyway, this treasure has already been exposed, so there is no need to worry about it. That person was suppressed all at once. Yes, we can't let him go, he must be looking for someone to seize the treasure. At this time, the old goat rushed over and swung the stone sword forward. Puff! The blood spattered, splitting the man in two, and then the sword light spat out, crushing his consciousness again. But when Xiao Chen came out of this chaotic space, he found 7 or 8 figures standing in the hall, completely blocking the place, and everyone was staring at the stone sword. Everyone, I'm not wrong. Chasing these 2 people down, you won't suffer. The white-haired ancestor god manifested, with a very gloomy expression. You really linger, Xiao Chen shouted. What are you still doing in a daze? You all shot at the same time, sacrificed the 2 of them, and then discussed the ownership of the stone sword. The white-haired ancestor god smiled cruelly, and when he looked at Xiao Chen and the old goat, his eyes were cold. In an instant, 7 or 8 people burst out with endless killing intent. I'm worrying everyone, if you want this stone sword, no problem, I'll give it to you. At this point, the old goat directly reopened the broken stone sword in several pieces, and threw them out separately. It's very straightforward and doesn't care at all, it's completely like throwing garbage. There was a commotion among 7 or 8 strong men, and they rushed to snatch it. Even the white-haired ancestor god was no exception, and grabbed a piece of the sword tip. Almost everyone got a piece of stone sword. There was a short period of calm, and then a burst of divine light broke out in an instant. Some people were unwilling to do so, and started to attack the people around them, wanting to seek more. Even the white-haired ancestral god of the alien faction was forced to take action, and 3 soul-killing broken spears manifested silently, killing a personality who was sneaking up on him on the spot. Get rid of him first, otherwise everyone in this place will be threatened by him. Several people nearby felt the fear of the white-haired ancestor god, and shot him at the same time. Go! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen and the old goat retreated quickly, and then hid in the distance, ready to make a move if necessary. Roar-a! A deep roar sounded, and the strange man with disheveled hair appeared and rushed into the palace, where there were sudden gusts of wind and thunder, and screams from time to time. The strange man blocked the entrance of the main hall, and he kept attacking, and there were bursts of creepy sounds. It was the sound of bones being crushed, and it was obvious that the strange man was eating the living. In the end, the voices in the hall gradually calmed down, and it seemed that all the strong men had been killed. Xiao Chen and the old goat looked at each other, feeling chills down their backs. This strange man was too scary. Boom! At this moment, the strange man blocking the exit of the hall was blasted away by a powerful force, and a severed arm he was eating raw fell to the ground. The only survivor rushed out, and the white-haired ancestor god was in a state of distress, covered in blood. At this moment, one of his arms was broken, and his bones were stubbled. The strange man was actually eating raw and pretending to be dead. The white-haired ancestor god was covered in blood, extremely miserable, and rushed out in a panic. Puff! The stone sword reassembled by the strange man shot out, piercing through the white-haired ancestor god and nailing him to the ground, blood spattering. The lost soul. At this moment, the old goat seemed to have remembered something, and stared at the strange man. Puff! Blood rushed up. The white-haired ancestor god struggled, tore his body apart, turned into a beam of light and fled away. The strange man did not chase after him, took back the stone sword and walked into the hall. Chase! Xiao Chen felt that this was a rare opportunity, followed the blood trail, quickly bent his bow and set an arrow, and shot at the figure. A divine rainbow rushed forward with the fire, and there was a loud bang. The white-haired ancestor god was hit by an arrow, and was carried by the arrow feathers to fly more than 10 feet away, and fell to the ground, where the fire covered it. Boom! Sparks shot out, and the arrow feathers exploded, tearing apart the white-haired ancestral god, and burning it blazingly. He's not dead. The old goat looked forward solemnly. At this moment, the fragmented body was reassembled together, and the 3 soul-slaying broken spears became one, becoming very solid, manifesting its true appearance, and quickly pierced towards Xiao Chen and the others. Not even the rotten wooden arrows could kill him. Boy, you are doomed this time, and I can't save you, so I can barely protect myself. The old goat fled away first, and disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The soul-killing broken spear surpassed the speed limit, and caught up with Xiao Chen, who was flying away in the blink of an eye. You are dead. The white-haired ancestor god's voice was indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations, but the killing intent came from the bottom of his heart. He was connected with the soul-killing broken spear, and immediately followed. Xiao Chen saw that the old goat disappeared, and now he was in a desperate situation again. Without any hesitation, he shook his hands and unfolded the ancient scroll. There was a crash sound, and the light and mist filled it. The magnificent mountains and rivers in it seemed like a real world, and the 5 majestic figures seemed to be stepping out of the ancient scroll. Brush, soul-slaying broken spear was taken in without a sound. That Isa, the white-haired ancestor god was shocked, and immediately changed his color. The moment he saw the 5 stalwart figures, he felt a trembling feeling. He remembered the figures drawn by the old antique of the alien sect when he was a child. Isn't it these people, the strongest enemy of the past? He turned and walked away, with no desire to fight at all. Crash! The ancient scroll moved and shrouded it forward. The white-haired ancestor god shouted, but he couldn't change anything at all. His divine power and spiritual knowledge were infinitely suppressed here. However, the ancient scroll was sacrificed by the 5 powerful men who were also kings, and it was not affected in the slightest here, and it immediately covered the white-haired ancestor god inside. Broken soul, the white-haired ancestor god roared, and half of the remnant soul rushed out, letting the flesh shell and the other half of the soul body be taken in by the ancient scroll, and the remnant soul turned into a beam of light and fled away. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to let him go. He bent his bow and set an arrow, and shot the rotten wooden arrow again. Kai, the divine rainbow illuminated the passage, and the flames flickered fiercely. This time, the white-haired ancestor god was doomed, and was shot to pieces in an instant. Boy, I'm here to collect your body, you died so badly. Not long after, the old goat wandered out and howled dryly, hey, why are you still alive? Xiao Chen, how did you get rid of the white hair? The old goat moved around him, but then he showed a mysterious smile and said, hey, my old man really saw the right person, boy, I will borrow your picture for 2 days later. What, did you see? Xiao Chen immediately prepared the ancient scroll, ready to take action at any time. Don't be impulsive, I have no malicious intentions, otherwise I will never run back and let you kill with pictures. The old goat waved his hands repeatedly. Who the hell are you? Emperor Shi Zhong, his brother. Weena A. At this moment, the long bell rang, coming from the depths of the Sun Palace. No, someone has entered the deepest part of the Star Palace and reached the central area where the heaven-defying war treasure is hidden. The old goat suddenly changed color. HMPH, you're here, too. At this moment, the stone corpse's voice shook the Sun and Star Palace. The treasure of war is against the sky, and the virtuous live there. I, a man of great virtue, will naturally come. Chapter 579. In the depths of the Sun-Star Palace, bells rang melodiously, indicating that someone had arrived at the place where the heaven-defying war treasure was hidden. At this moment, the voices of the stone corpse and the sharpening stone beast sounded, and the dialogue between the 2 giants of the heavens shook the entire Sun-Star Palace. The old goat frowned suddenly, and said to himself, why are these people here? Stone corpse, Lotus King, stone beast, several giants of the heavens have manifested here one after another, so how can the others compete for it? With them intimidating here, others may not have a chance. Xiao Chen felt very helpless. He had no power to compete with several giants from the heavenly world. It was hard to imagine what this heaven-defying treasure was. It's true that good people don't last long, and they have been harmed for hundreds of millions of years. These people should have turned into dung long ago, and they are still living in the world with shamelessness. It's really shameless. Hearing the old goat muttering like this, Xiao Chen was completely convinced. This old guy is too different. He can say such things. It takes extraordinary courage to dare to slander several giants like this. There is no need to back down. Those who are virtuous in the heaven-defying war treasure live there. I think my old man is 100 times more virtuous than those few people. It is none other than me. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe the war treasure will throw itself into its arms and fly here on its own. Xiao Chen ignored him directly. He had never seen such a thick-skinned person before, but he didn't intend to give up, but continued to walk in. Because the war treasure must have an unusual origin, it has provoked several kings who have been in seclusion for endless years to compete for it. It would be a pity to miss it. Of course, this would take a great risk. Xiao Chen didn't want to get too close, but just waited and watched from afar. Weena A. The sound of the bell cleanses people's souls and calms down all the irritable people. At this moment, everyone who enters the Sun Palace walks towards the center. Noisy, you've been dead for so long, and you still want to order the world to fail. You were king back then, but now you're dung, you should rest in peace. This was the cold voice of the stone corpse, and then the bell rang loudly, and the entire Sun and Star Palace was shaking. It was obvious that the stone corpse was making a move, shattering the huge clock in the center. At this moment, he was showing his power, and he was the only one, conveying some kind of message to everyone. When, there was a loud bang at the end, and a broken bell sounded from the central area. The divine bell was shattered by the stone corpse, and the bell stopped. This old corpse seems to have improved his cultivation again, and he is actively demonstrating against other giants. It doesn't look like his previous gloomy personality. The old goat frowned. Is there any way you can get a bargain under their hands? Xiao Chen felt that this old guy was too mysterious, knowing that the giants of the heavens were in front, but still wanted to get involved, so naturally there was a way to save his life. Lend me that picture and that ancient scroll of yours for 2 days, and I guess I can almost capture that heaven-defying battle treasure, instead of having to fight like them. Xiao Chen had the urge to destroy him. This old fellow knew too many things, peeked at the ancient scrolls, pondered the divine map, and grasped too many secrets. Young people, don't be impulsive. It's outdated to kill people and silence them. Now harmony is everything else. Let's work together for mutual benefit and be invincible. The old goat's mouth was poor and cheap, and he kept chattering endlessly. While talking, the two had already traveled a long way, gradually approaching the central area. But at this moment, they turned their heads at the same time, because an extremely dangerous atmosphere enveloped the two of them, and the mysterious strongman from the alien faction who hadn't appeared for a long time emerged silently at the corner of the passage behind, just like a ghost, without any sound or energy fluctuations. A depressive breath quickly filled the air, making people feel suffocated. The overall feeling of this person is that he is extremely dangerous. A head of jet black long hair was naturally scattered on the back of the chest, covering most of the face. The only half of the face that was exposed seemed to be wearing a mask. It was very dull, without any emotional fluctuations, just like a clay sculpture. And that one eye is like a deep pool, misty and unfathomable. After looking at each other, one feels as if one's soul is about to sink deep into his one eye. Of the 6 alien powerhouses, he is the only one left now, but Xiao Chen knows that he alone is more terrifying than the other 5 combined. His intuition tells him that even if he has a few powerful weapons, it may be difficult to kill this person in front of him. The 2 of you killed the 5 of us. The words of this mysterious strong man also seemed so dull, there was no fluctuation in tone when he spoke, as dull as his face made of clay. Brother Mud Figurine, you were wrong. I didn't kill you. The old goat was very dishonest, stepped aside, pointed at Xiao Chen, and said, all 5 people were killed by one person. The result is the same, all 5 of them died. The mysterious strong man who was as dull as a clay figurine, still expressionless, said, you two should die too. His tone of voice was very flat, but it looked even more terrifying. What are you waiting for? Use the big killer weapon and sacrifice him alive. The old goat urged Xiao Chen, and at the same time he had already taken a step back, ready to run away at any time. This old thing is really annoying. Xiao Chen had the urge to sacrifice him first. The 2 of them came all the way. This old guy hardly made any effort, it was all up to him to deal with it. At this moment, there was a terrifying evil spirit overwhelming the sky from the passage in the distance. It was not concealed at all, and it was accompanied by a strong smell of blood. The lost soul, he is here. At this moment, the old goat was no longer in a hurry to prepare for escape, frowned and stopped. It was the strange man with disheveled hair. He came out of another passage and appeared here. He was gnawing on an arm in his hand. The flesh and blood on it was almost eaten up, leaving only the arm bone full of tooth marks and traces of blood. The scene was a bit bloody and scary. It's his arm. The mysterious strong, clay figurine, murmured to himself, and he recognized that arm, which was the flesh and blood of the white-haired ancestor god. At this moment, the old goat made a strange sound, and transmitted the sound to the strange man, with ups and downs, very weird. The weirdo was immediately attracted and seemed to be listening carefully. For the first time, the dull half of the face of the mysterious strongman, clay figurine, from the foreign sect showed a slight fluctuation, and said, the disappearing divine language of the heavens. At this moment, the old goat had already stopped the mysterious and weird language, and the disheveled man turned to face the mysterious strong man of the alien faction, let out a deep roar, dropped the miserable white arm bone in his hand, and pushed forward with the cracked stone sword. There was a terrifying trembling sound, and a stone knife appeared in the hands of the mysterious strong clay figurine, showing simplicity and grandeur, drawing a mysterious and unpredictable trajectory, facing the stone sword. When the hazy yellow brilliance flickered, and the surrounding palaces melted like snowflakes, shattering a large area, and several passages were also destroyed. However, there was no terrifying energy fluctuation, and it completely collapsed without sound. This is the first time a monk has destroyed a building in the Sun Palace after entering the Sun Palace. One can imagine how powerful the two are. The old goat pulled Xiao Chen and ran, saying, "Don't expect to kill that clay figurine. That guy is not simple. Although the stone knife in his hand is not just a defective product, it is not a real stone soldier who has successfully transformed, but the guy who can possess such a sharp weapon is not just for nothing." "What did you say to that strange man just now?" Xiao Chen asked. "I told the weird man, that clay figurine is overwhelmed by the country and the city. I feel sorry for him, but he is only wearing a mask. If he takes off the mask, he will be moved. As a result, he can't wait to rush up." Xiao Chen had the urge to slap him to death. This old bastard was really full of savagery, he was talking nonsense. "Your mouth is too poor and cheap, you must have been a crow in your previous life." "You're wrong. In my previous life, I was a giant in the heavens. When I stomped my feet, the whole heaven was shaken 3 times. All forces wanted to act according to my face. The supreme king of the alien sect, the first ancestor of the fallen civilization, those people are all cabbages in my eyes. You can just spout nonsense. I will see the Lotus King and the sharpening stone beast later. I hope you can talk like this. Let them kill you as soon as possible, and my ears will be clean." "They want to kill me. It's probably very difficult. I am a fighter against the sky, and I have returned again. In the near future, the entire heaven will tremble under my feet." The old guy became more and more excited as he spoke, pointing out the country, looking at the world with contempt, and being the only one in the world. He wanted to shout here, "He is the supreme and invincible number 1 in the heaven." At this moment, they were infinitely close to the central area. After walking out of the passage under their feet, the front immediately opened up. It was no longer a closed labyrinth connected by cobweb-like passages, and there was no flame surging in the sun star. The scene before them was peaceful and quiet. Ahead, there is actually a beautiful world, with gentle breeze and beautiful mountains and clear waters, where divine springs gurgling, cranes flying, white apes dancing happily, vegetation flourishing, full of breath of life. At the end of this fiery sun palace, there is such a vivid picture, the contrast is so great that people seem to have entered another world. At the end of the magnificent pure land ahead, there is a majestic building, and several fairy mountain caves are full of light and mist, full of mystery. "Find a place to hide, let's not join in the fun." Xiao Chen said this, he didn't want to really get involved in the fierce fighting. "That's right, it's exactly what I thought." The old goat's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Wait for the heaven-defying war treasure to throw itself into its arms." They found a secret place, hid, and peeped at everything in the Pure Land. After a while, figures kept flashing and entered the Pure Land one after another. Of course, many people stopped in the peripheral areas and hid themselves. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he felt that the old goat was not pleasing to the eye. The old man muttered, wondering what he was talking about, then squatted down and began to scratch randomly at the place where the two were hiding, like a ghostly drawn talisman. "What are you doing?" My old man is portraying the number 1 forbidden formation in the world through the ages. The bottom one, there are still people who believe that the line is crooked into 23 bends. Can this be regarded as a partial engraving of a formation? You don't understand this, it's called the way of nature, the god formation is formed naturally, and the warriors who are against the sky can get it by chance, everything is kept as it is, the first forbidden formation is born like this, I just drew it very naturally. It's so rare, it's natural, why do you still change it? The more Xiao Chen looked at this old thing, the more unreliable it became. You don't understand that, Tiancheng's things are not the most perfect. To achieve perfection in this world, it must be destroyed. Therefore, I destroyed the part you mentioned, and then used my heaven-defying means to create perfection. What nonsense are you talking about? Now, Xiao Chen is almost sure that this old thing may indeed have something to offer, but it's hard to say how strong the underground is. Perfection does not exist. I have created perfection now. The formation cannot last long. It must be destroyed a little bit more. Only the incomplete ones are magnificent. The old thing said seriously, and then casually threw a stone into the modified ghost painting symbol, saying, "This is how it will last forever and be powerful." If you throw a stone, do you really think it's against the sky? Xiao Chen almost lost his temper with him, this old thing is so good at fooling around, it seems to be true. Don't believe it, this is very particular. The first forbidden formation, so incomplete, is actually the most perfect. The old thing said meaningfully. Don't underestimate that small pebble, do you know what it is? It is the one that escaped, and it is the crystallization of my heaven-defying means. It destroys the perfection. A single stone is left behind, and the charm under the stone is gone. It is beyond the world, not in the universe. The old goat has an inscrutable look, as if he is talking about the great way of heaven and earth, and it seems to be very mysterious. Seeing him talking endlessly, spewing foam from his mouth, no matter how Xiao Chen looked at him, he looked like he was flat, and wanted to beat him up. Boom. In the end, Xiao Chen slapped him on the head, telling him to shut up. I said, boy, if you do this, you will easily be punished by heaven. My old man has returned against the sky, and he has revealed the origin of the world. Disrespecting my old man is disrespecting the world. It's so little, hurry up and fix your ghost painting talisman, don't spit, it's raining here, look at the saliva. There is a lack of water in the 5 elements here, and I am perfecting the first forbidden formation in the past and present. The old goat plausibly continued to draw talismans. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finished the arrangement thoroughly. Whether it was mountains, rocks or vegetation, he had engraved various mysterious patterns on it. Just looking at it made people dizzy. If it was really a formation, it was indeed a huge and mysterious formation. Everything is fine, let's call it a day. The old guy had a great sense of accomplishment, looked at his achievements, and said with a narcissistic look, oh, it really is a miracle, a masterpiece against the sky, and the greatest formation in the world has been completed. I haven't seen the ancients in the first 5 million years, and I'm doomed to see no one in the next 5 million years. No one can have such a method. I am really the #1 genius in ancient and modern times. Xiao Chen, how could there be such a thick-skinned person in the world? Xiao Chen had the urge to beat him again. I'm telling you, kid, don't touch me indiscriminately, or you will really be punished by heaven in the future. I am the source of 10,000 ways, the avenue for 10,000 streams to return. Seeing Xiao Chen's big slap was about to be slapped down again, the old goat quickly changed the subject and said, hurry up and get out your divine map. Now that everything is ready, the only thing left is your residual map. Say, how on earth do you know that I have a divine map? Xiao Chen stared at him. Accidentally guessed it. Don't be nervous, the broken map is engraved on your body. Under normal circumstances, if others want to plot, it is difficult to get it off in a short time. You can rest assured that I will definitely not seek it now. This guy is like a hob meat, it is impossible to ask anything. Don't waste time, your picture is the array flag, only it can be perfectly combined with the #1 forbidden array in all ages. Aren't you able to play with the escaped one? What else do you need this divine map for? I said, brother, who are the people inside? They are all giants in the heavens, and they are all masters against the sky. I am pulling my teeth out of the tiger's mouth. The old goat looked aggrieved, and said, you know, the tiger's butt is not so easy to tease. The masters inside, if they touch their butts casually, they must be prepared to be reincarnated. Xiao Chen still did not sacrifice the divine map. The old goatee was up and down, very anxious, and said, I said boy, hurry up, or it will be too late. If you master the divine map and don't use it, you are enshrining a peerless beauty. If you don't communicate well, what's the use? It's like a peerless eunuch. The old man's words were too unpleasant. Xiao Chen sacrificed his divine map, directly pressed him down, and said, you old guy, I'll just turn you into an eunuch. Don't tell me, hurry back, the ancient and modern, unparalleled and incomparable ancient and modern first divine formation is about to open. The old thing pulled Xiao Chen back, while the divine map stayed where it was, and became confused. Xiao Chen felt that he had not lost contact with Shintu, so he was not worried. The two stood in an area where ghost symbols were relatively rare. Okay, ha ha ha, the old goat laughed loudly, and said, carve your own magic formation, take other people's battle treasures, let those giants cry. If I don't fight for it myself, I will still be the final winner. Let them stare at each other, and then stare blankly. Aren't you afraid that the formation and the aura of the divine map will attract those giants and cause huge troubles? Xiao Chen felt something was wrong. It's okay, my old man's forbidden array is known as the best in ancient and modern times. If you can't hide your breath, it's still a superb grand array set up by an unrivaled genius who has never seen anyone before and who will never come again. I think you are superb. Xiao Chen had the urge to beat him again. There was no way, being with this old guy really made people have the desire to keep moving their muscles and bones. Boy, I remember, you slapped my old man 3 times, and I will get back my money with interest in the future. Speaking of this, he began to mutter mysteriously, the language was the same as when talking to the mysterious weirdo, and then suddenly shouted, open, treasure. The mysterious giant formation suddenly flashed with light, and there was a black rumbling wooden board in the formation, exuding an extremely evil atmosphere, and there were bursts of pungent corpse odor, which made people want to vomit. Xiao Chen covered his nose and said angrily, "Don't tell me, this is the heaven-defying Zanbao. It's really frustrating. I accidentally snatched the stone corpse's coffin board. It's troublesome now." The old goat rubbed his hands and said, "His grandfather's, he didn't eat mutton, and it caused a smell of corpse. I'll throw him into the Tianhe River, and then let him find 1,000 years." Xiao Chen was really stunned. Is what this old man said true or false? Did he really arrest the coffin board of the giant stone corpse of the heavenly world? Kind of weird. Come again. The old goat muttered non-stop at first, and then shouted, "Open." Brush. With a flash of light, half of the lotus sleeve shirt was added to the formation. Don't tell me it's the half sleeve of King Lian. Damn, I'm in serious trouble. It really belongs to King Lian. Why did I make a mistake again? This is a big problem. If I let her know that I can't live. Are you reliable? The old goat ignored him, rubbed his hands vigorously, and said, "A good woman, once she turns into a stone, she is a pervert. The red lips are so charming, and the white teeth are crystal clear. The original mature woman is gone forever. I have to think about how to pass this test. You are old and unscrupulous, hurry up and get down to business, arrest the heaven-defying war treasure first. If it is really unreliable, we will run away as soon as possible. I don't want to offend all the giants in the heaven with you." Okay, go ahead. Brush. With a flash of light, a stone box directly appeared in the formation this time. Chapter 580. Birth of the Heaven-Defying War Treasure. The stone box was only 1 foot long, and it looked like it was polished from an ordinary stone, with some vague patterns engraved on it. The ruthless years have almost obliterated the engravings. I can't see anything special about this stone box, but the king's treasures are usually stone tools, so people can't underestimate them. Ha ha ha, the old goat laughed wildly, with a complacent look on his face, and said, "This time it must be right. I just saw this stone box and knew it was something used by the giant." Having said that, he couldn't wait to open the stone box, wanting to see what the so-called heaven-defying war treasure was. The moment the stone box was opened, the stench was so strong that the old goat foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground with a thud. His limbs twitched and his whole body convulsed, as if he had suffered a stroke. Not far away, Xiao Chen had already closed his breath, covered his nose, and even suppressed it with a divine map to block the unimaginable stench, completely isolating him from there. I#%. The old goat burst into tears, trembling all over, and while foaming at the mouth, he put the lid on the box with difficulty. "Stone beast, your grandpa's, I'll give it to you forever." The old goat retched, and shouted to the sky, "I've never suffered such a big loss, from now on, I'll never stop dying." In a hurry, Xiao Chen saw in the stone box in a daze, there seemed to be a pair of torn socks and a pile of. Xiao Chen felt a little stunned. Who are these people? Is it really a giant in the heavens? The old guy in front of him is already evil, but the stone grinding beast is even more sluggish. Ouch! The old goat threw the stone box out forcefully, retched on the ground, pulled the goatee vigorously, and grabbed a lot of beard. It's the first time for my old man to capsize in the gutter. I knew that the stone grinding beast is the worst thing. I didn't expect it to be so vicious and humiliate me like this. It will never die in the future. The old goat was depressed and mad for the first time because of eating. In the deepest part of the Sun Palace, in the picturesque Pure Land, a child was rolling somersaults and laughing loudly. It's hard for outsiders to imagine that the rumored mighty stone grinding beast actually looks like a child, and it looks harmless to humans and animals. But this is only a superficial appearance. If he makes a move, it will be extremely terrifying. After the innocent laughter, his eyes shot two cold and cruel colors. In the big formation in the outer area, the old goat couldn't calm down, his teeth were creaking, and he wanted to bite off his old molars. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen laughed wildly, showing no sympathy at all, and finally saw that this old man was having trouble maintaining his smile, and teased, "You two are in the same boat, and you are really like-minded people. I think you should get close and communicate more in the future." It was too early for them to realize that it was a huge mistake. The heaven-defying battle treasure has not yet been born, and it is in the seal. The old goat ignored Xiao Chen's sarcastic remarks, and thought about it by himself, and said, "It takes extraordinary means to seize it, otherwise these giants have already become alert, and it will be difficult to pull out their teeth." Boom! At this moment, in the beautiful Pure Land, there was a violent sound, and pieces of fairy mountains collapsed one after another, and a root of the earth broke out like the backbone of heaven and earth in the rumbling sound, and stood up into the sky. Figures flickered, and there were many monks in the Pure Land. Everyone was looking at the huge mountain rising from the ground. The Lotus King, the Stone Corpse, and the Stone Beast manifested in different regions. The three giants seemed to avoid each other intentionally and did not want to confront each other head-on. Boom! On the ancestral root of the Zongbai meridian towering into the sky, a magnificent giant palace emerged, where the fairy mist was misty and the chaotic brilliance flowed. The closed vermilion giant door creaked, and then opened wide with a bang. When, a melodious bell rang, shaking the entire Pure Land. Boom! Another drum sound followed, shaking the heavens. The bells and drum towers in the giant palace on the root of Baimai's ancestors kept ringing, announcing that the star palace of the former king was completely unsealed, and the heaven-defying war treasure was about to appear in the world. Woo! The dark wind howled, the corpse's aura was overwhelming, and the endless black mist surged. As if night fell, the stone corpse was the first to rush into the palace. Don't be too impatient, the old corpse, or you may stand here forever. Although the stone-sharpening beast looks like a child, its words are cold and shake the 10 directions, making people feel suffocated. A stone lotus flower bloomed, surrounded by hazy mist, and the Lotus King cut through the space, covering the second half of the Tiangong with her supreme splendor. In the distance, other powerhouses waited and watched. The three giants of the heavenly world appeared on the stage. They did not dare to fight at this time, and could only wait for the opportunity. The Tiangong was completely divided by the three. No one expected that at this moment, a big hand suddenly descended from the sky, covering the entire heavenly palace below, grabbing it violently, intending to snatch the entire palace away. Even the incarnations of the three giants were under the cover of the giant hand, and the three were attacked at the same time. Boom! A major earthquake occurred in the Pure Land. Although the ancestral roots of Baimai were strong, cracks appeared at this moment. The giant palace above was shaking like duckweed in raging waves. The fighter who defied the sky hundreds of millions of years ago, someone has really returned. The stone-hardening beast shouted loudly, and was the first to make a move. A rainbow glow pierced the sky and rushed towards the giant hand in the sky. The stone lotus trembled, as if tens of thousands of magic soldiers made a clanging sound. Pieces of stone lotus flew in the air, rushing towards the huge palm in the sky. Boom! The aura of the corpse swept across the sky, endless black light shot up into the sky, and the stone corpse made a timely move. The black mist surged, and the sky and the earth were completely dark. In the distance, all the strong men retreated. It never occurred to me that not only three giants from the heavens came, but also a warrior who was against the sky hundreds of millions of years ago. This is definitely a super big event that can shake the heavens. Everyone's eyes were twinkling, no one backed away, quietly watching the battle from a distance. The heaven-defying battle treasure was so tempting, everyone wanted it. In particular, none of the giants and the heaven-defying fighters have sent out their real bodies, as if they don't want to face each other with life and death. This is the opportunity for everyone. If they don't care about the identities of the giants, some of them are enough to compete with those incarnations. Now, everyone is restraining. I am afraid that when the real treasure emerges, it will be the time for everyone to go crazy. Boom! Under the shocking collision of the four powerhouses, this piece of Pure Land began to tremble violently, and then the Sun and Star Palace in the outer region shook accordingly. At this moment, the Sun Star burst into blazing light, and then a series of shocking divine rainbows rose into the sky, and the King's Star Palace and the Pure Land suddenly burst into brilliant light. The heaven-defying war treasure was born, shrouded in a layer of chaotic light, misty and mysterious. No one can really see what it is. Kill! At this moment, the strange man with disheveled hair rushed forward with a stone sword. This was the first monk who dared to participate in the battle between giants and warriors against the sky. At the same time, several figures rushed up and rushed directly towards the war treasure filled with chaotic brilliance, and all of them began to fight for it. The Pure Land vibrated, the Star Palace vibrated, and the sun and stars trembled. The breath here immediately permeated the heavens and the earth, and was sensed by many powerful people at the first time. People who had no intention of making a move could not help but be tempted at this moment, and many powerful spiritual senses came to the Sun Star. Boom! The ancient battlefield of the heavenly realm hundreds of millions of years ago. At this moment, a bloody light rushed out, illuminating the entire heavenly realm and shattering the change of time. Many people exclaimed, "Another sky-defying fighter hundreds of millions of years ago." The legend is indeed true, there will always be 2 or 3 people who can return safely. Blood blazed across the sky, directly penetrating from the ancient battlefield of Tiantian realm to the Sun Star Palace, making the complicated and fierce treasure hunting battle even more intense. Boom! The war drum blared, and a huge floating island in the sky rushed quickly from the depths of the heavens and flew towards the Sun and Star Palace. On the heaven and earth, many monks were surprised again. In the last battle of the heavens, the powers of the hanging island suffered a disastrous defeat. They claimed endless years, and now they are finally born. Didn't their ancestors perish back then? Or did they recklessly raise their entire clan and fight to the death to fight for the heaven-defying treasure? The heaven-defying war treasure was born, and in a very short period of time, many places in the heavens were no longer peaceful. The Sun Star focused the eyes of the powers. At this moment, everyone was looking up to the sky, paying attention to this extraordinary treasure-hunting battle. Boom! On the land of the heavens, a swamp of death filled with water mist, spiraling up into the sky and rushing towards the fiery red Sun Star. The endless water mist condensed into the Sun Star, and the hot sun dimmed. Who was this guy? Another strong person manifested in the Sun Star, and there were many exclamations from all over the heaven. At the same time, many casual cultivators also rose up into the sky. They couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to try their luck. At this moment, Sunstar ushered in the busiest day ever, but also the most dangerous and frightening day, with the possibility of collapse at any time. In the place where the alien sects of the heavens are located, after some secret discussions, they were unwilling to be lonely. A huge god city slowly floated up and rushed towards the Sun and Star Palace. This is the god city left by the Stone Man King who was killed by Pengu in the past. The Sun Star gathers wind and clouds from all directions. If not for all the powers entering the Pure Land world created by the former king, the Sun Star may have collapsed long ago. At this moment, the sky and the Pure Land collapsed, and all the great powers fought for the heaven-defying treasure. The war treasure shone with chaotic light, and was surrounded by everyone in the center. No one could take it alone. In the big formation outside the Pure Land, the old goat jumped up and down anxiously. Things exceeded his expectations. Even though the big formation he was proud of was in operation, it was difficult to arrest the war treasure, and there was no reaction at all. Waste feelings, can you do it? Xiao Chen was very helpless. With his current cultivation, he really couldn't stand out in this heaven, and it was impossible to fight for the front. Here, too many people came, and the outside world exploded. Giants, sky-defying fighters, and casual cultivators who are not afraid of death all participated in it, which seriously affected the operation of my peerless formation. I couldn't exert the power of the peerless formation at all. Also, the sky-defying battle treasure may be extraordinary, and it is extremely difficult to detain. The old goat paced back and forth, worried and extremely anxious, rubbing his hands constantly, and said, "No, we need to think of an extraordinary solution." Suddenly, he stopped, looked at Xiao Chen, and said, "Boy, do you dare to take risks?" How to take risks? Xiao Chen glanced at him. This old guy had never come up with a good idea. He was very vigilant. "I will imbue you with the mighty power of this peerless formation, and you will become one with the divine map, and arrest that heaven-defying battle treasure." You old guy really doesn't have a good idea. Do you want to sacrifice me alive? You should do it yourself. Xiao Chen directly refused. The old goat rubbed his hands anxiously, and said, "Why would I sacrifice you alive? Although it's a little risky, it's the only way. It would be great if there was a warrior here." "Nonsense, those who stand against the sky still need to cooperate with you, just do it yourself." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen remembered the imprint of the Tao in his body, whether he can use it now, especially the supreme Tao of the other world. At this moment, the old goat suddenly had a glint in his eyes, and said, "Yes, there are still a lot of messy things in your body, which can be used reasonably." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Chen looked at him vigilantly. "This old thing has a lot of bad things, so people have to guard against it. I feel that there is something unusual in your body. Just show it all and let me see it. Maybe I can come up with a good idea. You are a dog-headed military strategist. Wherever you have any good ideas, they are all bad ideas." Xiao Chen didn't intend to open up the secret to this old guy without defense. However, this old guy is too mysterious. At this moment his eyes are shining brightly, two strange brilliance distort the space. He seems to be able to see all the secrets in the world. The moment he looked at Xiao Chen, he said in surprise, "Oh my god, what kind of luck did you have, kid? Could it be that you have the imprint of the Supreme Tao in your body? How is this possible?" Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart, but his face was flat, and he said, if I have cultivated the supreme Tao and condensed into a brand, I would have gone to fight for the heaven-defying war treasure by myself. Will I still walk with you? No, there is definitely something strange in your body. I sensed a special aura. The old goat's eyes became very hollow, as if he could see through Xiao Chen's body, and said, "Don't hide your secrets, kid, show it quickly. We will join hands and we will definitely win the heaven-defying battle treasure." Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, and then released the imprint of the great Tao, and a hazy figure stood in the center of the formation. What a powerful brand, it really is the supreme way. This person was amazing in the past, absolutely invincible. The old goat showed surprise and kept exclaiming. It's a pity that this Tao brand is weird. Only his descendants can inherit it. I have been thinking about it for a long time and I can't find a way. Xiao Chen said. Hey, it's okay, with my old man here, I can definitely use the law of its origin for a short time. Mysterious brilliance appeared in the eyes of the old goat, as if he had been resurrected and reborn. At this moment, he was full of energy, showing a look of disdain for the world, and said, "If we join forces, we will be like a warrior against the sky. Didn't you say that you are a fighter against the sky, and you still need to join forces with me? Something went wrong, and now only we can join forces to show the strength of a heaven-defying warrior." The old goat said without shame, with a confident look, "The imprint of the great Tao is embedded in my body, I am embedded in the divine map, and the divine map is embedded in your body. We are so united, and with the help of the supreme power provided by the first peerless formation in the past and present, we are waiting for a heaven-defying warrior for the time being. You old thing has always been unreliable. What I said is true. If there is no problem with my body, why should I be so troublesome? If you don't believe me, let us try it and you will know." The old goat became serious and said, "The divine map is completely under your control, you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, I'll just trust you once. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for trying to crush you with a divine plan." Xiao Chen warned, he was afraid that this old thing would mess around, because this old guy is really worrying. Boom, only a quarter of an hour later, an aura erupted from the edge of the Pure Land in the sun star that made all the monks palpitate, and a monstrous divine flame shook the world. Another sky-defying fighter, how is this possible? How can there be so many warriors from hundreds of millions of years ago? It's impossible. At this moment, whether it is the Pure Land or the heaven and earth, many strong people showed shocked expressions. Classification requires 500 monthly tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support, thank you. At